Oaklawn Handicap today, as that horse will try to defend his title. He's 1 for 1 here at Oaklawn, and he's taking the same path as last year. Perhaps standing in his way, though, is First Mission, looking for the first win of his 5-year-old season for the always dangerous team of Godolphin and Brad Cox, as Brad will also send out instant replay today, who's 4 to 5 on the morning line in today's Bathhouse Row, trying to punch his ticket for the Preakness Stakes. He'll be ridden by Flavian Pratt, who's aboard the morning line favorite in all 3 of the stakes today, including Quantum Burst in the Valley of the Vapors. Could be a fruitful trip for Flavian, as that filly won by open lengths at Colonial with him aboard last time out. Is that enough action for you? Well, we've got plenty of excitement coming up today at Oaklawn Park on America's Day at the Races. Thanks for spending your Saturday with us. A little bit overcast, but it's actually quite comfortable today here in Hot Springs, Arkansas. Should be a beautiful Saturday afternoon for the Oaklawn Handicap, as we are looking forward to a tremendous 12-race card on tap today. I'm your host, Acacia Clement, kicking off the action here on FS2. And as mentioned, that Oaklawn Handicap will be the feature on the card today, as we have a big field and a competitive group for the older horses. And this is a division that was lacking a bit last year in 2024. And these are horses that are looking to kind of make their mark, step forward, and maybe be a little bit of interest moving forward into what's been a pretty wide open division. Here's a look at the $1.25 million Grade 2 Oaklawn Handicap, as mentioned. Skippy Longstocking trying to defend his title, but one who has quite the title. Champion jockey Richard Migliori joining me on set first. And Richie, it does seem that this Oaklawn Handicap is really going to be a rider's race, because you have some that prefer to be forwardly placed, and you have some horses also that are deep, deep closers.
Yeah, like a horse like Red Route 1, who is a deep closer, and he got a perfect setup in the Essex. Now, there is speed signed on, Acacia, but I don't know that we're going to have that kind of speed, because last time Steve Asmussen employed a rabbit, and they had a horse that really forced the pace. It got very hot in the middle. Tarantino ran extremely well there, because he was the one involved that hung around and was second. Surprised by his 20-to-1 morning line, because I think he's certainly a player. But Steve has another runner, Disarm, who came off the bench with a really nice effort. He's not in there to be a rabbit. He's in there to try to win on his own merits.
We will have the opportunity, though, to see the top 3 finishers coming out of the Razorback here back in February. The other Saffie Joseph Jr., Alexander Helios, was the winner of that race. First Mission was 3rd, and then you have Banishing, who was a game 2nd and would go on to win out of this race in the Oaklawn Mile. It's interesting what these 3 horses will do, Richie, because this was a day on the track where you really wanted to be forwardly placed.
Yeah, and it, witnessed by the fact that these 3 were just battling, duking it out all the way to the wire. The one thing you really got to like about Alexander Helios is his grit, his determination. He had challenges on both sides of him. He just kept sticking his nose and his head out, and he gets Luis Saez that should really fit his style well. He seems to be more of a free-running type, and I always felt like Luis Saez excels on those types.
Yeah, certainly a horse that is the half-brother to Preakness winner Rombauer. Took a little bit longer for him to come to hand, though. Picked up his first graded stakes win last time out as a 5-year-old. But it's a fantastic puzzle, a really interesting group lining up for the Oaklawn Handicap. But let's not forget about last year's winner, Skippy Longstocking, a 6-year-old now. And looking at his path coming into this race, Richie, Saffie Joseph Jr. has taken the same course that he did in 2024 with this horse. It worked before, and you could argue overall he's in better form this year than last year.
Yeah, I think he is. I think that he was in okay form last year, but I think he's come out this year running. I mean, his effort in the Pegasus World Cup was good. I mean, he was beaten 6 lengths by White Barrio. Locked came back and galloped in the Santa Anita Handicap. And then his challenger at Tampa, and I always found that Tampa Bay is a great place to get a prep race. It's a little bit of a deeper track, adds a lot of foundation. Horses seem to do good out of races from there.
8-time graded stakes winner. Pretty cool for a horse that originally sold for $37,000 as a 2-year-old.
We need to find one of those, diamonds in the rough, if you will. $3.4 million for a horse that you could have picked up for $37,000. We all wish we had that crystal ball.
Absolutely. Very cool horse with a lot of personality as well. We'll see if Skippy Longstocking can defend his title in the Oaklawn Handicap today. That's one of 3 stakes on the card today at Oaklawn. We have Fast Main Track for the 12-race card, 9-race card over at Aqueduct. We're fast there as well, highlighted by the Bayshore, where we'll see if New York bred Moplex can pick up another stakes win. Today's race is, as always, presented by Claiborne Farm. Looking forward to all of that action. Do note we're starting out here on FS2. We'll move for FS1 for a little bit in the afternoon. But the Kentucky Derby is fast approaching, and your winning opportunity is here. Join Naira Bets now to receive a $25 free bet plus a $200 deposit match to make your Derby picks count. Enter promo code Derby25 and experience the thrill of betting at any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com, where your next big win could be just a click away. We have plenty coming up today at Oaklawn, but that's not all that's on the show over at Aqueduct, highlighted by the Bayshore and highlighted by the presence of Greg Wolf and Andy Serling. Hey, guys.
Hello, good to be with you. Beautiful afternoon here in South Ozone Park, New York. I'm Greg, that's Andy. Most of you already knew that. Yeah, our feature later today, 3-year-olds in the Bayshore, and a couple of horses coming in from out of town, very interesting, but of course a New York bred who beat Graded Stakes Company at Saratoga last summer, one of the key players as well.
No question that Moplex is a major player in this race, having won the stake, as you mentioned, a Graded Stakes winner, the only one in this field. But it's a fairly evenly matched field. See how it plays out. He's definitely one of the ones to beat, but I don't know that there is a definitive, this is the horse to beat in this race. But he did run well in his last race, and of the horses that were absolutely engaged in the pace the whole way last time, he ran far and away the best race.
Well, this is comeback race in the Gander as a 3-year-old at a mile, so he'll shorten up a furlong to 7/8. First start number 2 of the season for Jeremiah Englehart today.
Yeah, no, I have no knock on it. You ask him to go a mile coming off the layoff. He's only really run races, for the most part until later in the season, shorter distances. I don't see any reason 7 furlongs a problem for him. He's supposed to be forwardly placed. There's not a ton of speed. He's really got shippers mostly to deal with, and Faster Gator and Pascaline down on the inside. We'll see how things play out.
So Moplex, New York bred for Jeremiah Englehart, Grade 3 Sanford winner at Saratoga last summer. Looking for his first win since he backed up that performance with the Funny Side victory against New York breds. Very good, precocious start as a 2-year-old last year, going 3 for 3 to start things out.
And, I'm looking at his trainer, Jeremiah Englehart from Moplex, wearing that Schuylerville lacrosse. I'm questioning whether or not Jeremiah was a lacrosse player. What do you think?
I think, aren't his kids heavily involved?
I'm sure it's the kids that are lacrosse players.
They are heavily involved.
He could have an entire team with the number of kids that he has.
We'll have to ask him about it.
The best lacrosse player in racing, Saul Kuhlman.
Really?
He played for Johns Hopkins.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
We'll have to dig deeper into that when we get to
You knew there was more to Saul than just what met the eye?
Oh, there's much more to Saul, yeah. Opener, 6 furlongs, $10,000 claiming race. We're just 2 minutes away from kicking off our card. Fillies, mares, 4 and up, and the favorite, like a Rolling Stone, Jamie, Ness Ruben Silvera, the 4.
Yeah, I misread this race in the start. I picked like a Rolling Stone. I thought the morning line would be more accurate. Both the morning line maker and I got it kind of wrong. I never saw her being the favorite. She is the new face in this crew in a field that we've sort of seen enough of, a lot of them.
Let's bring in Sarah El-Badwi. It's like a Rolling Stone coming off a win at Parks and back in New York for the first time in quite a while.
That's right, Greg. Thank you. And she is one that did get that victory out of town last time out, a horse that we had seen prior to that on this circuit, running a distant second in a $16,000 claiming race. And she's one that this is the first time in her career that she's being brought down to this bottom level claiming event here in New York, the $10,000 claiming race, where she hasn't been exposed for this kind of price tag before. So this is, in theory, the level of competition that will be most suited to her and that she hasn't faced as of yet. All of her starts before this, prior to this. We do have a late scratch being announced of the one Ghostly Girl, which does change things a little bit in here. So now we are having a 4-horse field, but like a Rolling Stone should be forwardly placed in here. And with the main speed now coming out of this race as a late scratch, she does look to be the one who is most forwardly placed. To touch on the number 2, Goldcrest, a horse who has the races to go back to that certainly fit in here. She just threw in a bit of a clunker last time and didn't really show up whatsoever. Big regression off of her prior start where she finished ahead of the now scratched Ghostly Girl. So we'll see what she does. She's been capable of rebounding off of a poor performance in the past before. She's been one that's held her form for different connections in the past. And if she can get back to some of her prior races, she of course fits here well. It's just a matter whether or not you want to take her as the second choice in what's going to be a short field now coming in. Greg?
Well, this race certainly has changed now. Thank you, Sarah. With this late scratch, Ghostly Girl comes out. So now left with a 4-horse field.
Well, it changes because the speed is now scratched. So now the pace becomes sort of completely ridiculous, and maybe the 5, Everly's Girl, is going to be in front. Now, she's a very hard horse to like in this race, but as the rank outsider, I would say her chances really increase with that scratch. Knowing Romero Mirage, he's going to send out of the gate, and she's a potential upsetter now in this race because Goldcrest was awful off the claim. Could she run better today? Of course she can, but she was bad last time. Season Art of Queen is dramatically pace compromised, so her job got even worse. Frankly, my horse, Like a Rolling Stone, doesn't have much speed either. We'll see. I think Ruben Silvera, though, will be more aggressive, and you'll see her more forwardly placed.
He is, yeah, obviously he's known for that, and there is Ruben on the 4. She was forward last start, going 6.5 furlongs at Park, so we'll see if that's the case again this afternoon.
Yeah, I think you'll see him try to be more aggressive with that horse.
4-5 on this 4-year-old filly for the Jamie Ness barn here as we get set to kick off this Saturday card with the feature, the Bay Shore to come for 3-year-olds later today here in race 8.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the key in this race right now is, what do you do with a horse like Goldcrest, right? Comes off the claim off a winning effort, albeit not a great one, and she was just awful in her next start. Can she rebound and get back to her better races? If she can, she's very dangerous, but off her last race, she's very hard to trust, and that's why she's not the favorite in this race.
Well, she was even worse 3 starts back, and she rebounded and won next time out off that performance, so we'll see.
Yeah, she's a very, very difficult horse to trust in this race, but obviously the options got much more limited with the scratch of the 1 and also the complexity of the race change. I mean, 3-4 on the 4 who I picked seems a little bit crazy, but here we are.
Here we go. First on this Saturday card from Aqueduct, $10,000 claiming sprint, Chris Griffin to kick things off.
All set. And they're off. Tightly packed here, and the speed is with Everly's Girl towards the outside, and now Like a Rolling Stone emerges, and there's Like a Rolling Stone with a neck advantage over Everly's Girl, who's going to sit right there in second just behind them as She's an Arctic Queen is up on the tempo, going to be 3 wide as they work up the backstretch. Tucked in at the rail, that's Goldcrest, just waiting for some room as they get set to approach. 4 furlongs left to go here in the opener. Ruben Silvera is encouraging Like a Rolling Stone to just keep that neck advantage. 23 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile. She's an Arctic Queen is the one making a nice move 3 wide. Purple Silks, Carol Cedeno, She's an Arctic Queen, they're on the move. Everly's Girl is all in, is not cutting in the margin yet. It's still these 3 across the racetrack, and Goldcrest, Christopher Elliott looking for a way through as they reach the top of the stretch. Still battling on there is Like a Rolling Stone. She's an Arctic Queen with every shot to run this leader down. Everly's Girl is backed up. Here on the far outside is Goldcrest, who's now in the clear. Like a Rolling Stone just won't go away. Here comes Goldcrest, who's trying to lug in, but does have momentum. Like a Rolling Stone, She's an Arctic Queen is still in the mix too. Down to the wire, it's going to be a tight photo. Give it to Goldcrest, who just gets up in time. Goldcrest over Like a Rolling Stone, and She's an Arctic Queen in 1 minute 11.14 seconds.
2-1 second choice, Goldcrest from off the pace. Ilkay Cantor, Machi Barn, and Christopher Elliott aboard.
Well, she showed up today. I don't think she ran a Herculean effort. She got an absolute dream trip. And this is one of those weird things where everybody sort of knew there was no pace in the race, so everybody went. And Christopher Elliott just sat behind with Goldcrest, and she was able to get the win in the shadow of the wire. Obviously, the 4 Like a Rolling Stone ran the best race of anybody, but she was a crazy short price near at 3-4, and she just wasn't able to withstand the pressure that she took in here, gutting out and beating the 3, but Goldcrest just sat the perfect trip behind her and timed perfectly by Christopher Elliott to get the job done.
2-4-3-5, the odds-on favorite, defeated in the opener, winds up second. It's Goldcrest. Good race a non-show-up effort, a win, a non-show-up effort, and now a win again.
Yeah.
Interesting trend for this 5-year-old mare to kick off this card in New York.
I'm not sure how well she really ran. I think she just ran well enough. She got the right trip and ran well enough as probably the third best horse in the race, but got the victory.
Important telethon happening this afternoon. 7th annual Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund telethon is happening from 12:30 to 6. You can do your part 2 ways to donate. You can call that number on your screen or go to pdjf.org/donate. Obviously, this organization is so important, charitable. They rely, I should say, on 100% donations. They're currently support over 60 former riders who have had serious injuries on the racetrack and don't have a way to support themselves or their families anymore. And they have no guaranteed funding from the horse racing industry. So it's all upon all of us to donate and do our part.
No, I think there's a lot of riders that ride at smaller tracks where they're not able to make the kind of living that a lot of other riders can make, and they're the ones that really need to be supported inside the industry.
Well, no one knows on our team here the importance of the PDJF and what they do than Richie Migliori as we send it back to Hot Springs.
Yeah, Acacia. I mean, right now the PDJF takes care of 54 riders that have had life-altering injuries, and we do rely completely on charitable donations. There is no mechanism in place to create income to have a constant stream to help these riders. And riders never know. They walk out of the jockey's room, and in an instant, they could have a life-changing, catastrophic kind of accident. And I am certainly a organization that's dear to my heart because I have a lot of friends that have had these life-altering injuries. Nancy LaSala and her team do an amazing job. And basically, they're providing about $1,500 a month to these riders, which, it's great that they have something, but it's, still woefully underfunded. So, listen, it's not anybody else's responsibility, but I would ask you to find it in your heart to be able to support an incredibly important charity.
Wonderful organization, as you mentioned, providing financial assistance to former jockeys who've suffered catastrophic track injuries. And since 2006, the PDJF has distributed nearly $14 million to permanently disabled jockeys. And as you said, oftentimes that's really the only source of income that some of these riders will be receiving. Livelihood, their profession taken away from them due to injury. So call that number, scan the QR code, check out the PDJF website. This is a sport that you sign up as a rider, you have an ambulance following you on a daily basis. And I know you certainly know your fair share about injuries on the racetrack.
Yeah, listen, you understand it, you embrace it. It doesn't deter you from following your passion, following your dreams. But I think Andy said it very well. Everybody sees the marquee riders because they're front and center. After the probably top 30 riders in the country, the other riders are just making a living. They're not making the kind of money that the bigger names make, and it's incumbent upon all of us within the industry to try to help. And I would implore anybody out there, if you can, please help.
Absolutely. Well said. Please be sure to follow along with the PDJF telethon going on today. Several ways and opportunities to donate and to support a very worthy cause. We get ready to kick off live racing at Oaklawn Park today with the opener. It's going 1 1/16. It's an allowance here for $100,000. Gotta love the purses here at Oaklawn Park as we will kick things off in the post race with the One Fast Joker back to the dirt.
Yeah, back to the dirt. Has a couple dirt races that would give this horse a shot here and gets a good inside draw.
Big price on the 2 Chrome Runner stepping up.
It's just going to have to get faster, but has shown good closing sprinting.
Haunted Flame stretches out in distance.
This is who I'm interested in. This horse is stretching back out at closing, sprinting, but he ran so well going 7.5, which is a hybrid distance.
Here's Rebel Moon first off the claim.
Broke his maiden for 50, but so hard to win going a route first time out. Could actually improve.
Iron sharpens iron second off the bench.
First start was good sprinting, subsequently stretching out just has not been the same.
Kapaluka's the 6.
Has had a lot of chances. Did run a good race in the mud here back in December. That would be okay.
Magic Mover, another last out maiden winner.
Yeah, stretching out 2 starts back and good speed. Could be the speed here.
Big price on Nacho Bar. Walter de la Cruz picks up the mount.
Yeah, another horse stretching out and has shown speed going 4.5, so you would imagine this horse is going to be a part of the pace as well.
And Rock Solo tried Stakes Company last time out.
Yeah, obviously the horse to beat, not the greatest post, but also maybe the post gives this horse an opportunity to kind of set up shop stalking instead of making the pace the way he did two-back.
That's the field for the opener at Oaklawn Park, about a minute away. So we'll take a look at the 3 Haunted Flame, who's, you said, some interest in. This is a horse who was claimed after breaking his maiden for $20,000 2 starts back with former connections. Off a layoff, came back sprinting at Oaklawn and ran quite well in doing so.
Yeah, finished very well. He's got the save ground. He angled out into the stretch and kept coming with a resolute and steady finish. So I thought this was a really good effort for Haunted Flame, who, getting back to the 7.5 furlong race, Acacia, it's a hybrid distance, right? Is it a route? No. Is it a sprint? No. So they go way too fast to pace, 22 flat, 45, going 7.5 furlongs, 110 yards short of a mile. So a mile and a 16th might actually be easier for this horse because they're not going to go as quick. They jump, they run to the first turn, things moderate. I think Haunted Flame's a major player.
Haunted Flame, well bred too by Go Sapper, out of multiple graded stakes place mare You Bought Her, who was a good dirt sprinter. Looks like he's certainly sharp out there on the track. Will be ridden by Christian Torres, though, who's picking up the mount for the first time. And we've seen Christian and some of the other Oaklawn jockeys really putting on a great show for us at this meet.
Yeah, I think this is going to be fun to watch this come down to the wire. 8 racing days, including today, left here at the Oaklawn Park meeting. And Christian Torres showed a lot of speed out of the gate. Francisco Arrieta broke a little slow, but got very hot in the middle. Rafael Bejarano's been steady all along. Tyler Bacon continues to ride well after losing his apprentice allowance. He's already got championship apprentice honors wrapped up.
Chase for the Oaklawn jockey title continues. Let's go back over to the 9, Rock Solo. Who's your favorite? You mentioned that the post could be a little bit of a challenge. Talk me through what Rafael Bejarano has to do to get this horse into a good position.
Well, I think he's got to come out to get his position going forward. And that's either going to force the other speeds to go on a little bit. It'll create a little separation where he can find a place to tuck a little bit, hopefully not be more than 3 wide into that first turn. And then if they don't go, well, all right, I'll take control of it. I'll make it all the way to the rail and try to, go it on the lead, which this horse has already proven proficient at doing. So the key is always getting your position going forward, particularly in these 2-turn races.
Has only tried a mile and a 16th once, this horse, and that was a win at 2 starts back. Comes out of a 3rd place finish in Arkansas bred Stakes Company. He's your favorite for the opener as we get ready to kick off the day at Oaklawn Park. Matt Dinnerman getting ready to call all 12 of them. Here he comes for the first live at Oaklawn.
Fans, good luck to you. We're ready to go. We're off and running on Oaklawn Handicap Day 2025. Chrome Runner stumbled badly at the break, and he's last early. Magic Mover up on the lead today. Nacho Bar a little bit keen, taking the 2nd position. Rock Solo getting outside as they go into the first turn run. Iron sharpens iron alongside of him. Space of 2.5 to Haunted Flame. Rebel Moon are side by side, and Capoluca makes it a party of 3. They're a length and a half better than Fast Joker, and a space of 4 to Chrome Runner, who's at the back of the field after the bad beginning. 3/4 of a mile to go. They've settled into stride, and Magic Mover finds himself in front in a good rhythm too. Leads by a length from Nacho Bar, still on a hold. Iron sharpens iron down on the inside 3rd. Rock Solo back in the 4th position. Capoluca making an early bid. There he goes, passing runners. Capoluca quickly to be level 2nd with Nacho Bar. He's just a half length off of Magic Mover. Approaching the half-mile pole. Rock Solo still in the 4th position with Iron sharpens iron. They're 2 lengths off the top 3 who are now across the track going into the turn. Gap of 3 to Rebel Moon. Fast Joker is next. Haunted Flame has dropped back to the 2nd last position. Chrome Running did no running today as they round the 4th turn. Magic Mover gets a breather at the half-mile pole. He lost the lead momentarily, comes back on again, and reclaims position on the front end. Capoluca trying to stick to him here. Nacho Bar calls it an afternoon. Iron sharpened iron is sent along 3 wide. Rock Solo right behind the leaders. He's in with a good shot. Here comes Rock Solo down the center. Magic Mover asked for his best. Down the center, Rock Solo continues a run towards the front runner here. Iron sharpens iron is 3rd furlong. long to go. Magic Mover drifting out here, maintains a narrow lead. Rock Solo's trying to tag him on the outside, continues to grind away. Does Rock Solo grabs the lead? Rock Solo scores in the opener. Photo for second. I think Magic Mover held off Iron Sharpens Iron, and Haunted Flame, who is fourth.
Rock Solo, the favorite, gets the win, but Richie, maybe not the easiest way to do it. I think watching this race, you have to say that this horse was decidedly best with everything he had to overcome.
Yeah, he was. He got in decent shape into the first turn, and he was able to tuck a bit. But right here, Rafael Bejarano going at him right-handed. The leader's coming out to him to meet the challenge, which is, what you're supposed to do, Francisco Arrieta. And Rafael, always a bit reluctant to switch to a left-handed crop, but finally this horse was able to surge on by, and I agree with you, he was decidedly best. How about Ron Moquett, eclipsing his previous best Oaklawn Park meeting earlier, his 31st win of the meet. He's really had a tremendous meeting.
And Oaklawn Park truly is home for Ron, as he can see the track from his backyard, having a tremendous meet here throughout the winter. But Rock Solo getting the win here, little bit keen early on, had to take a strong hold of this horse and then grinding in the stretch, but getting the win. Number 9, Rock Solo, your favorite, with the victory to kick off this Saturday at Oaklawn Park, coming back to the winner's circle with his ears up. I always like to see that.
Yeah, he's very happy with himself, very proud of his effort.
As he should be. Well, this is a horse that we know is very proud of himself, as he should be. Skippy Longstocking, you see some of that personality. Saffie Joseph Jr. will look to skip again in the Oaklawn Handicap, as Skippy Longstocking will try to defend his title.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. I'm sure even when you're in Hot Springs National Park, you can get on Naira Bets.
Oh, absolutely. I've done it. I've been up on Tower Hill over there, Tower Mountain, and got a bet in.
Nice.
Yeah.
I like that. Some beautiful spots around here.
really is beautiful. Very reminiscent of Saratoga, you know, with the hot springs and the history. It's just walk around the downtown, especially towards where the mountain starts there, and it's just got that feel.
Very charming downtown area as well. We saw a prom going on last night. A lot of prom pictures going on downtown on the street.
It's
which
this
is
time
really
of
fun.
year,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Prom, yeah.
Very fun.
You know where my prom was?
Where?
The Fontainebleau Hotel in Miami. It was the Eclipse Awards.
Oh!
That was my prom.
Rock Solo into the winner's circle, picking up the 3rd win of his career in the opener. He's really getting some class relief after trying that Arkansas bred stakes in the Rainbow last time out.
Yeah, Rafael Bejarano did a real good job getting into decent position into the first turn and not getting involved in the speed duel. But meanwhile, the 7, Magic Mover, did shake loose and was fighting for it. You see he's going to come out here to Rock Solo. That's race riding. Not coming out to bump anybody, not doing anything dramatic, but coming out to make your horse engage and fight on. And Francisco Arrieta did a really good job there, but Rock Solo just too good for Ron Moquett and Rafael Bejarano.
Wins the opener at 7-5, $4.80 winner in race number 1. As we'll take a look at what's coming up, not only the Oaklawn Handicap, but the Bathhouse Row instant replay, 4-5 on the morning line as he comes out of facing Kentucky Derby winner Tiz Tasek last time out. We'll see if he can pick up a stakes win of his own a little bit later on this afternoon.
And they're off. And the Naira Betts Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornock setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
As the field turns for home.
They're at it again. The 2 Belmont first and second place finishers.
Mind frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornock.
Dornock wins the Haskell.
It will be Dornock to win the Belmont Stake.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
For over 150 years, the Kentucky Derby has stood as the most enduring tradition in American sports. And in our time, one stallion is reshaping its legacy. Back-to-back Derby winners. His first son at stud siring another. A dynasty in motion. A motion that again has forward momentum toward Louisville, with another elite crop of 3-year-olds bearing his genes. Spendthrift Farm, home of Into Mischief.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
General admission tickets are on sale now for the Belmont Stakes on June 7th at Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss your chance to witness the historical 3rd leg of the Triple Crown. Get your tickets today by visiting belmontstakes.com/tickets.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. We'll go as race 6, and we're taking a look at the namesake, Bathhouse Row, here in Hot Springs, Arkansas. The healing properties of the hot springs locally have been attracting people for many, many years.
Absolutely. Again, another similarity with Saratoga. You know, we went for a hike last Monday morning, and we came out of the woods down by one of the hot springs, and steam's rising off it, and the water is seriously hot.
Very cool. And nature's amazing. The Bathhouse Row will go as race 6. You have the Valley of the Vapors for the 3-year-old fillies as well, and then the Oaklawn Handicap for the older horses. Jam-packed Oaklawn Saturday Stakes scheduled today. But as far as the Bathhouse Row is considered, now this is also a win-and-you're-in race for the Preakness Stakes. So it's a good opportunity, this race, Richie, for horses that maybe are a little bit later developing or didn't get the points to go on into the Kentucky Derby.
Absolutely, and it's gained in popularity. You know, it's in a perfect time slot, right? Just enough time between now and the Preakness. And these are horses, like you said, that just didn't have the ability to get enough points, or maybe were just a little bit later developing. Obviously, big favorite Instant Replay, but don't sleep on him down on the inside.
Totally agree with you. More on that horse in a little bit, but here's Instant Replay, who we're taking a look, finishing third in the Louisiana Derby behind Tistastic, who is a little bit of a buzz horse for Steve Asmussen going into the Kentucky Derby. Obviously, graded stakes place already. He won impressively, going 1.16 miles at Fairgrounds 2 starts back. This is a horse, though, that lately has been coming from very far off of it.
Yeah, he has. I mean, just kind of lost his speed, although there was a legitimate fast pace on in the Louisiana Derby. But his last 2 starts were very good. You pick up Flavien Prat, who seems like he's become more of like the go-to guy for Brad Cox and particularly Chad Brown.
Especially in those big stakes. Instant Replay, 2 wins to his credit already. When he broke his maiden going 1 mile at Churchill, and that open length score, as mentioned, 2 back at Fairgrounds, winning by 5. See if he can pick up the first stakes of his career this afternoon for the Bathhouse Row. But plenty more coming up as we head back over to New York with Greg and Andy.
Acacia, Mig, thank you. Race 2, it starts the early pick 4. This is your favorite even money in the morning line, 4 to 5 right now, in a rematch of the horse right next door to him, who he outfinished, I should say, by a length of 3/4, and that one had not the best of starts that day.
Yeah, to be honest with you, I prefer the 2 Shared Success, and the board suggests it. I think the difference between the likelihood of the 1 and 2 winning and the rest of the field is even more significant than the 4 to 5 and 5 to 2. I'll be very surprised if one of these 2 don't win. They'll probably run 1-2. I thought Shared Success, who gets a rider switch to Javier Castellano, had the tougher trip of the 2, and I prefer that horse. And I think if you can get 5 to 2 in this field, and that horse, it's a bet.
Post parade here coming up as we approach the 5-minute mark to post. So we'll start with the one the public is backing. So Senegal, Jeremiah Engelhardt. We'll have Moplex later on this afternoon. Has Manny Franco aboard.
He's run there's 3 races at the flat mile today's distance. His last 4 starts, he got buyers in the mid-70s, which make him the horse to beat with that somewhat consistency. But I'm not sure why he's necessarily more likely to win than the horse outside of him.
I'm with you. And that was not only a tough trip, but off the bench for Shared Success.
And it's not like he doesn't have back races where he's run good figures before. So it's not exactly an aberrant effort for him. And I like the rider switch, a wide trip last time. I really prefer Shared Success quite a bit.
Katie Davis on Landauer, 5 to 1.
Well, I always root for my friend Steve Bick's DT stable to do well. But at the end of the day, he's just never shown a race that's fast enough to beat either the 1 or 2 if they show up.
A-Lister's going to shorten up from 1 mile and 1/8 last start, where he just missed by a neck.
Could try to wire the field with him, and I imagine Christopher Elliott will be aggressive. I just don't think he's good enough.
Finished just ahead of Landauer in that race. And then Cumberland Blues to the outside for trainer Pat Quick.
I guess he's the wild card. If you want a horse that, at least in his career, he's run races fast enough to be competitive or even beat the 1 and 2, it's the 5 Cumberland Blues. It's interesting how he's run so few times in these non-winners of 1 New York bred race, despite having figures that compete. And yet every time he's run in those races, he's run lousy. So I think the thing to do with him is confuse him and tell him this morning it's actually a 10-claimer.
See if that might work. There's your even money favorite, Manny Franco on Senegal, and the rematch with Shared Success coming up here as we get set to kick off this early pick 4.
Introducing a stallion as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade 1s, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus buyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
7th annual PDJF Telethon, as we touched on earlier, happening now. A couple of ways for you to donate by telephone, 1-844-884-7353, or go online to pdjf.org/donate. You see that amount raised already. And again, they are 100% reliant on donations. No guaranteed funding from the horse racing industry, and it all goes to support riders injured in the line of work that don't have a means of supporting themselves anymore. So a tremendous cause. Get back to live action. Race 2. Excuse me, my voice hanging in there. Pick 4 starts here in just a minute coming up. 1-turn mile in this New York bred first level allowance race. 3 to 5 favorites. Senegal in this rematch as we head downstairs to Sarah with the 2 shared success.
And it does seem like that 2-horse race on paper in here, and it seems that way on the betting board so far. As Shared Success, the less favored of the 2 in the wagering, a horse that he had a little bit of trouble at the start last time. He was one that had a couple of those bobbling steps where he tried to get his footing underneath him and get that momentum, and then sort of broke outwards while trying to regain that early footing and had that wide journey throughout. Going with Senegal, the number 1, instead, just thinking he might be a little bit more forward. But I agree with Andy. There isn't a ton to decipher between the 2 of them in terms of splitting hairs, and you are getting the better price on Shared Success. But speaking of horses that could be forward in here, the number 4, A-Lister, seems to be one that gets very brave when he's able to establish the front end early. And that's something that Christopher Elliott, who's riding today, has done with him at this flat mile distance a couple of starts ago. He was able to get in front last time out, going the mile in an 8th distance, and ended up finishing 2nd at a big price in there, ahead of Landauer and behind Petrolo. But if you go back to that mile race where he was going out on January 1st, he is capable of showing the kind of early speed necessary to get himself in front going this distance. We'll see how aggressive they are with him today, and if he's the one that can out and out establish that early lead, because at a price he's one that does get pretty brave when able to control on the front end. But I did go with your heavy favorite in here, the number 1, Senegal, down towards the rail, the one that's just kept that consistent form as of late, and any of his last race or the one prior to that probably do get the job done here. I just thought that he would be ahead slightly of Shared Success in here, and that was my thinking going with him. Greg?
Thank you, Sarah. Here we go. 4 to 5, Senegal, rematch with Shared Success. Very short here in this rematch coming up. Just 1 for 10 coming in, and Shared Success next door. Not that it's a big difference, but a 6-time winner who had some things to certain off the bench, troubled trip, some more things to like about that race.
I'm baffled as to the difference in price, but usually when that happens, the board's right and I'm wrong. So we'll see what happens here. But I think the 2's a much better bet at 2 to 1. I think it's sort of a toss-up if they're the same price. I'm also surprised that the 5 isn't a little bit shorter relative to the odds of the 3 and 4, but we'll see what happens.
Pick 4 starts here on this Saturday card from South Ozone Park. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
Cumberland Blues. Goes in, all set. And they're off. A-Lister broke very quickly towards the outside. It's A-Lister up with the early action, and Shared Success is going to move on through. And now assumes command. It's Shared Success and Javier Castellano. They're up by a length and a half. Senegal immediately off the rail, wants to stalk towards the outside, gets outside of the pace setter now as they get set to come out of the chute. And the leader is Senegal with a nose in front. Shared Success not going anywhere, and joining them 3 wide is A-Lister. Cumberland Blues is going to tuck right in behind this lineup of 3, and the trailer is Landauer. They work up the backstretch. It's a pressured early pace, 23.56 for the opening quarter mile. Shared Success towards the inside. Has the rail position on Senegal, who was intent on getting towards the outside, is in the 2 path here chasing the leader. Losing some ground there was A-Lister, is still in 3rd, but now scrubbed along by Christopher Elliott. Moving to the inside of that rival comes Cumberland Blues, and Cumberland Blues is trying to get in gear, has taken 3rd. Landauer has got to pass them all, 46 and 1. For a half-mile time, Shared Success is not going away. Senegal with every shot to run Shared Success down, but Shared Success with a neck advantage and maybe inching clear a touch. A quarter mile left to go. They reach the top of the stretch, and Shared Success is trying to get a front-running victory. Senegal continues to give chase. It's Senegal who's trying to pounce on the leader, Shared Success, who still keeps that margin. A final furlong left to go. Shared Success will not relent as Senegal's going to try one final time with a 16th left to go. Shared Success, very game. Senegal one more time. Shared Success won it. Shared Success over Senegal, then Cumberland Blues and Landauer in 1 minute 35.43 seconds.
Shared Success turns the tables in the rematch and give big time credit here to Javier Castellano.
I agree. Javier won this race. I mean, there are races that are close. There are times you give too much credit or too much blame to riders, but Javier won this race out of the gate when he put this horse in front. There's absolutely no question about it, Greg, and I think you completely agree. When he asserted himself with a horse that was not supposed to be in front and went to the lead, all of a sudden, and this is the guy I think like Richie would talk about, everybody else was playing Javier's game. And, you know, I bet this horse, and I give the credit to Javier. When I see him, I may give him like $5 just to thank him.
I'm sure he'll be extremely appreciative.
For Javier.
Shared Success. Well done, Javier Castellano. Took command early, and that was the difference in this race. Yep. And I know you've been saying the last couple of distracts been playing fast. Fairly fast time.
Yeah, I mean, you know, they're good. One of the things about this track and running on it is, you know, is the winter, running in the winter and changing the tracks. And one of the reasons that we're using synthetic racing in the winter at Belmont is you want to have a consistency of surface. Whereas if you have to run in the winter on a dirt track, you have to do things to change the racetrack. And I think they've changed things since the weather's gotten warmer, and it's made the track a lot faster.
Shared Success, 2-1, 5-3 here. The wily veteran who at one time in his career won 4 straight Eclipse Awards. His outstanding rider, Javier Castellano. Difference-making performance here.
No question about it. He absolutely made the difference by saying this horse to lead. It's good to see. I like to see Javier ride like that going forward, too.
You were gone for how long?
Quite a while.
Okay.
I'm not going to see you again until next week. I'm going to miss you.
All right. Well, you have a good...
I don't celebrate Easter, but you have a nice Easter with
Thank
your family. You got nice plans coming?
Eat a little Easter egg hunt for the kids coming
Excellent.
up.
Nice.
And we're going to let them have maybe one chocolate, and Mom and I are going to eat the rest.
That sounds like a plan. Just keep the chocolate away from me. I've had enough.
We'll take a timeout. We got a lot more coming up. Pick 4 underway here with an odds-on favorite defeated. Race 2, Hot Springs. Let's head back there now.
I'm coming to Greg's house for Easter. I want some of that leftover chocolate.
Taking the kids' chocolate.
I can understand, though. Save that energy. Let's meet the field, Richie, for race 2. Brighter days ahead. Popular at the Claim Box.
Yeah, and coming off a big effort, and he's got some fast races. But what kind of trip does he work out from the rail?
Here's Drill's Little Man, second off the layoff.
Second off the layoff, could improve with that start under his belt. Going to have to.
Team Asmussen with Summer Splash.
This horse is a little bit interesting. A horse can be versatile, and I think someone's going to be coming from just off the pace.
Mr. Puck is next, second last out.
Honest, consistent, shows up every time for John Ortiz, and another one that's versatile.
Here's Vale, big price.
I think adds speed to the affair, and this horse has run at a higher price. This is for horses that have started for 12.5 or less.
Cloud Without Rain certainly adds some speed.
This is the main speed, but I think he's going to have several pursuers. I think there's going to be a fast pace here.
Another one with speed. This one's a long shot, Golden Luna.
And when speeds are drawn side by side, they tend to kind of get each other's blood up and incite each other.
Here's Born Flawless. That's what they say about you, Richie.
I was going to say the horse they named for you. You beat me to it. But another horse that could add a little speed to the affair.
Hey, Eugene.
Yeah, drawn towards the outside, a horse that's going to have to find a better race than we've seen recently.
And Principe Carlo with Keith Asmussen aboard.
I think he's very interesting. He gets at the outside draw, and he's more of a horse that can come from just off the pace. And I think this is going to be a very contested pace. Acacia, the way I handicap, I try to break down the race, identify the speeds, the closers, and then who would I want to ride? And immediately when I saw all the speed, I said, I'm going to try to identify who I think is the most solid closer in the race.
See how it plays out. Tepid favorite at 3-1 right now on the number 4, Mr. Puck. More on this second race in a moment. Look at that drone shot, and look what's there. The bounce house is back at Oaklawn Park. Always a lot of fun for the whole family here in Hot Springs. America's Day at the Races continues after this.
Club American Oaks.
4K to win the Breeders' Cup Domino.
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
For centuries, the bond between horse and human has been forged in trust and hands-on care. Thoroughbred Racing is combining that tradition with cutting-edge technology to raise our standards even higher. New investments in wearable biometrics, advanced imaging, and AI help optimize our safety programs.
That opening quarter mile was a quick one.
Every day, a commitment to improving their care. So win or lose, it's safety that runs first. To learn more, visit safetyrunsfirst.com.
The brilliance of the legendary Arrowgate and the speed and stamina of the sire of sires, Uncle Mo. Introducing Petulante, the first son of Arrowgate to stand in New York after winning handily at first asking.
Petulante! He's got a kick here, and he's going to prove much the best.
He won or placed in all 7 of his lifetime starts, including the Grade 3 Salvatore Mile.
Petulante, Nimbus Class, Petulante!
Petulante, now standing in New York. For information, visit IHDVStallions.com today.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. The second race from Oaklawn Park coming up, and you've got 3 horses at 7-2 right now, and a 9-2, a 5-1. This is a very wide open board, Richie.
Yeah, I just think it speaks to how competitive this race is. And again, I see a race that I think is going to have a scorching pace. I'd be very surprised if it didn't. I thought the 3 Summer Splash, this is a horse that runs better when he's not involved early. I think he's lurking in behind the pace. The other horses, I thought the 4, Mr. Puck, who's versatile. If he doesn't get caught up, I think that's the key. You don't want to be in a cutthroat duel here. And the outside runner, doesn't he have Principe Carlo? Doesn't he have a lot of things going for him with that outside draw and the right style?
Drawn to the outside, yes, but with the way he runs, you'd imagine Keith Asmussen can break, just drop back and make that late run with him.
Yeah, because the speed's going to run away from you. So they're going to create that separation and give you options. Again, I was trying to identify who I thought were the best of the consistent closing types.
Cloud Without Rain, currently the tepid favorite. I would imagine in large part because of that 12.5 length score last time out with a 91 Beyer speed figure. However, that race does stick out like a sore thumb.
Yeah, it's kind of an outlier from the rest of his form. Plus, is he going to get as loose as he did last time? That to me is the bigger question.
Christian Torres aboard the 6. You look through the past performances. Francisco Arrieta was named on the 10, Uncaptured Warrior, who is scratched. Tyler Bacon was named on Raymond, the 8, who was scratched. You're in the hunt for this riding title. You want every opportunity to ride.
You are so aggravated when you come into the room and look at the board with the entries and see any of your mounts scratched when you're in a fight for leading rider. You want to be out here every single race.
Loading in for race 2, post time going this 6 furlong starter allowance coming up. Matt Dinnerman standing by with the rest of the load and call.
One back. Principe Carlo to round out the field. Principe Carlo, Keith Asmussen. We kick off the early pick 4 here. We're ready to go. And we're off. Good beginning for all. Golden Luna in the middle of the field, prominent. Up on the pace, Drill's Little Man has to take up when in tight behind horses, drops to the back. Golden Luna now being swallowed up by a wall of horses on both sides here. Brighter Days Ahead on the inside. Narrow lead on Mr. Puck, who's there to engage as well. Golden Luna is 3 deep on the course. Cloud Without Rain in the 3 path right there. But it's Brighter Days Ahead who's got a length lead now on Cloud Without Rain. Mr. Puck concedes the lead third with Golden Luna. Vale is deep going into the turn, just 2.5 lengths behind. Hey Eugene is joining him. Gap of a length and a half or two to Summer Splash. Born Flawless is giving way between horses. Principe Carlo outside of that pair, and a huge gap that drills Little Man, who's well out of it as they hit the top of the lane. Cloud Without Rain, Brighter Days Ahead, even. Golden Luna in the three path is shaken up coming off the turn, needs to do more, gets drifted wide coming off the turn. Mr. Puck staying on the rail for the final 3/16. Brighter Days Ahead in front. Mr. Puck trying to move forward on the inside in a little bit of a tight spot, needs to quicken. Golden Luna's there. Here comes Principe Carlo down the center of the course. Brighter Days Ahead still in front. Golden Luna, Principe Carlo down the center is charging fast, and he's going to get it. Principe Carlo wins over Golden Luna. Brighter Days Ahead, and fourth was Mr. Puck.
Principe Carlo with that late run did it. He might. Richie, Keith Asmussen timing this perfectly.
A really good ride by Keith, and it just appeared to be a lot of speed side on paper. He dropped out, he got to save ground, tip out into the stretch, get him out there where he's more comfortable, not having to deal with traffic or kickback, and he really finished. And, you know, Keith got hurt badly last summer at Churchill Downs. When he came back, it took him a little while to find his form. I think he's found his form, and then some. He's really put together a nice meet here.
Here's a cool shot from the drone at the quarter pole coming into the stretch. You have to give credit to the one Brighter Days Ahead, who was on the lead, dug in gamely to hold on for third, as a lot of the other pace setters threw in the towel pretty early. Outside, furthest on the outside right now in the striped silks is your winner.
And it was that beautiful inside-out trip, right? Get to save ground around the turn and then ease out into the clear in the stretch. You're not losing ground on a straightaway. I love when I read charts and say, came out 8 wide. Yeah, but that was after they made the corner. So you're not losing ground on straightaways, and a nice strong finish from Keith. Always nice to win early on big days, too, when you have Mount in the big races, because you want to have that confidence level up. You just want to be in good form going into the bigger races.
And everybody's watching on these days.
Absolutely. The eyes of the racing world. When you put up purses like Oaklawn does, people are paying attention.
Good start to the afternoon for Keith Asmussen, winning on Principe d'Oro to the outside. Principe Carlo, I should say, from the outside. We'll bring you prices and more when we come back. And we'll recap what took place and look at what's still to come on America's Day at the Races.
It's Mandaloun. Mandaloun wins.
You're watching America's Day at the Races as we do see the Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund Telethon continuing on as we see some current and former riders in the room to help raise funds for an incredibly important cause.
I think it's just fantastic how you get retired riders and active riders come together for this great cause. And we all have that bond. You know, we've all walked out of that room and got in the saddle and gone out there and performed. And it makes me proud of the riding colonies around the country that participate and give their time and effort for it.
Several ways to donate. You can call that number, check out pdjf.org/donate, scan the QR code there, and support the Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund, which looks after retired jockeys who have suffered catastrophic injuries on the racetrack and helps to support them going on today, 12:30 to 6 Eastern. So I hope that you will support the 7th annual Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund Telethon. Coming up, though, a little bit later on today, Richie, of course, we have the Oaklawn Handicap, but a couple of other stakes, including the Valley of the Vapors for the 3-year-old fillies as we take a look going a mile on the main track. And Flavien Prat, as mentioned earlier, could be a very fruitful trip here to Oaklawn for him as he'll be aboard a Quantum Burst coming up in this Valley of the Vapors, a horse that he rode at Colonial last time out when she won by 9 so impressively.
Yeah, I'm trying to catch up here. I can't find my notes at the moment. Race 10. Thank you very much.
A lot of scrolling around today.
I'm catching up. I'm getting there. Quantum Burst, yeah, with Flavien. If Flavien got on board last time, and this filly just aired it out at Colonial. Now, the track was very fast at Colonial, and she got very comfortable. But it was a big effort, and she's never run a poor race. Every one of her efforts have been honest.
She really has done nothing wrong. She's had 5 starts, 2 wins, and 3 seconds, and both of those wins were by open lengths. She broke her maiden going 7 furlongs at Churchill, and then that mile victory last time out at Colonial. She also has some speed. She's shown she can get comfortable in the front end like she did last time, but she also, when she broke her maiden, sat in a stalking position pretty comfortably.
Yeah, and I think it's even more important because it is a 1-mile race here at Oaklawn, which is 2 turns, obviously, and they begin and end at the 16th pole, so it's a short stretch. And to me, that makes position and being forward even more of a premium.
See what takes place a little bit later on with the 3-year-old fillies in the Valley of the Vapors. Back to present time in race 2. Keith Asmussen made his way into the winner's circle, getting the victory on Principe Carlo, sitting off the pace and making that late run just in time.
Yeah, perfectly timed ride. There was a lot of pace on. He was able to save ground, draft in behind horses before tipping out. And we've seen Norman McKnight have good Oaklawn Park meetings coming down from Canada with horses that have raced exclusively on synthetic. This was a horse that he actually claimed earlier in the meet that had already had proven dirt form, but well, what a nice trip and setup to make the corner, ease out. Now, as a jockey, you got to hope that the guy outside of you doesn't have a lot of horse. Otherwise, you get stuffed in there, and then everybody criticizes you. But he rode a really good race, and saving ground is absolutely critical. When you win by a long head here, saving ground made a lot of difference.
Principe Carlo, $8 winner. Big price. Golden Luna closing on for second at 37-1, and Brighter Days Ahead, who was the pace setter, came for third in race 2. Race 3 coming up next, maiden special weight here at Oaklawn. But first, we head back over to Aqueduct as Greg Wolf has a new partner on the set.
Yeah, some of you might know him. With me, 4-time Major League All-Star Paul LaDuca. Good to have you on set as we get set for a middle pick 4 coming up here in the 3rd.
Yeah, good little sequence here. I think this first race has got like 4 or 5 horses that you can go to in here. I like one of them in here, but you can go to race number 4. We have a couple first-time starters on the outside, and race number 5. So you're going to have to rely on some of the morning workouts, and hopefully you like that middle pick 4 today.
Now, the race that kicks it off, not a ton of form to go off in here. 20 maiden claiming group, 1-turn mile. The favorite, I guess by default, right, and surprise is one of his favorite, Prairie Dunes. 5-2 choice right now from the inside. Blinkers coming off. Jose Lezcano rides.
Yeah, and this horse sold for 17 lifetime, so I'm kind of with you why he is your favorite right now. Now, the 2 for Melanie Giddings is a horse that is an unknown, been on the turf a couple times, so the 4 is a first-time gelding, so you're guessing with a lot of these horses.
Now favoritism shifts to the morning line favorite. And this is, I learned this on Talking Horses this morning. It says Curlin spelled backwards. I think Curlin could run faster backwards, though, than this horse.
Oh, I never even thought about that. Wow. Probably could. But I do like this gelding today. I think getting the blinkers back on, if you go back to those other races, if he can get back to where he was, I think he's a player in here. But I look at the Will Pays, and he's not really getting played in the Will Pays.
Romeo Mirage will ride. Blinkers go back on. They came off for a couple of starts. Did not seem to help or do the trick. But the last time the blinkers were on, that race probably wins here, doesn't it?
Wins it, yeah. I mean, a 64 buyer obviously puts this horse right in the mix. And, you know, back-to-back 64 buyers, and then the blinkers go back on today.
So the 1, 2, 3, and 4, all between 3-1, 7-2 on the board. Tough race to separate, at least for the betting public here. Included in that bunch is the 2 who's never been on dirt before.
Yeah, the 2's never been on dirt for Melanie Giddings, like we were talking. 7.5 furlong race at 48-1, then dropped down to the maiden 50 at 44-1, and now today is 3-1. And I get it against better horses, but you know, an unknown. I just don't know if you want to back this horse. That's why I did like the 3, Nilrick or Curlin backwards. Blinkers go back on. And listen, Bruce Brown's had 2 horses so far this meet, and both of them have won.
There's their Sugar Baby. So dirt debut after 2 turf efforts in South Florida at Gulfstream. Kendrick Carmouche will ride as we approach the 6-minute mark to post here for this 3rd coming up. Limits of Power, the 4, another one who's interesting here. At least, you know, makes a change. New gelding, and a horse who, against this maiden 20 level before, even though it was a muddy sealed track, there's the 4, ran an effort, another effort that could probably win against this group.
And Wayne Potts, monstrous day the other day. His barn's getting going.
Yeah,
this horse
3 wins.
Yeah, first time gelding. He has the 4 and the 6 in here, but 4 a little bit more fancied than the 6 at 9-1 with Melvis Gonzalez aboard. But the 4 is a player in here. If you go back to some of his races, he does have some early licks, so he can put himself in the game in the early part of the race.
Post parade coming up here for the, again, this middle pick 4. 20 maiden claiming 1 turn mile ahead. As they make their way to the track, our post parade here coming up. So pick 4 pool slowly growing here, and we'll start with Prairie Dunes. So blinkers come off 0 for 17. Gary Siaka trains.
Yeah, so they've tried blinkers many times on this gelding, and it hasn't really helped, but the blinkers go off, and this horse will be farther back. I just don't know why this horse is 3-1.
Again, dirt debut for this one, her Sugar Baby and Kendrick Carmouche aboard.
Yeah, the unknown, but, you know, a horse that you've obviously been racing against a little bit better, but first time on dirt.
Well, Nilrook really went backwards last start, but blinkers back on today.
Yeah, he did. He did not run well. You got to be able to draw a line through that race in the muddy start and the other sloppy start. If you go draw a line through those races, he's a major player.
There's Limits of Power, who he'd shown sprint speed in the past. We'll see if they're aggressive early today.
Yeah, they paid $575,000 for this Son of Good Magic. Obviously, things have gone a little bit amiss, but he could bring speed to the party.
Gone Boy in for a tag for the first time.
Gone Boy has not done much. He's been beaten by 80 lengths last 2 starts.
Mano y Mano. This is the other Wayne Potts runner. That barn 3-win day the other day.
Yeah, 0 for 9 lifetime with no placings. That would be my concern.
And Belmont Union, 4 starts, is yet to hit the board. Jose Gomez rides.
You know, this horse did not have a bad start in second career start. The last start stumbled badly when cutting back in distance. Now going back to the flat mile. I think of the long shots, maybe the 7 on the outside is one of your long shots, but I don't think for a win candidate. I just think a 3-year-old might be a better proposition than an older horse in this race.
4 minutes away from this 3rd. We'll start a middle pick 4 when we come back. Nilrook will today be the day putting the blinkers back on for trainer Bruce Brown. Stay with us.
For over 150 years, the Kentucky Derby has stood as the most enduring tradition in American sports. And in our time, one stallion is reshaping its legacy. Back-to-back Derby winners. His first son at stud siring another. A dynasty in motion. A motion that again has forward momentum toward Louisville, with another elite crop of 3-year-olds bearing his genes. Spendthrift Farm, home of Into Mischief.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
The Big Cat, as it has come to be known, is the jewel in the crown of California racing, as some of the all-time greats have showcased their brilliance in the shadow of the San Gabriel Mountains.
Locked is let loose, and he moves to the front with a furlong left to go, and it's lights out. He's pouring it on, but it's all about Locked, and Jose Ortiz dominating the Big Cap, cruising home to an effortless 8-length romp.
Back with you on our Saturday coverage. You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2, and that's a look at the current favorite. Wow. Favorite on the X Factor here, a horse who's never been on this surface. 2 starts on turf, dirt debut coming up. Let's go downstairs to Sarah El-Badwi for more.
And with that even betting board, this one has defaulted to favoritism. The number 2, Her Sugar Baby, a horse who is trying the surface for the first time, as you mentioned. And there's plenty of pedigree to suggest that this one will be able to handle the surface switch as well as the drop in class, as McLean's Music, the sire, not generally one you think of and associate with great turf router success, of course being that accomplished dirt sprinter himself. The Dam's one win, a mile on the dirt, Half Siblings lone win, going a mile on the dirt, and today we are going a mile on the dirt. So perhaps this one will just find this field as well as this surface to his liking, and that might be enough in a spot like this. But with such an even betting board, if you want a big price to use underneath, the number 5 Gone Boy is a horse who is dropping in for the maiden claiming tag for the first time after 5 starts, and to be fair, hasn't really done much running in any of those 5 races, but first time out, finishing behind a horse named Omaha, who is multiple stakes placed. And then if you look at his 3rd race, he's finishing behind a horse named Captain Cook, who would come back to win our Withers Stakes and then finish 4th as your favorite in that Wood Memorial. So certainly getting quite a bit of class relief and could outrun those 18-1 odds. On top, I did go to the number 4 for the Wayne Potts Barn, who had a great day of success the other day. Limits of Power, just thinking that this one could be forwardly placed in here. He was far back last time out, and I think that he was ridden for speed out of the gate, going that 1 1/8 distance back on March 2nd, but some other horses in that spot just a little bit quicker than him early. But then on the turn, he really got shuffled back, far out of position in there. I'm drawing a line through that race and hoping that he can be a little bit more forward like he was in some of his prior efforts, going back after that race on the past performances, and some of those do put him in the mix at what is at least not favoritism. Greg?
Sarah, thank you. Here we go. So middle pick 4 sequence coming up in this third as they make their way to the gate. And again, it's those inside 4 that are attracting all the money and really hard to separate on the board.
It really is hard to separate all 4 of these geldings and colts in here. Well, they're all geldings, to be honest with you. But yeah, the 6 would be the other horse in here, Mano y Mano. But I prefer the 3. I can understand where everybody's going. The 2 could blast this field. You just don't know on the drop in class. And the 4 could be a new horse with a new gelding. I just think if the 3 can get back to where he was, it's just 3 starts ago. I think sometimes we draw a line through horses and, you know, we have 1 or 2 bad starts, but 3 starts ago, this horse would be favored in this field. You know, the 2 was 44-1 and 48-1 in the 2 starts. You know, the 1 last time out was 9-1 in a really weak field. If you look, the 3's been the one that's been truly bet at this level, has not performed well, but if he can get back to where he was, I think he's going to be tough.
And the 4, again, this is one who was just a few starts ago shown sprint speed. So will Christopher Elliott try and utilize that again today and take command early in this race? We did not see that at all. Got bumped a little bit early last time, not going long, but was forward in a mile race 2 back. Was forward sprinting 6 furlongs before. So this is right here the one who could be the quick of the quick for Wayne Potts. New gelding. As we get set for the 3rd, let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Boy. Mano y mano. Belmont Union. Last to load to the outside. And in. All set. And they're off. Good speed from Mano y Mano towards the far outside. Also right there is going to be Gone Boy, and Gone Boy has got a neck advantage. Joining the early leader here towards the inside, that's going to be Her Sugar Baby, is now a shared 2nd and 3rd as Mano y Mano moves up to the outside of that rival now. Nilrook is out in the center of the racetrack as they come out of the chute, is now in a shared 4th and 5th with Prairie Dunes and the 2 at the back. Belmont Union is second to last with Limits of Power, the trailer. 22 and 4 for the opening quarter mile. They're chasing Gone Boy. Gone Boy is up by a full length and a half, almost 2. In the clear, there's Her Sugar Baby, ready to pounce here from second, just patiently ridden by Kendra Carmouche, is just loping right along as Gone Boy is in front, is still up by 2 lengths. At the rail, here comes Prairie Dunes and Jose Lescano. They want to move closer, 3, 46 and 1 half mile time. Nilrook gets the cue, is right there in 4th, is shoved along. Dropping back was Mano y Mano. Then comes Belmont Union, and far, far back, the trailer, Limits of Power. Gone Boy is 23 to 1 and running the field off their feet right now. It's Gone Boy who approaches a quarter mile left to go and is up by 5, almost 6 lengths. Gone Boy might just be that. Reaches the top of the stretch, and Gone Boy is trying to finish the job right now. Gone Boy is up by double-digit lengths here, approaching a final furlong. Gone Boy just keeps sprinting away. Gone Boy has a 16th left to go, was intent on getting to the front. Yadiel Zambrana. Gone Boy, indeed, at 23 to 1. Belmont Union up for second, then came Her Sugar Baby, followed by Prairie Dunes in 1 minute 36.27 seconds.
Gone Boy lives up to his name here. This was a major surprise. 23 to 1. Had not hit the board 5 prior starts, but does drop in for a maiden claiming tag for the first time.
And the biggest drop in class is usually that, from maiden special weight to maiden claiming. And the Son of Improbable just got to the front end and just kept on going. Was your longest shot on the board, and will pay almost close to $50 to win.
Coverage moving over to FS1. Here in just about 5 seconds. We'll continue and see you right over there after this.
Oaklawn Park, we're nearing the end of the meet here in Hot Springs, Arkansas, but we're not done yet. Trainer Safi Joseph Jr. is sending out Skippy Longstocking in the Oaklawn Handicap today, as that horse will try to defend his title. He's 1 for 1 here at Oaklawn, and he's taking the same path as last year. Perhaps standing in his way, though, is First Mission, looking for the first win of his 5-year-old season for the always dangerous team of Godolphin and Brad Cox, as Brad will also send out Instant Replay today, who's 4 to 5 on the morning line in today's Bathhouse Row, trying to punch his ticket for the Preakness Stakes. He'll be ridden by Flavian Pratt, who's aboard the morning line favorite in all 3 of the stakes today, including Quantum Burst in the Valley of the Vapors. Could be a fruitful trip for Flavian, as that filly won by open lengths at Colonial with him aboard last time out. Is that enough action for you? Well, we've got plenty of excitement coming up today at Oaklawn Park on America's Day at the Races. Thanks for spending your Saturday with us as we look at yet another great crowd here in Hot Springs, Arkansas at Oaklawn Park. Plenty to look forward to. I'm your host, Acacia Clement. Welcome to our FS1 viewers. As of course, we're looking ahead to that Oaklawn Handicap for the older horses, the division that last year maybe was wanting a little bit. Looks like top to bottom, the older horses could be a stronger group this year, and we'll see if anybody out of the Oaklawn Handicap today can make their mark moving forward into some of those big graded stakes down the line. 4-year-olds and older, 1.25 million, grade 2, mile and an eighth. As we take a look at the field here, and I welcome in my co-host, champion jockey Richard Migliori. Richie, looks like a relatively evenly matched group in a division that has been pretty wide open.
It would almost be no surprise if anybody won this race. I guess Go West Go is the horse that's stepping up in class the most and would have the most to prove, but everybody else is, I think, fairly consistent, show up. I think we've got a nice blend of speed and closers. I don't think it's going to be a crazy pace like the Essex, but I do think it'll be a legitimate pace. And I agree with you. It just feels like this year's older horse division is taking shape as a much better division than it was last year, particularly with the return of the 3-year-old crop from last year now coming back as 4-year-olds.
We'll see the likes of Fierceness back on track, and we'll see what he can do stepping forward. Then you have some older horses that have stayed in training as well. Today, though, we'll get a chance to see the rematch of the top 3 finishers from the Razorback here at Oaklawn. Back in February, was won by Alexander Helios for Saffie Joseph Jr. But this was a day, Richie, when you really wanted to be forwardly placed, and it was kind of these 3 around the track.
Yeah, I mean, there was never much separation. They just were all kind of slugging it out throughout. One thing you learned about Alexander Helios, he is a battler. Here is Tyler Gaffalione aboard, who unfortunately is injured, but he picks up Luis Saez, who I think is the right kind of fit for a horse like this, a rider that, you know, is better with free running types. And those 2 put on quite a show that day. But, you know, now they got to deal with some new shooters as well. And I think Steve Asmussen's well represented, and obviously Skippy Longstocking.
Skippy Longstocking, who won this race last year, taking the same kind of path into this year's Oaklawn Handicap. An 8-time graded stakes winner, originally purchased as a 2-year-old for $37,000.
A bargain, $37,000, now over $3.4 million in earnings, and he's just such a neat horse, and he's versatile. You know, he has speed, but he's versatile.
As we welcome in Maggie Wolfendale to the program, not only is Skippy Longstocking versatile, Maggie, but he's got a lot of personality as well.
Feeling of deja vu as I'm standing here with Skippy Longstocking, who's looking to defend his title in the Oaklawn Handicap. And it all started when Skippy was bought for just $37,000, and Saffie Joseph trusting his gut instinct and never doubting himself when he said, go ahead and buy him. And boy, has Skippy delivered, earning nearly $3.5 million. He's also a horse that likes to repeat his wins, as he's coming off of his 3rd victory in the Challenger Stakes at Tampa Bay Downs. But what the barn really wants, as we'll learn from Saffie Joseph a bit later in the show, is for Skippy to get a grade 1. We'll see if this Oaklawn Handicap grade 2 can be a stepping off point to finally achieve that now as a 6-year-old.
Skippy Longstocking, the 6-year-old in good form, coming in looking for his 2nd victory in the Oaklawn Handicap. Could set him up for some big things down the line. That's one of 3 stakes on the program. We still have races 3 through 12 to come at Oaklawn. Stakes action with Bayshore over at Aqueduct as well. Today's races, as always, presented by Claiborne Farm. And the Kentucky Derby is fast approaching. Your winning opportunity is here. Join Naira Bets now to receive a $25 free bet plus a $200 deposit match to make your Derby picks count. Enter promo code Derby25 and experience the thrill of betting at any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com, where your next big win could be just a click away. Richie, they're approaching the starting gate for race 3 here at Oaklawn. It's a maiden special weight. Taking a look at the field, another kind of wide open group. It's Avery's Mischief, tepid favorite at 3-1 right now for Steve Asmussen.
Yeah, daughter of grade 1 winner and millionaire Mia Mischief. This is her first foal. Last effort was very good. Coaster, I think, is a little bit interesting from the Ron Moquette barn, taking the blinkers off after getting very keen last time. And then you got a first-time starter on the outside taking money, Olympic Star. Look at the work 2 back, 59-3, best of 22. So this horse has been good in the mornings.
Pretty quick stamina building workout as well, as we'll see who gets the first win of their career. 6 furlong maiden special weight for the fillies. Track announcer Matt Dinnerman standing by live. Race 3 at Oaklawn Park.
Here's Olympic star going right in. We're ready to go. Well, we're not ready to go. And we have a loose horse on the course, so we're going to have to stand by here. Number 8, Spring Dancer, running loose on the course, trying to corral her. And, wow, what a great job by our outrider there to catch Spring Dancer. And good to see Rafael Bejarano's on his feet. So we're going to have a delay here into this race. Spring Dancer went about a furlong, was caught by the outrider here. And number 1, Summer Travels, was the one who also broke through the front of the gate. So stand by for more. For now, though, we will stand by.
At race number 3, and there is Rafael Bejarano on his feet, which is great to see. And you heard Matt Dinnerman say that the 8 Spring Dancer was apprehended by the outrider, but it started, Richie, when Summer Travels popped open the front of that starting gate. I often joke at the gate, especially with young and inexperienced horses, they're like Christmas lights. One goes out, they all goes out. It causes a chain reaction.
I think it's a great way to explain it. And horses hear the other horses hit the doors, and they react thinking, oh, the brake's coming, and that carries them through the doors. I tell you what, Rafael Bejarano was very, very lucky because he was in a precarious position. He came off the back of Spring Dancer. And she could have easily kicked him in the position he was in. He had no choice. The way she lunged, he basically lost his balance and came out the back. Just really fortunate. And the outriders do such a good job here. Really good outriders. And they got really good outriding horses to ride. You know, they're such a partnership between the gate crew and the outriders. They do so much to protect horse and rider.
The outriders essential to a safe and functioning racetrack. We will keep you updated on what will be taking place in race 3, but they've backed everybody out of the gate and will reload. We'll keep you posted, but first we head back over to Aqueduct. Welcome in Greg Wolf and Paul LaDuca. Hey guys.
Hello, thanks. Yeah, while we have a moment, let's look ahead to the feature here in New York, still to come. That's for 3-year-olds, the Bayshore. 7 furlongs coming up, and we'll see the New York-bred Moplex get back to work for his second start of his 3-year-old campaign. A graded stakes winner against Open Company, obviously, at Saratoga last year as a 2-year-old.
Yeah, he's had 6 career starts, 3 wins, a second and 2/3. He's never missed the trifecta, and he always gives his best effort. And this was last time in the Gander. He was kind of in a fight with National Identity on the front end, and you're going to watch Soon to Be King, who kind of comes up the rail and catches them both to 4. And it was Moplex's first start since October. You would think he would get better out of this start. And, you know, he didn't have the best of beginnings, and it might have took the starch out of his finish. And I think he'll be a really tough customer today.
And that was off a 4.5-month layoff. You can see very little separated the top 3 in that race. So start number 2 with a slight turn back in distance today in the Bayshore for Moplex. Manny Franco will be aboard. Then a couple of out-of-town horses who look very intriguing, who come in with perfect records on the rail, and Pascaline and then Faster Gator.
Yeah, Pascaline for Arnaud Delacour and Kendrick Carmouche. These are old Maryland connections to go back to. And this horse is 2 for 2 lifetime with a win at Colonial and then winning the Laurel Futurity. And then Faster Gator, who I like a little bit, got the Lasix on last time and blinkers, and was really good for Anthony Ferrier and Arnaldo Bocachica. Usually we see Anthony Ferrier and Arnaldo Bocachica over at Charlestown, but they got a nice one here. Sometimes they'll run someone on the Maryland circuit. But this son of Acoma's had 2 starts. They decided to make a chain, put blinkers on, and the horse got even better. So I think, you know, these horses grew up overnight, Greg. I think the 3 might have grown up overnight and might be really tough along with Moplex. Incredibly
fast race in respect to the rest of these in here, but it was at 5.5 furlongs. Yeah. Can that translate going 7 today? We will find out in the Bayshore. Let's go back to Hot Springs.
Thanks, Greg. Yeah, we have a delay going on here behind the gate in the 3rd. They have untacked and listed that the 1 Summer Travels is a late scratch. I'm not sure what exactly is taking place yet with the number 8 Spring Dancer, but they have moved the numbers over, so I am assuming that the 8 Spring Dancer is a late scratch, though we have not officially been notified of that yet.
No, we haven't got an official notice, but both the 1 and 8 numbers are off of the starting gate, so the assumption I think is pretty clear. And they both are horses that showed speed. So does that help anybody in here? If you're trying to readjust your handicapping on the fly here, I think it certainly helps a horse like Rational Theory, who should be committed to being forward.
And track announcer Matt Dinnerman now officially announcing that the 1 Summer Travels and the 8 Spring Dancer are late scratches. Here, as you actually see in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, right above the 3 number, that is the 1 Summer Travels, who is being held by one of the lead ponies. I have to say, she's behaving very well, just kind of standing and waiting, as is the rest of this field. From a rider's perspective, well, you're waiting because they have to get these scratched horses off the track before they can load everybody else back into the gate. What are some things you can do to keep your horse calm in this situation?
Well, like you said, though, everybody seems to be handling this delay very, very well for young horses. But I used to kick my feet out of the irons, let horses feel your leg on them a little bit, just give them a little more sense of security. Jockeys ride with much shorter stirrups than people that ride, equitation, English, Western. And the reason they ride with the shorter stirrups is to be more aerodynamic, to be able to hide behind the horse's head and neck and cut wind, and also to use their body weight when necessary as leverage, because these horses are very strong, and sometimes you need to use some of your body weight to keep them under control. So when you kick your feet out, it's almost like a signal to them to I can take a breath.
Loading process has resumed. You see the 2 jockeys, Ricardo Santana and Rafael Bejarano, who were aboard those horses that were a late scratch just hanging out. They'll get a ride back to the front side, but that's always not the best position to be in when you have to watch the race take place and wait there, but good to see they were both okay.
Yeah, especially Rafael. He really wound up in a very awkward position, so thankfully everybody seems okay, horses and riders.
Loading back in for race 3, this maiden special weight. We go one more time up to Matt Dinnerman.
Palace and Olympic Star. Waiting for Olympic Star to come up to the outside post. We're ready to go. Take 2. And they're off. Avery's Mischief was slow to go. Rational Theory on the lead early with Tempting Eve. They share the top spot, and Coaster is 3 deep right off of them. 1.5 lengths to Mom's Palace in the 4th position. 2 back to Avery's Mischief, who is a little bit slow out of the gate. Takes the second last spot from the first-time starter, Olympic Star, as they head down the backstretch. Tempting Eve, a neck in front. Rational Theory hounding from the outside. They're 1.5 lengths clear of Coaster running in 3rd. Shown More Rain as they go into the far turn to pick up the pace just a little bit, but she grabs a hold of the bit. 3 wide, getting a little bit closer now. Gap of 3 to Avery's Mischief. Olympic Star passing Mom's Palace, who drops to the back. Around the far turn, there goes Coaster on the outside, making her move to the front. Rational Theory between horses tries to hang around. Tempting Eve back to 3rd on the inside. The others need to get going. Avery's Mischief trying to rally on, gets to the outside. They're down the lane. Coaster has passed Rational Theory, and Tempting Eve, who begins to struggle now. Avery's Mischief trying to pick up pieces late, but with a furlong to go, Coaster opens up. She's 3, now 4 clear with Luis Saez, 16th left. Coaster, a runaway win to break the maiden here. It's Coaster drawing away. The daughter of Vacoma, 6 lengths ahead at least at the finish. 3-way go for the second spot. It got tight. Avery's Mischief, Tempting Eve, and Rational Theory.
Coaster with the win. Luis Saez in town today at Oaklawn, and trainer Ron Moquette gets his 2nd win on the Saturday card.
Yeah, Ron having a tremendous Oaklawn stand. Most wins he's trained at one meeting here, personal best. And the blinkers off helped Coaster so much. She was a filly that just got way too keen last time, basically running off. And when you take blinkers off, sometimes horses respond just by relaxing a bit more. And she got a perfect trip just outside the leaders.
She certainly did, and good to see she pulls away impressively here. That equipment change making a big difference, and it's funny looking at her. She is by Vacoma, a new stallion who has just been red hot since beginning. Such a good racehorse as well, winning races like the Met Mile, Richie. But he had a funny action in the way that his legs moved and the way that he almost kind of paddled. And a lot of his offspring, this filly included, do exactly that.
Yeah, absolutely. He had that paddling action, kind of swinging his legs wide. And meanwhile, she's kind of like straight and true, right, running through the wire there. And Vacoma's been a tremendous sire, really has, and a lot of precocity in his offspring.
A lot of speed, a lot of precocity, and this filly breaks her maiden number 6 Coaster with the win. Luis Saez in the saddle for Ron Moquett. Still to come, though, Skippy Longstocking looking to defend his title in the Oaklawn Handicap for Saffie Joseph Jr. Not just a fun name, but a fun personality on a talented horse that is in good form and looking to keep his streak going.
Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 55 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sire of yearlings in 2024. Curlin, the classic sire.
Hey, Ian, it's Greg Wolf. How you doing?
Greg, doing great. How are you?
Good. You can hear me all right?
Yeah, absolutely. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, you sound good. Where are you, in L.A.?
I'm in a sensory room in Q2 Stadium where the Austin FC soccer team plays.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah. When the time frame came in, I was like, well, I would never miss this, but I am going to be in a professional stadium.
Thanks for coming on. Appreciate it.
No, I appreciate you having me. Obviously, JK's and everyone else has always said great things, but, I get the most from JK, so this is really nice.
All right, cool. We're coming up in like a minute or two here.
You gotta be wired a little bit differently to hop on top of a 1,000-pound animal and run 40 miles per hour with an ambulance chasing you. We do a very dangerous sport.
American racing revolves around the Triple Crown.
There are trainers, jockeys, and the owners.
There is unbelievable money in this game. I just forced my way in. And I'm not leaving.
Some people look at us like we've lost our minds. Mike Repole spends $20+ million a year on horses.
We're in your little Twitter feud.
Just Mike's loud mouth that I get tired of.
I expect trainers to put the horse in the best position to win.
Good horse will take you all over the world. Our part's finding a top horse.
Trainers will be firing one jockey, hiring another. It's cutthroat. There's not much loyalty.
Make me look good, will ya?
Cars, motorbikes, you can press the brake. Horse racing, you can't.
I wasn't ready to retire. I'd rather die on a horse than die of boredom.
If you can win the Triple Crown, you're in the history books. You're a legend.
Tough trip right there.
Obviously, the prize money is huge. And there's a chance for the world to see who's really the best.
Welcome back to our Saturday coverage here on Fox Sports 1. You're watching America's Day at the Races. Sun shining here in New York. We're approaching the 4 minute mark to post here in race 4 coming up. We have a special guest joining us. You just saw the promo for Race for the Crown, 3 days away from a series that has this entire sport extremely excited. We're very pleased to have a guest on the program right now, executive producer of Race for the Crown, Ian Sambor. Ian, thanks for taking some time with us.
Oh, thank you so much for having me. I promise I'm more excited than everybody.
We're all extremely excited, and you can't not get excited, I think, looking at that trailer about how did this whole project for you come about?
Yeah, so, Box to Box Films is the company that does Drive to Survive and Full Swing and so many other great Sprint, so many other great shows, really, like most of the best sports doc follows. And they've kind of created, this genre at this level. And fortunately, they worked with the parties of racing to get this kind of lined up. And then they brought me in to run the show. But this is, Box to Box is just does unbelievable work at the highest level. And I believe that this show will certainly live at that same level.
What was your experience in horse racing before this project?
I had filmed for NBC at the Kentucky Derby, actually, back when American Pharoah won. That was for a different special. That was probably my only real experience as a producer in this space. But I've done a lot of shows. I did Shark Tank, and I do King of Collectibles for Netflix and some other shows. So in a way, it all worked out well. My whole career is kind of based on capturing people's biggest moments. That's the through line really in my career, and this fit perfectly into that. Unfortunately, the execs over at Netflix and of course Paul Martin and the execs at Box to Box felt that I was the right person for it.
I believe 6-part series, if I'm correct. And as you're going through filming this project, what sort of stayed with you the most? Your takeaways from this game?
Yeah, honestly, and forgive me for the background noise if you can hear it, but really it was the love for the horses was mind-blowing. I know you see it, but you really feel it when you're at the track. I think everybody that's watching this knows what I'm talking about, but I think a lot of the outside world might not really get it. So that's a big thing, and also just how all in everybody is, and what a kind of a tight-knit community it really is. So it's ultra competitive. There's a lot on the line all the time for everybody, but it's really a tight-knit community. I think perhaps more than most, if not all, other sports.
And some great cast of characters that it looks like are going to be part of this program that we all know from covering the sport every day, but. Our colleague, Jonathan Kinchin, part of this as well. How difficult was he to work with?
Well, he's
be honest.
He's a handful. He's a handful. Everybody knows. It starts with the hair and makeup with him. That's a 3-hour process. I've worked with the Kardashians before, and JK was just a little bit longer. So that was troublesome. But once it was time for cameras to roll, he's ready.
He rises to the occasion.
He does rise to the occasion. He's an unbelievable resource throughout the whole process, the easiest that there could possibly be to work with.
Well, look, we're incredibly excited about it. I think everyone who follows this sport is as well. So mark that date down on your calendar, April 22nd. Congratulations, and we look forward to seeing it.
Thank you. Congratulations to the whole sport. I hope everybody loves it, and it'll only continue to improve, hopefully, with future seasons.
We appreciate that. Ian Sambor, executive producer, Race for the Crown. Again, that debuts on Netflix April 22nd. We hope you watch it. We'll certainly be watching it here, everyone on the program. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. We have a lot more action coming up from here in South Ozone Park, New York. Pick 6 is next. begins in this fourth race. We're just a minute to post and a lot more on a big day ahead from Oaklawn when we return.
Bright future indeed. Bright future, the son of Curlin to win by 4. Bright future, Proxy, here's the line. Photo finish, Bright future.
Bright future, look at that. Bright future, the clash prevails.
Bright future, standing at Claiborne Farm. Grayson Jockey Club Research Foundation was formed in 1940 with a simple goal: to raise funds for research to enhance the health and soundness of horses. Since then, we've provided millions of dollars to hundreds of projects at universities around the world, leading to major advances in welfare. Our process of selecting and producing peer-reviewed research has become the trusted industry standard. And with your help, we'll be here for many years to come, supporting the health and wellness of all horses.
Say hello to Move. It's a one-horse race, very professional and very fast. Move, rolling home by 4 in fine style.
Muth, the son of good magic, coming down the stretch in Hot Springs to win it.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Back with you on the home of the 2025 Belmont Stakes, Fox Sports. Good to have you with us here on America's Day at the Races. As we get set for a pick 6 coming up, and you can play it right there through Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. As we look at part of it, odds-on favorite entry in here, Paulie, Duration, the experienced half of the entry, but the other half of the entry who was yet to race, connection's extremely high on his chances.
I have a feeling they're betting the 1-8 more than they're betting the 1, but at 3 to 5, this entry does look really daunting in here. Duration with a good race at Gulfstream Park, had run it on the turf here. I'm wondering, if Chad's thinking this horse is a better dirt horse than he is a synthetic or turf horse, because you would think turf around the corner, he'd wait. As you see Katie Davis, she's waiting for her mountain here, and she'll be aboard a long shot in here, the 3.
Her brother will be aboard this one. Yeah, the first timer, and this is the one who's getting all the hype here. Strategic Focus, Gunrunner, who's produced our recent Top Flight winner here in New York, headline numbers.
Yeah, and this horse has been working well in the morning. The way Dylan's been riding too, he's been riding so well. I just have a feeling this one is the runner in here, and if you want to take 3 to 4, this is a tough group in here. Hop Sing, the 7 at 7 to 2. Barb did not run bad first time out. A horse like Sturdy was in the Tampa Bay Derby last year. Obviously, it was a non-wagering event, but if you go back to his races last year, they're not bad. And he had one race as the favorite last time out, and maybe he can improve. So this is strong money on the entry.
Not easy to debut and win going a mile, and that's what they're going to ask is Strategic Focus. You have that other half of the entry, though, for insurance as well, as we take a look at Barb, start number 2, and a couple of changes here.
Yeah, and Barb was good first time out. I thought showed a little bit of speed. Now it gets blinkers on. Now we'll get Lasix. Romero Mirage was aboard first time. This horse showed some speed. Comes in with a blazing drill. I would think those with the blinkers on, 46 and 3. So that might enhance Barb. His speed, and Robert Watto and Mark Keller, the owner here, they've been a pair for a long time.
Meanwhile, Hop Sing you brought up for trainer Jose D'Angelo, 7 to 2 on a horse who's run 3 times, and twice he's at 80 or better in terms of buyer speed figures.
Yeah, he was in the same race as Duration, and Hop Sing's going to dead heat for second here with Louis Saez aboard. Now, he was a first-time gelding going into this effort. Did that help him, or was this his first career start as a as a 4-year-old was that the key, because he improved immensely. But his first start over a muddy racetrack was not bad here. So I think he's a major player. A lot of people will go, okay, from Luis Saez to Carol Cedeno. Carol Cedeno is very, very capable.
So here's the odds-on favored entry, and this is the half of the entry with experience for the reigning Eclipse Award-winning trainer Chad Brown.
Yeah, Chad put blinkers on this son of Matoli 2 starts back, and it's helped out.
Here's the highly regarded first-time starter for the same barn here, Outside Post.
Yeah, gun runner out of a Curlin mare, so Claravich stable with a powerful entry here.
The rail will go to Western Run, Shug McGahee, the Hall of Fame trainer.
3 turf starts, being assigned by Justify, and you can see how he's going to run on the dirt. His turf starts aren't that bad.
Long shot, first-time starter for Jenna Antonucci, who trained Belmont Travers winner Arcangelo.
Yeah, had to balance the books for Claravich and Chad Brown, balance the books in Newer Sire.
Speedy workout last time out for Quando, 0 for 11 though.
Yeah, I'm waiting for Quando to kind of wake up. He's got a 91 Beyer in his holster. He's got a couple races in where he could maybe shock this field.
Here is Sturdy, who has a couple of big efforts. That one real standout race at Gulfstream, but it was a while ago.
Yeah, but I have a feeling he might run better today with the blinkers going back on.
Barb, start number 2, and you can always put a line through a debut.
Yeah, and it wasn't a bad debut, right? 74 Beyer, decent, comes back in with a bullet work.
Hop Sing, Jose D'Angelo, second, beat a length with a big number earned last start.
Yeah, and I like Hop Sing in this effort. You're getting 3-1 compared to the entry. I think the 3 starts already beat Duration, but might have to deal with the other one in here. You're getting 3-1. I think 4 or 5-1 would be a little bit better.
Pick 6 begins here. Post time coming up in this maiden special weight, all trying to get that first win on the resume here in a 1-turn mile. Let's head downstairs. Sarah El Badwi and the hype horse, no doubt about it on the outside here, this debuter Strategic Focus.
Agree completely. One that is coming in for trainer Chad Brown, training very well up to this debut. Of course, that full sibling to Headline Numbers, who did win our top flight here the other day. And she did win her first race as well. So certainly some of that precocity too. And you're getting coupled with a horse who has good experience and has a fast race coming in as well with the Plain One Duration, a horse that really pulled his way up between horses last time out at Gulfstream and kind of ended up in that blanket finish along with the number 7 Hop Sing, who we'll touch on in a moment. The barn seems very high on the 1A Strategic Focus, who has all of the accoutrements of the pedigree, the half-sibling success, the workouts, the connections, and the $500,000 purchase price as a yearling. And so there's not a ton to knock about this entry, but looking elsewhere at a couple of other options, the number 7 Hop Sing was one of those in that blanket finish, and he was able to rate pretty comfortably in that start at Gulfstream. And he's had some stops and starts in his racing career so far, but that was his first time getting over to a fast main track, as his races first and second time out were over ones with some moisture in them. He ran well first time and was favored second time, did not show up that day, but one that's always been well thought of, and we'll see if he can pair 2 races back to back with efforts like the one he produced last time, where he was able to rate kindly, and he might have to do just that, because the number 4 Quando is a horse with an interesting work pattern coming in, who, as Paul touched on, he has that one big race going back a ways to Saratoga of last year. August 15th, he runs a 91 Beyer speed figure. You know that he has that good early speed, and while he was a speed and fade type last time out and didn't really show up with a good performance, finishing 6th, that was a little bit off of a layoff, and the workout pattern prior to that, very casual in the mornings. Well, since that race, they've really tightened the screws with him. He's one that has 3 bullet drills coming in, the fastest works of those going the distance for the day. Best of 62 on March 20th, best of 12, and then best of 133 last time out, going 4 furlongs and 47 in flat. So they're getting serious about this colt and possibly could show up with a better effort in here today. I did land on the number 7 Hop Sing as my top pick, but I think that Quando's a little bit interesting at a price. Greg?
So 9-1 on Quando, and again, it's tough to tell. We don't know how he did it in those workouts. It could have been all out to get those bullets and be the fastest work in the morning, but they certainly are trying to get him to move in the AM.
Yeah, the thing with Quando, well, you got 0 for 11, where there's other horses in here, like the 5. The 6 has only had 1 start. Hop Sing's only had 3 starts. The 1 has only had 4. So you've kind of seen what you've gotten from Quando, and you're wondering, is it going to happen again? That race was around 2 turns. The 1-turn mile, maybe not his repertoire.
And the interesting thing, I think, with Hopsing, the 7, he finally gets to build on a start here.
Yeah, I'm with you. He's had stops and starts. You make a good point. He's had a race every year, it seems like, and it's true. December 23, October 24, and now, you're right, gets back-to-back races into him.
See if it can improve off a career best last time out. The son of the 2-time Horse of the Year, Curlin. Entry 3-5 for trainer Chad Brown. Start of the pick 6. Let's go upstairs for the call. Chris Griffin.
Quando. Hopsing. Sturdy. Strategic Focus to the outside. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Right to the front, it's Barb from in between horses is going to flash early speed, and there's Hopsing to the outside is the gray. Hopsing and Barb. They're going to be 1-2, and they're well out there in the center of the racetrack. Then comes the entry. There's Duration with Strategic Focus. They're going to be at the far outside as now the 2 inside runners here. They're going to move on through as they come out of the chute and very tightly bunched. At the rail, there comes Western Run. It's going to apply pressure to Barb, and Barb wants to hold the front end. Romero Mirage, 23.38 for the opening quarter mile. Hopsing now gets the hurry up here from second. Patiently ridden is Duration, just progressing in the center of the racetrack from third. Towards her inside is Quando, and Quando's in fourth with Sturdy right in behind horses. Tightly at the rail is going to be Western Run. Strategic Focus, no choice but to be very wide here as they go into the far turn with less than a half mile to go. The trailer is King Lee. 46-1 for that half-mile time, and they're chasing Barb. Barb is in front, and Hopsing is ready to pounce. And here comes Duration. Manny Franco just cruising up on the outside. Duration is coming after the leaders and doing it very easily so far. They're approaching a quarter mile left to go. Sturdy is right in behind rivals, shoved along as Quando, and here comes Strategic Focus even wide, but is rallying on there. All over the place here at the top of the stretch, and Hopsing is trying to hold them all off. It's Hopsing who's getting very game here towards the entry as Duration's in between horses, and Strategic Focus with the wide rally now asserts, and Strategic Focus is sprinting away. Strategic Focus gets the victory. Tight there for second, give it to Hopsing to the inside of Duration, followed by Sturdy and Quando in 1:34 and 4.
First time out, never easy to win at a mile. Does it with a wide trip. This is impressive from Strategic Focus.
Very impressive because Dylan Davis handled this horse with care. I mean, the 7 got a great trip with Carol Cedeno. She did nothing wrong. Phenomenal trip, got the jump, but you could tell the 1A was just sitting on the outside, and it was just much the best. Sometimes when you're just wide and you got the best horse, you just get it done, and Dylan's just riding on a high. And another win for the Klarovich stable, who had a winner the other day, but this one, Gun Runner out of the Curlin mare's got a lot of promise.
Goes nearly a half second faster as well than experienced New York breds back in the second race. So intriguing first timer. Answers the bell on the debut for Chad Brown as we send it back to Hot Springs.
Thanks, Greg. We get ready for race 4 coming up here. Gun Party, the tepid favorite right now in this first level allowance, going 1 mile and a 16th, Richie.
Yeah, good inside post here. You get Keith Asmussen for his dad. Out of the mare, Karina Mia, Grade 1 winner.
On the Grade 1 Acorn. Here's the 2 Dance Some Mo, 6-1.
Yeah, you get Walter De La Cruz, who has consistently been aggressive. This horse probably have even improved speed today.
New Gelding, Darrow, winner last out.
Yeah, and you know, he kind of a horse that was running with the emergency brake on, stops and starts. Maybe the gelding will have this horse more focused.
Off a layoff, here's Joke Star.
Good form on synthetic, tried dirt once, was well beaten.
The coach, Dwayne Lucas, sends out Daily Grind.
Nice effort last time, and Nick Juarez seems to ride, to me, better for Wayne Lucas. I think the coach instills a lot of confidence.
Mambrino stretching out in distance.
Yeah, 2 for 2, but both sprinting. Justify 21% with his sprinters, 14% with his routers.
Another for Steve Asmussen. Here's Imperial Gun.
A horse that was trying stakes, was a runner-up in the Bathhouse Row right here last year. His comeback left a lot to be desired.
Mena, the 8 contender.
He's in really good form, and he goes from a 7-pound apprentice, and no disrespect to him, to a journeyman, Ramon Vasquez, who's riding well.
And big price, Black, White, and Gold off the bench.
Yeah, just a really tough post for a horse that's going to have to find a race a bit faster than what we've seen recently.
That's the field for the 4th here at Oaklawn Park. Again, Gun Party now third off the layout for Steve Asmussen, who sends out 2 in here. Currently your favorite as we head trackside. Maggie Wolfendale with us. Maggie, what are you seeing in this 4th race?
Well, Steve Asmussen, I think, sending out a formidable duo in here, as I definitely don't have any problems with your favorite in Gun Party. But taking a look at the other gun in here, that's number 7, Imperial Gun. Now, what happened last time at the fairgrounds, in which what I observed was that he was throwing his head straight in the air around the first turn with his mouth open. Then Jose Ortiz kind of let him cruise up into the race, and Jose gave him every shot. I thought, asked him to run, never responded, just kind of stubbed his toes into the ground and never really picked up the bit thereafter. Now, talking with Connections, they're scratching their head as well. They don't know what happened. He would have come back sooner after that effort if it wasn't for an ownership issue. From what I gather, the owner having trouble getting a license here in America or here at Oaklawn, but he looks fantastic. I'm going to try here with him, as also Connection saying that he's a horse that works so well in the morning. He's that proverbial morning glory and has yet to really see it through on the racetrack. So second off the bench, looks incredibly fit here, and I really like what I'm seeing from him. Now, he has gotten a little hot, but that's kind of what he's always been. That's well within his character of a horse that once he gets saddled, kind of knows it's time to go and really gets himself amped up. Now, moving on to a horse that comes back as a new gelding off the back of a win. And this is very Godolphin-like. They tend to geld their horses when they're ready to sell them. They'll put them in a digital sale or horses of racing age sale and geld them. They don't generally keep them. So I asked, why was Darrow gelded? And Connection stating that he's really badly behaved, that he dropped about 10 of their exercise riders, just lacked a lot of focus. And I will say, last time I saw him, when he broke his maiden, he was far more energetic in the prelims than what he is today. A lot more quiet, a lot more settled, but I don't love the fact that his top line with that gelding has kind of dropped away. That's something you'll see in the immediate aftermath with a horse being gelded, and it sometimes takes a little while for them to build up that muscle mass again. I do like number 8 in here, Mena, as last time out kind of chased the winner home, did switch back to his inside lead late, Acacia, but made a really nice impression here for Jordan Blair.
He's a contender. Maggie, thank you. And Richie, you have interest in Mena as well.
I just think this horse is in really good form. I think he's going to set up a good trip. And again, I think the young rider that rode him, Romero, 7-pound apprentice, rode him well, but you're getting a journeyman, Ramon Vasquez, and sometimes it just helps horses find their best. The 7 horse acting up pretty badly right now, Imperial Gun in the starting gate.
A horse, as you mentioned, not easy to handle there. Maggie talked about another horse who was a bad actor, Imperial Gun. He's off a little bit of a layoff as well and coming back. And then we do see the number 3, Darrow, that new gelding, touch reluctant loading. Now he goes in okay. We saw in the last race, that maiden special weight, how being in those close quarters of the starting gate can set some horses off.
Yeah, some horses are just a bit claustrophobic. Plus, think about the atmosphere. They're getting ready to go from a standstill to 40 miles an hour, so they're already fairly amped up.
And they train breaking from the gate in the mornings. They know their job. They know what this means. Look like we're just about in for race 4. Matt Dinnerman has the call here at Oaklawn.
Just in there settling down. And we're off. Mena gets the first call of the race. Darrow is prominent in the early stages. Here comes Mambrino to be part of the action on the lead. Jokestar there as well. Darrow with the lead as they go into the first turn run. Jokestar between horses. Mambrino is 3 deep on the course now, tucking over. Mambrino, Darrow stride for stride with Jokestar right off of them, running in the 3rd position. Mena a little bit keen, taking the 3rd position with Jokestar. Gun Party to the inside of him. Then comes Black, White, and Gold running on the outside within 4 lengths of of the lead in the white cap. Daily Grind is next. Dan Samo is second to last, and Imperial Gun gets shuffled to the back of the field. He's 7 lengths off the lead. They're down the backstretch, a contentious tempo, and it's a compact group here. The leader, Darrow, by a neck. Mambrino there on the outside has been hounding throughout. Mina, third now, a length off the top two. Then comes Gun Party getting closer. Between horses is Joke Star, another length and a half to black, white, and gold with Daily Grind as they corner. They're only 3 lengths off the lead, a joint third last. Gap of a length and a half for 2 to Dan Samo, riding the rail around the far turn. Imperial Gun has yet to pass a runner as they round the far turn. Mina creeping in closer. He's in the 3 path, comes looking for the lead with Darrow, who's down on the inside here. On the far outside, Daily Grind is unleashed. There he goes 4 wide as the early leaders start to give way. Daily Grind, narrow lead here on Mina, who tries to keep pace with him. Joke Star's coming down the center of the track with a ferocious rally, and Joke Star blew to the front. Joke Star drawing away now. He's 2 ahead. Now he's 3 ahead with about a 16th to go. Mina, Daily Grind second and third. Gun Party is next in Imperial Gun, but Joke Star ran 5th in the King's Plate on synthetic. He loved the dirt today. Joke Star wrapped up 1 for fun. Mina second, Gun Party third. Daily Grind was 4th.
Joke Star gets the victory. Richie, to look at his past performances, you would not anticipate a race like this. Maybe running on the dirt is what he wanted all along.
Well, he only had 1 try in the dirt. That was at Fort Erie in the second jewel of Canadian Triple Crown in the Prince of Wales. And he really showed nothing that day. This was a complete departure, and Francisco Arrieta just made the jockey race a bit tighter as Joke Star put in this huge run and won off as much the best. Complexion of the race changed quite a bit when Daily Grind made an aggressive, bold move around the turn. Mena was in a really good position, but when he came, it kind of ripped the race open, and Joke Star with the last run powered away.
Francisco Arrieta celebrating there with Joke Star getting the win. Let's go back to Maggie.
Total red boarding here, guys, but I know, Acacia, you and I thinking the same thing. This horse, on paper and physically, looks like a turf horse, but with his second start here on the dirt, wins emphatically. And guys, he's one of those horses that I just kept watching in the paddock thinking, man, I'd love to ride this horse. I'd love to gallop him. I mean, he looks so good, and he's enormous. So you can see why they tried those really long distances with him, and of course, being an Ontario bred. But wow, this was a big breakthrough performance for this guy, son of Practical Joke, on the main track.
A big effort here from Joke Star, and kind of an interesting pedigree. Yes, an Ontario bred, so you take a stab at that Canadian Triple Crown by Practical Joke out of a Star Guitar mare. Very interesting.
Yeah, kind of a pedigrees coming from all different directions,
That's right?
The Louisiana bred Star Guitar. This was a powerful performance. I actually, when I was handicapping the race, in case you thought, well, they're probably getting a run into them before they head back to Canada when their racing starts on synthetic. Well, that wasn't the case. Joke Star, the choke was on us.
Yes, it was. Well said. I'm stepping aside for a couple of races. They'll be back in a little bit, but Lafitte Pincay coming up on the desk to take you the rest of the way as far as America's Day at the races is continuing here. And we'll see if Skippy Longstocking can go back-to-back in the Oaklawn Handicap. That's still to come and plenty more action. Stay with us on America's Day at the races.
Twirling Candy, proving Lane's End's stallion-making tradition. Twirling Candy has seen success on the track and in the sales ring, siring multiple Grade 1 winners and millionaires including Exalted, Ice Cream U-Screen, AG Bullet, and Walkathon, and reaching 7-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales. Twirling Candy, a leader of his generation.
Crowd stunned. Joke Star, $36 winner in the fourth. You're watching America's Day at the Races. Overcast here in Hot Springs, but a stellar day of thoroughbred racing as from the infield we welcome you in alongside champion jockey Richie Migliore. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. Still have 8 races ahead, 3 of them stakes races. Richie, like as we start to get closer to the headline events, like take us inside the jocks room. What's the atmosphere like in there right now?
Yeah, I mean, there's always a buildup and anticipation. You can feel the kind of pressure cooker, building that pressure. And it's great when you're riding a lot because you just don't have time to sit and overthink things. You've already done your preparation. Just getting a good rhythm. Francisco Arrieta's in a good rhythm.
He's been in a rhythm for like a month and then some. And when you're winning on horses that don't necessarily figure, where did that come from? Joke Star at a big price and a major upset and a lot of smiling faces in the winner's circle. How do you do it?
He just sat back and came with this big run. The 5-horse Daily Grind made this aggressive move, and he just kind of followed in that wake and tipped out to the clear. Look how much bigger he is than every single other horse in the field. It's obvious on screen. He's probably got a hand being 4 inches, so he's got a good 4 inches on pretty much all his rivals. This was a powerful performance in his second try ever on a dirt course.
Yeah, might see a little more dirt racing in his future. Joke Star, 36-20. Francisco Arrieta, the slugfest continues atop the rider standings at Oaklawn. Could this be a sign of things to come? Could we see more upsets in the latter part of the Saturday program, Oaklawn Park? Only time will tell. America's Best Racing's Race of the Week. What else? $1.25 million Oaklawn Handicap. Older horses, the most significant race for older horses here at Oaklawn. 8 deep, and there will be a title defense. Skippy Longstocking, number 4, 5-2, second choice. He's a great story, has that catchy name, and when Daniel Alonso purchased him back in 2020, a very inexpensive purchase, there's no way he could have imagined that he would have reached these heights. And for his trainer, Safi Joseph, though, this particular journey with Skippy, it's meant a lot more than the money earned.
Skippy Longstocking, he's easy on the trap, very willing horse. He's kind of a workhorse that does as much as you want or as little as you want. If you put him on a slow horse, he'll work just head and head. If you put him on a fast horse, he'll keep up. He's pretty easy, plays with you. He won't bite you savage usually, but he'll nip you just to let you know he's there, and we kind of have a bond in that aspect. He likes to play, he doesn't bite hard. He's done a world of good for me. When we lost White Barrio, he became our best horse in the barn at that time. And obviously we got White Barrio back. But Skippy stepped up to the plate and really delivered. He climbed the ladder by just being consistent, and that's why he's become one of the top handicap horses in the country. Owned by Daniel Alonso and his dad, it's both of them own the horse. We were at a sale one time, they wanted to buy a buyback horse, and they said, come and see this horse. So they brought him out of the stall. I said, that's the horse? I said, yeah, buy him. I said, let's take a chance with $37,000, and the rest is history.
And we're off in the Oaklawn Handicap. Skippy Longstocking, second, the Safi Joseph Jr. entrance, 1-2.
Jose was able to sit in second, got a beautiful trip.
And Skippy Longstocking skipping home to a big win in the Oaklawn Handicap.
He won very impressively. It was a cooler day. He is a horse that he's striving when you get a cool kind of climate. We kind of keep the same race schedule on him every year because it's worked.
White Barrio is opening up with 1/8 of a mile to go. Back to second is Stony Crown, Skippy Longstocking, and Locker next.
This year he actually ran well in the Pegasus. He was third behind White Barrio and Lock.
It's Skippy Longstocking, makes his annual visit to Oldsmar, another winning one, takes the challenger by a length.
Tampa, we won the race twice, so this year that we ran it and then again and he won. He broke the track record this year. So he's coming into the Oakland Handicap in his best form, basically. I would like to get a grade 1 on his resume. I feel like it's our duty to hopefully get him a grade 1 for all he's achieved for us. We bought him for $37,000 and he's made over $3.4 million, so we feel like there's nothing more he has to prove to us. The journey is just amazing, and hopefully long may it continue.
He's been a fun horse to follow, and for trainer Safi Joseph, and potential history here, and that all the years of the Oaklawn Handicap dates back to the mid-40s. Only 2 horses have won multiple editions. Skippy Longstocking trying to become the 3rd later on this evening.
Yeah, I mean, which is a huge stat in itself, and you'd have to go back to 1965, the last time it happened. So I actually was alive. I was born. But that's a long time.
That was a while ago. What will he do this afternoon? Skippy Longstocking, and 3-time challenger winner at Tampa, winning this race from that outside post last year. How would you assess his form, 2024 Skippy versus Skippy today?
I actually think he's coming into this Oaklawn Park handicap in better form than he was last year. Not that it was bad last year, but his third in the Pegasus World Cup was good. Then his prep in the Challenger at Tampa Bay was very good. And I like horses coming out of preps at Tampa. They just seem to respond well to that racetrack and get a lot of foundation. He couldn't look any better from what I can see.
Jose Ortiz last year, brother Arad to ride Skippy Longstocking later on this evening. You'll see the Oaklawn Handicap right here on Fox Sports 1. Back to New York, coverage continuing from Aqueduct, who will graduate in this 5th race moments away. Back to Greg and Paul in studio.
Yeah, Lafitte, Mig, thank you. New York breds trying to get that first career win in the 6-furlong sprint ahead. And it kicks off the late pick 5 sequence. We'll begin with detail-oriented here in our post-parade for Gary Siaka.
Start last time out, ran 8th at 33-1. Jose Lescano will now take the irons.
First-time starter, next door, Carlin Contention. Jimmy Ryerson trains.
Yeah, there's like 3 first-time starters in here, and this one right now at 22-1.
There's the 2. Christopher Elliott, son of Stewart, won the first 2 legs of the Triple Crown aboard Smarty Jones. Trying to make an impact here in New York. Here's another first-time starter. This one for John Kimmel, expensive son of McLean's Music.
Yeah, and this one taking a little bit money for Whisper Hill Farm. John's had a couple horses. They've run some good races the last couple days.
Third career start. This is Sanzio.
Yeah, for Jimmy Ferrero's having a good start to 2025.
Big gate drill, and maybe that's the reason Photo taking all this attention for David Duggan.
Yeah, that gate drill was 3 back, 46-3, and should show speed.
This one has shown speed. Pandemic Hero for Jose Jimenez now.
Showed blazing speed, opened up 6 lengths in the blink of an eye, just could not have any stick towards the end.
In on it, this is career start number 9. Hit the board against Softer last out.
Yeah, he needs a lot of pace in front of him, but Lane Luzzy, who's been riding pretty high, will be aboard.
And Katie Davis on a first-time starter outside, Ducky Medwick.
Yeah, this one for Chad Summers, and like you said, Katie Davis, been working steadily, has a couple decent drills, and wide open board, longest shot being 22-1, but besides that, everybody's 7-1 to 5-2.
So a lot of attention on the 5. That is Photo. Let's go back to one with experience, though, and here is In On It, who the first 7 starts of his career, he was in at this level. They dropped him down last start off a long time away and actually ran a very good race, didn't get the win, but now moves back up in class.
I thought he ran tremendous in this race. He did not have the best beginnings. When horses kind of stumble or, they wrote in the denotation bobble at the start, he kind of like lost his footing a tiny bit. And most of the time they don't really finish. I like the way he finished in this race out in the center of the racetrack. It was his best race to date. It was his 4-year-old debut, which usually could be their best race. So maybe he's moving in the right direction. I just don't know if you want to take him at 7-2. I thought he'd end up being your favorite in here, but the 5 and the 6 right now are besting him when it comes to the board, at least. Where the 5 is right now.
Yeah, maybe he sees a little more upside, certainly with a new face who has that big work. But he had several races, this 7, that look like they make him a contender in this spot. Let's head downstairs to Sarah for more.
I did go with the number 7 In On It as my top pick in here because he's the proven commodity in this group of unknowns where you have some horses that are making their debut or are ones that have just started once, where he has had those several starts under his belt, and he is one that is also the lone 4-year-old facing 3-year-olds in the rest of this group. So another year older, hopefully wiser and stronger as well for him, as he is one that is coming in off of that career best effort, as was mentioned. He has the ability to not take himself out of things too early on from a pace standpoint, and I do expect that pace to be set by the number 6 Pandemic Hero, but it's possible that he's one who he did take that step forward last time, is just a horse that's getting to be a little bit quicker. He had a couple of races prior to that suggest that last race didn't just come out of nowhere, and we did see a couple in the body of that field return and run well in their subsequent starts. So as a horse who's likely to go off as your second choice, having that experience on the racetrack, I just thought that a 70 Beyer speed figure, one in the high 60s, might be enough to get the job done in here. But the one taking a lot of the wagering attention as favoritism did just shift over to In On It, the number 7, but right back over to Photo, the number 5, the first-time starter for Dave Duggan, going out here. Bullet gate drill a couple of works back. Yes, probably why this one is taking a lot of the attention that he is a Tom's Day Toffel who hasn't had a lot of success with his first-time starters as of yet, but there is a little bit of precocity on the dam side with this one. He is a half to a sibling who won her first race and followed that up with a third-place finish in the Busanda in her next start, as well as another foal that did finish second first time out, so perhaps this one just ready to go on debut. And then you're left with a lot of unknowns, and the number 3 Rhodey is also one of them. Seems as though this is a barn that can do very well with their first-time starters, taking a little bit of play on the tote board, and we'll see what we get from this one. Doesn't have quite the flashy work coming in as the number 5 photo, but it seems as though bettors have narrowed it down to these 3 in terms of the wagering, and I went with the number 7, In On It.
Well, In On It is favored right now. Yeah, going back to photo and that pedigree line by Tom's Day Ta. He's a horse who, for Al Stahl, got better as he got older. He was a major player in the older horse division. Stephen Foster winner, and unfortunately when it came to Saratoga and the Whitney, he didn't get out of the gate all that well.
Yeah, and the bottom side, Alphabet Soup, who got better and obviously upset Cigar towards the end of his career. Him and Louis Gatours went down to the wire and beat Cigar. Yeah, Photo's got an interesting pedigree, and you would think he's going to show speed. If he shows the same speed as the 6, does it set up for somebody like the 7 in here?
Can this 7 break cleaner than he did off that long time away, nearly a year's layoff in that return race that was very good that we showed you? As a result of that effort, and he'll get tougher company today and deserves it off that performance. Set for the late pick 5. Let's go upstairs to Chris Griffin.
Sanzio. Ducky Medwick to the outside. Hesitates briefly, now moving forward. Katie Davis and Ducky Medwick. Backs away one more time. Opening in the front of the gate for the 8. Is in, all set. And they're off. Very slow start for Rhodey. It's going to be the early trailer, is back there with Carlin Contention. At the rail, it's detail oriented. Sprints right to the front and out there in the center of the racetrack. Chasing from second is going to be Pandemic Hero. They're followed by Ducky Medwick on the far outside and just another 2.5. In behind them comes Sanzio, who's in another pack of 3, as here comes In On It, who starts to progress here from 5th through a 22-second flat opening quarter mile. Just behind them and in the 6th spot, that's Photo. The 2 at the back, Carlin, Contention, and Rhodey. They're the 2 trailers. 22 seconds flat for that pumped up, pressured opening quarter mile. At the rail, it's detail oriented. Still right there, continuing to give chase was Pandemic Hero, and Pandemic Hero has run on and took the lead. Ducky Medwick, though, ready to pounce, and Ducky Medwick towards the outside. Here from the back, trying to run on his Photo, and so is Sanzio. They're making up some ground. Ducky Medwick and a stubborn Pandemic Hero just won't give in. Ducky Medwick is trying to win it, a 16th left to go. Ducky Medwick is almost there. Ducky Medwick will get the victory at 10-1. Ducky Medwick over Pandemic Hero. Then came Sanzio, followed by In On It, who's in a Photo with Carlin Contention in 1 minute 11.33 seconds.
First-time starter named after, among other teams, former Brooklyn Dodger who won the Triple Crown back in 1937.
Yeah, Ducky Medwick did, and Chad Summers gets the W here as this son of Mr. Monomoy, who's gotten off to a decent start, 11% with his first-time starters, and just kind of put away Pandemic Hero. Photo had a ton of trouble, but was never getting to these horses. And Sanzio ran on for Louis Rivera here, but no doubt about Ducky Medwick. This horse goes off at 10-1. Your second longest shot. This is going to help out all your pick 6 players if you started with this one.
How many career hits did you have?
I had a little bit over 1,000. How many did Ducky have? Probably like 20.
2,471.
That's a lot of hits. I always tell everybody, what Pete Rose did, you have to have 20 years of 200 hits straight. Think about that.
It's incredible.
It's incredible.
Ducky Medwick, first time out. Impressive here at 10-1. Katie Davis for Chad Summers. And an upset to start the late pick 5. We'll get you back out to Hot Springs when we come back. Improbable luck. You're looking at start number 2 for the coach, D. Wayne Lukas, a speedy 3-year-old who'll break from the rail. Coming up.
the only colt ever to win 3 one-mile Grade 1s on dirt. Ran the fastest buyer of the year. That's him, 6 wide, streaking clear.
Here comes Cody's
2 more Grade 1s at 7/8. Here's his Forgo, also running a 112 bite. That's 5 Grade 1s all told. No other son of Sire of Sires Curlin has so many. They say, be careful what you wish for. We agree.
These New York bred foals represent many sires. War Dancer, Salamini, Honest Mischief, Central Banker. But they all have one thing in common. Starting in 2026, they'll be running for the same purse money as Open Company 2-year-olds at NYRA tracks. That's nearly 20% more than they run for now. Learn more about it at nybreds.com.
Selling the best. Fasig-Tipton graduates won more Eclipse Awards in 2024 than any other sale company. Torpedo Anna, Moira, National Treasure, Sierra Leone, Soul of an Angel, Straight No Chaser, Fasig-Tipton, eclipsing the competition.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back just in time to meet this field of 3-year-old really good maiden sprint about to unfold. A pick 5 about to get started. Purse, $110,000. And Improbable Luck drawn inside. There he is, My Racehorse, and they are betting 5-2, the current favorite.
Yeah, he ran okay on debut, broke slowly, but rushed up to make the pace and getting that My Racehorse money.
Faust, Count Fleet winning team, Heilig Broats and the Asmussens. The 3 is out. Tap Me a Song, then Fanatical. Louis Saez to ride Alexander Helios in the Oaklawn Handicap.
Yeah, horse that dead heated for second. He's really revved up on his toes, but he comes out of the same race that a bunch of other runners in here are coming out of.
Flawless Beast, debuting colt with 3-time Derby winning jockey Calvin Burrell.
The horse is taking a little bit of sneaky money, and the mare has produced 3 winners from 4 starters.
Town Hero debuted in the mud, kind of spun his wheels.
Yeah, coming out of that same race that Gateskeeper won.
Septimus, regally bred colt.
Regally bred, and maybe a little bit cold on the board for the pedigree and the really good works.
Stiglitz, Ramon Vasquez.
Ramon Vasquez really kind of got hot the last few days. Horse making his first start of the claim for Phil D'Amato.
Energized Godolphin, first time starting homebred.
Yeah, the mares had 3 false race, 2 winners. One was a stakes winner on turf.
Live first-time starter, Sports Hero.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That's the horse that actually had 3 to race, 2 winners, especially 1 on the turf.
You like 13 G's a little bit.
This was a horse that I was high on going into his first start. I thought he was just green, didn't really kind of get it, and then late in the race found his stride, maybe with that outside post race under his belt. He can run more to the horse I saw work before he debuted.
You know who was real good in her first start? The mother of Septimus, number 7, My Miss Aurelia, the 2011 champion 2-year-old filly. Won in her debut opening day at Saratoga, and every step the right one as a 2-year-old filly. Breeders' Cup Juvenile Filly winner, and this score, her first Grade 1 score in the Frizette at Belmont Park.
Yeah, Cora Nakatani on board here, and she just aired it out in this Frizette. Talk about precocity. Her first 6 starts, she found the winner's circle.
Untouchable.
Yeah, very good. Obviously a Breeders' Cup champion. And she had 2 foals to race, both winners. So she has produced.
But Septimus, relatively cold. 8-1, Winchell Thoroughbred, Stone Street. Septimus 7-2 on the morning line and overlay here. So not the kind of buzz sometimes these types of regally bred first-time starters, the type of attention they'll get at the windows.
A little bit hard to understand. Steve Asmussen's not a trainer that looks for his horses to air it out in the morning, meaning he doesn't want fast works. She's got a 59 best of 14, 59-4 out of the gate, a minute and 2/5, a minute and 3/5, and then comes back with 2 maintenance moves. She's working that quickly because she's talented.
Her father, Uncle Mo, sensational, one of the best debuts you'll ever see. My Miss Aurelia did her thing opening day Saratoga over a decade ago. What will Septimus do in his debut, Maggie? What is he showing you?
Ways to make broadcasters in horse racing feel old. Talk about their parents and when they debuted a decade ago, Lafitte. As yes, of course, I remember my Miss Aurelia as she was running up in Saratoga, and what a horse she was. Now, she has yet to produce anything of real consequence, though we'll see if Septimus can buck the trend as he, as you would anticipate, drop dead gorgeous. You know, those Stubbs paintings or, those paintings of thoroughbreds that everything is where it should be. Well, that is him. He's gorgeous. But with that being said, he also looks like a horse that would benefit from a bit more ground to work with. I know that he has been working on the quicker side, so therefore maybe Connections seeing that 6 furlongs could be within his wheelhouse, but I do think that he's going to get naughtiness. Okay, you just pulled a naughty move out there on the track. I promise he was being very well behaved in the paddock, though Darren Fleming, Steve's assistant, longtime assistant here, on his head throughout, so misbehaving just a touch. I feel like this is a starting point. Not that he can't win, but just that we're going to see better from him down the line. As we'll take a look at some other first-time starters, nice pedigrees abound here is number 9, Energize, son of Medaglia d'Oro. The dam, she was greatest stakes place going long. It's her first foal, but guess who her second dam is? One of my favorite mares. It's Tricky, who unfortunately her broodmare career cut short. She had one other foal other than this one's dam, and his name was Enticed. He was pretty good, and he's actually been a decent enough sire as well. Now, Energize, really focused, really kind of forward into the bridle. He looked incredibly fit, but you also wonder with that pedigree too, does he want to go longer? I like how he's been prepared by Mike Stidham and his crew. Just wondering, again, if 6 furlongs is just to get him started. Now, on the flip side, number 10, Sports Hero, son of Munnings, he looks like a sprinter. He is wearing blinkers first time. He's really kind of stout, short coupled, really round hindquarters. Looks as though he should be quick. Now, Flavien Prat took him away from the pony. He wanted to be naughty, but as Big likes to say, when they want to be naughty, get that good gallop into him, and he did exactly that, and now it looks as though he is behaving quite nicely, having expelled that nervous energy. He could be quick, too, as we'll also take a look at maybe some lesser-known Connections here. I may have told you guys the 6, I meant the 5 when I said that to you, but the 5 taking some money. That's Flawless Beast here, who ships in for Joe Duhan from Louisiana, and it's not that big of a pedigree. Granted, a half sibling, was a multiple stakes winning Florida bred, kind of at a mid-distance type. Calvin Burrell, a multiple Kentucky Derby winning rider, in to guide this guy in his debut. He is a big, strapping horse. I mean, he caught my eye as you look at him out on the racetrack. Look how much bigger he is than that lead pony. Just a horse that, in his debut, caught my eye. We'll see if he's any good. And then a second-time starter that is taking some money. I'm sure owning Connections has something to do with that, given Improbable Luck, owned in part by my racehorse. But one that was well regarded in his debut, bet down to 3-1. He bobbled a bit at the start from that inside post, then kind of sent up and took over, going too fast. When you have to do that, you're going too fast. You're not going to have enough left in the tank to finish the deal. Was flattered when by miles. Second place finisher came back, albeit to win another maiden claimer, though, with the 75 buyer. And I just like the way this guy was behaving. He seemed professional in his second start. Looks like your typical sprinter, looks solid, looks fit, as we do see that Keith Asmussen has parted ways with Septimus. Feet on the ground, though, still attached to him. He'll look to get a leg up here, Lafitte, and with your favorite in mind, Fanatical, he's guaranteed to win because it's the first time in his career that I haven't picked him.
So lots going on, Maggie. Keith Asmussen, as you saw, off Septimus, the first-time starter by Uncle Mo out of My Miss Aurelia. Another look at Fanatical, who is the favorite. Let's revisit his latest. 4th career start last month in the mud. Fanatical in a pitch battle, Richie, and Faust trying to close.
Yeah, I mean, he was in a pitch battle throughout. I mean, basically, fighting, slugging it out in between horses the entire way. They're leaning on each other, exchanging a little body paint there, if you will. But this was a very game effort. Which way does he go off that effort, though? Does he find more? Because this was a battle royale.
He had to dig. He had to fight.
Every step of the way. I mean, he wound up in a dead heat for second, so these two were basically attached at the hip.
And that was Gateskeeper with the ambush, who beat Fanatical and Faust. He resurfaced yesterday and ran 4th behind Coach Jimmy D in the feature here at Oaklawn Park. There goes Fanatical. And keeping a close eye on Septimus. I'm guessing Rockstar Mom and Dad, Uncle Mo, My Miss Aurelia, we didn't see a lot of that behavior before their career debuts, both at Saratoga.
Yeah, I honestly don't remember. I tend to doubt it, but he was being a bit naughty. Keith did a really good job staying with him for a ways, and then obviously he came off of him, but he hung on to him as well, so showing he's a good horseman as well.
First day on the job. It's all new. Septimus. See if he can focus once they get him in the starting gate with these 3-year-old prospects. That's the thing with these sophomores. Look, it's not. There's so much focus on the Derby, and rightfully so, but very often it's these types of races that produce horses that win these races that can do a lot of damage in the second half of the season.
Yeah, horses that make the Derby were horses that were precocious as 2-year-olds. At least it used to be that way. Now, at least precocious enough to gain points early in the year before the Kentucky Derby. And you get a lot of horses that just a little bit behind maturity-wise that catch up throughout the course of the year.
A handful of very good maiden special weight event today for 3-year-olds. Time for this pick 5, time for this 5th race. Fanatical, number 4, the 2-1 favorite with Luis Saez aboard. Matt Ditterman with the load and call. Post time for the 5th from Oaklawn and the undercard of the Oaklawn Handicap.
Sports Hero. Sports Hero coming up to the gate. Town Hero, post 6. Into the outside post, we wait on 13 G's, the second-time starter for the Chris Hartman bar. 13 G's, Rafael Bejarano rounding out the field, goes it. We're ready to go. And they're off. Faust bobbled a little bit, recovers very quickly. Town Hero has to steady off of heels, drops to the back. Improbable Luck showing speed from the inside post, strides in front by about a half length early. Fanatical runs in second. Stiglitz is third. The Gray Faust within a length and 3/4 of the lead. Gap of 2.5 lengths to 13 G's. Energized shuffle back to big midfield with between horses Flawless Beast. There's a gap of 2 lengths back to Sports Hero. Then comes Septimus, who's second to last, and Town Hero's at the back as they go into the far turn. Improbable Luck into the turn, the leader a half length from Fanatical, who's chasing hard from the outside second. Stiglitz 3 wide, getting closer third. Faust is 4th as the top 3 line up. He's right behind the leaders, getting towards the outside for the final quarter mile. 13 G's is next, and then behind horses is Town Hero. He's got to get going. 7 behind. Energized not picking up the pace. Looks like the sprint distance wasn't great for him today. They're down the lane here. Fanatical in front. Alongside is Stiglitz. Outside Faust has gotten a good trip to come and pick him up if he's good enough. 3 driving for the line with a 16th to go. Fanatical. Here's Faust on the outside. Between them is Stiglitz. Stiglitz is going to win at 18-1. Stiglitz pulls off the upset. Fanatical's second, Faust third, and 13 G's was 4th.
Driving finish in this 5th race. Oaklawn in the 4th. We had a $36 winner, Joke Star. And here, Stiglitz at a big price in between horses, 18-1 as he graduates in his 8th career start. Wow.
And in a battle throughout with your favorite, the 4 Fanatical, who was very ultra game inside, but Stiglitz making the first start off the claim by Phil D'Amato. And this was a horse that started his career 4.5 furlongs, stretched to 7, and then has never run less than 1 mile since. Now cuts back to the 6 furlong sprint distance, and by far and away the best effort this horse has ever run.
Did the start cost Faust the race? He stumbled, and in the end, comes up about a half length short.
Yeah, it's always hard to kind of conclude whether a stumble at the start really cost us the race. He worked out a beautiful trip after that. Of course, in a perfect world, you want it to go as smooth as possible, particularly at the break.
8-4, 2-11, 18-1 shot. Stiglitz breaks through Ramon Vasquez, Phil D'Amato, results, and much more as our coverage continues from Oaklawn Park. This Oaklawn Handicap Saturday.
And they're off at the Naira Bets Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornoch setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
And the field turns for home.
They're at it again. The two Belmont first and second place finishers.
Mind Frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornoch.
Dornoch wins the Haskell.
It will be Dornoch to win the Belmont Stakes.
Today's broadcast, not just about the racing, but for a terrific cause as well. The Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund, the telethon taking place out west at Santa Anita. 240,000 plus already raised.
That's tremendous, and I would ask anybody that has the ability to please donate to an amazing cause. And Lafitte, I'm always impressed with the former retired riders as well as the active riders getting involved and understanding the importance of taking care of our own.
And I make it a point to emphasize Thoroughbred Aftercare, and rightfully so. Here's a chance to give back to the riders, give back to the jockeys. You see the number there, 844-844-PDJF, more than 240,000 so far. We'll continue to monitor and update. Meantime, the upset here at Oaklawn and Stiglitz. What was the difference today? What was the difference in this victory, his first, as opposed to the first 7 losses of his career?
I think 2 things. Obviously, the turn back in distance had to help this horse. It showed very high speed earlier in the meet, basically running off with Francisco Arrieta when he rode him 2 starts back. And then he was claimed. Now, Donnie Von Hemmel is a tremendous horseman, great horseman, but sometimes the move to another barn is less of an indictment of the former connections, and it is just a different way of doing things. And horses respond differently to different tacks that trainers take. So obviously, this horse was very, very comfortable in Phil D'Amato's barn, and the turn back think made a huge difference.
A really good effort. Fanatical and Faust, hard to say if it cost him the win or not. It didn't help. He did stumble. He comes up half length short.
It couldn't help for sure, but boy, did he work out a sweet trip after that. And Faust, it almost seems just a little bit grindy, one pace to me. I'd like to see him stretch out a little bit more because it just feels like he's always unwinding his legs.
Stakes racing next, Oaklawn Greg in the late pick 4 next at Aqueduct.
It is, and here's a look at the leg that will kick it off here. 7 furlongs, allowance optional claiming field. Here comes our post parade. And we will start with part of an entry, Marsal Jose Gomez, a rider change, coming off an impressive win off a long time away.
Yeah, it was away for almost 12 months or so, 11 months, and got the W last time out. And see if this horse can repeat that effort.
Post 4 for the entry mate, Lady Mine.
Yeah, this one with Christopher Elliott and Jeremiah Englehart. No horse who ran 4th last time out.
All class. The 2 will break from post 6 for Linda Rice.
Yeah, and I thought that this entry would take a little bit more money. Been knocking on the door.
The other half of that entry, Sarir, breaks 3rd to the outside.
This one will be with Jose Lescano, as Eric Cancel will be on the other part of the entry.
6 to 1. Here's Maggie's Palace, Dylan Davis.
Maggie's Palace I thought was very interesting. Has some races to go to and definitely loves Aqueduct.
Spiteful Lily has become, wow, the favorite coming out of a very tough spot in a stakes race.
This one for Mr. Bond and Avanti stable, Kendrick Carmouche aboard.
Jackson's Dixie at 12 to 1. This is an 8-time winner.
8-time winner. Put blinkers on last time and ran a similar race the time before. This horse is in good form, this mare.
Best impression, can you make any case?
Yeah, I mean, the first couple starts were not bad, and you're wondering if this filly's grown up a little bit. It hasn't run well on dry tracks.
The Big Calhouna ran a huge effort last start to win by 3 lengths.
Yeah, it went into the Rick Dutrow barn, and the speed is improved even more.
And Grammy Girl, interesting as well on the outside for a good trainer in Horacio de Paz.
This is where I landed. I think Horacio got his first win. I think this horse can get a good trip from the outside and kind of, you know, set up shop maybe behind the Big Kahuna. Needs to get out of the gate. It seems like the gate problems have been solved the last couple starts.
2 wins, 4 in-the-money finishes for the 8, Grammy Girl. So the recent form strong as we head down to Sarah Al-Badwi.
She's just been able to be so consistent over her last 4 starts, really, and step up in class and step up to the plate while doing so for trainer Horacio de Paz, a horse that's really been in excellent form, as Paul mentioned, and she deserves every shot to face this kind of field and be a major contender in here towards the outside. And she's a tactical type as well, who doesn't necessarily need to be a part of whatever pace may unfold and can sit a nice stalking trip, and you are getting a fair enough price on her. She is one of the main ones as she cuts back very slightly from that mile to the 7 furlong distance, where she did have that 87 Beyer speed figure win as your favorite, defeating the Big Calhouna 2 starts back. She's one that you'd have to consider for any of your late multi-race bets, but there are a lot of horses to consider in this spot. Another one of them, the number 7, the Big Calhouna. Those last 2 races, big efforts from her, especially that one last time out, going the mile, a 90 Beyer speed figure for her. She was forwardly placed. She was able to win over a horse who came back to win very easily yesterday in Patty Van Twinkle, but we'll see if she can continue this upward trajectory she is on since going to the Rick Dutrow barn, and if she can continue to compete with the likes of horses that have finished ahead of her in the past, as right now favoritism's been shifting all over the place, but currently on her, the number 7. I did land on the number 4, Spiteful Lily, who is dropping in class from a try in the Broadway. She finished 3rd that day, a horse that does like to be forwardly placed and really hasn't thrown a bad effort, save for that one race at Saratoga where she was off slowly, her head was turned at the break. She really just wasn't able to establish forward position in there while caught wide the whole way. But outside of that, she's been a very consistent type. She likes to be forwardly placed. We'll see what Kendrick Carmouche does with her, as there could be some other speed in here. But that was a day last time out where the rail was the place to be, and she had a horse to her inside in Landed who was just a little bit quicker than her early on, was able to take away that inside position from her. So she never got over to the better part of the racetrack. So a little bit against the racetrack, and some horses either before that or coming out of that with higher numbers that suggest that that last race could be a good starting point for her to take a step forward and be a contender here. And clearly I'm not the only one that thinks so, as she is taking a lot of money. So Spiteful Lily for me.
Well, everyone seems to be on this 5-year-old mare right now, expecting big things here for her second start back of the year.
Yeah, and listen, Spiteful Lily didn't have Lasix last time because it was the Broadway. Gets Lasix on, maybe that would help. But there's the filly on your screen, Grammy Girl. They've taken the blinkers off in the last 4 starts. She's really improved. Now, maybe because she's a 4-year-old, it's really tough to tell, but 2 wins and a second and a third. She's been very consistent. And a couple of those races have been from the rail. I think drawing the outside is a bonus for her.
So 4-1, Luis Rivera Jr., who was aboard 3 starts ago for Horacio de Pazan. Grammy Girl gets back on. But there's your favorite in those red silks, Kendra Carmouche for the James Bond barn, Spiteful Lily. And she has the ability to be on the engine early in this race.
She does have some early speed. Her 3 wins have been kind of devastating fashion where she's been able to just take control and keep on moving. Now, she is a 5-year-old mare, and like I said, she didn't have Lasix face a tougher field last time, and she could be the speed of the speed. Depends on what happens with the 1 in here, the straight one who draws the rail. That horse has got some lick early.
Sarir and the Big Calhouna, the other speeds?
7, Big Calhouna for sure, yeah.
It was 7-2. Huge performance, as we mentioned, from the 7 last start. That was at a mile, so a slight cut back today for the Rick Dutrow Jr. barn with that 4-year-old filly. And there she is with Manny Franco. Competitive 6th race here to start this late pick 4. We send it upstairs. Here's Chris Griffin.
Lady Mine. Jackson's Dixie. Grammy Girl to the outside. Last to load. Grammy Girl moves forward and in. All set. And they're off. Good speed from the rail. There's Mersal, who's in the early mix, and also moving forward, there's Sarir. Sarir is now put a neck in front, is in between horses. Here's Spiteful Lily. Spiteful Lily is going to work on through and now takes command, is up by a full length. Make it 3/4 of a length. This backs off the tempo immediately. And here towards the far outside, there comes the Big Calhouna, is now ranging up as a challenging second. Sarir is in between horses at the rail tightly. That's Mersal. Following them, there's going to be Best Impressions in the blue silks, and on the far outside, there's Grammy Girl is now taking 5th. That's going to push. Best Impression back to 6th, and Jackson's Dixie's in 7th. Is towards the inside here, a snug hold on All Class. Nowhere to go yet. Is under a shove is Lady Mine towards the back end of the field, and the trailer, Maggie's Palace. 22.79 for the opening quarter mile. The half went in 45.33. The leader is Spiteful Lily. The Big Calhouna, though, has wanted to go throughout, and here comes the Big Calhouna. A quick look back here from Manny Franco, sees a host of pursuers, and now cuts the Big Calhouna loose, and the Big Calhouna sprinting away. The Big Calhouna is up by a length. Spiteful Lily battles on. Up on the far outside, Grammy Girl is trying to catch the leader. Also chasing is Sarir. The Big Calhouna was traveling nicely up the backstretch, is inside the final 16th, and the Big Calhouna gets the victory. Spiteful Lily holds second. Then came Grammy Girl and Sarir. Final running time, 1 minute 22.42 seconds.
She'd shown a little bit of talent in the past, but not like this. Rick Dutrow Jr. claimed her back in November for $50,000, and now back-to-back victories.
Yeah, she's just getting better and better. She beat a salty field here, too, because the 4 ran her race, broke right out on top. And the Big Calhouna, who's been a horse that's really never passed horses in the past. So this is a little bit of a new dimension. Kind of laid out there in the middle of the racetrack with Manny Franco aboard, and then everybody was in chase mode. The 8 in here, Grammy Girl, but the 4 really held sway. I thought ran a good race, and you got a good price on this mare. 4-1, and this filly, excuse me, and wow, she is moving in the right direction.
7-4-8-2, the Big Calhouna.
Look at that time.
Yeah, it's been quick times, but that is moving. 122-2. Up next, the Bathhouse Row. Winner punches their ticket to the middle jewel of this year's Triple Crown of the Preakness Stakes, and that will be, by the time the gates open, the one to beat. Instant replay. 3rd in the Louisiana Derby last time out. Let's send it out to Hot Springs.
Odds on morning line favorite Greg, but 5-2 second choice. Caldera 2-5 instant replay. What could be the start of a big afternoon for star jockey Flavien Prat. Instant replay here. Later, Quantum Burst in the Valley of the Vapors, and first Mission, the morning line favorite in the Oaklawn Handicap.
Well mounted, terrific job by his agent. Flavion's become like a gun for hire, right? They just get tapped to get on a plane and go to these different places wherever there's big races being run.
It's reached the point where we just expect it.
Yeah, I mean, it would be a surprise if he wasn't here today.
Flavien Prat. Instant replay. Third place finisher in the Louisiana Derby, as Greg mentioned, to the winner of this Bathhouse Row automatic berth in the middle jewel of the Triple Crown, the Preakness Stakes. Caldera, though, 1-2. For D. Wayne Lukas, we check in with Maggie in this Bathhouse Row paddock report. Maggie.
And Lafitte, while the horse that should be your favorite, Instant Replay, looks tremendous here, let's check in with the horse that is your current heavy favorite in number 2, Caldera, as he, of course, owned in part by My Racehorse, always killing the odds, but that's all right. They like to bet their horses, and rightfully so. But Caldera just lost all chance at the start of the Louisiana Derby last time out when he stumbled quite significantly, and Wayne Lukas, his trainer, stating that he grabbed his quarter quite badly and that it took a little time to get that cleared up, but he's back at the races. But couldn't have been that much time, as we are just shy of a month since he last ran in that Louisiana Derby. Now, he's a horse that his lone win did come when he was able to control. I don't think he's naturally fast enough to beat the horse to his inside, who I'll get to in a moment, to the lead. But he's a horse, too, that really looks as though mile and an eighth and further is going to be well in his wheelhouse. Just one of those horses that kind of gets out there and grinds away, able to click off those steady 12 and changes. It's just a very long horse, a lot of scope to his frame. Looks good here. We'll see if he can bounce back off of that disappointing effort. To his inside is number 1, Him, who is interesting considering that he could play out to be the lone speed in here, as we'll see what he's able to do with the application of those blinkers. And if you ever wonder why Connections apply blinkers, well, watch Him's replay of his last when he tried to stretch out. He broke well, and he decided to take back. Rafael Bejarano decided to take back, and he was kind of looking out, looking in, lacked some focus. He got up to the lead, threw his ears up, and just kind of wavered all over the racetrack. So really lacking some focus. Now, Ron Moquett and his team are applying just a shortcut cheater blinker. He is incredibly well behaved here in the paddock and now out on the infield. He's a horse I question how far he ultimately wants to go, though he has a pedigree that suggests he'll be okay. And I just question that because while he's a bigger horse, he's a bit more short-backed and short-coupled. Like I said, I like him a lot here on the day, and I think Lafitte Dynamics may play favorably for him.
Him, Ron Moquett, already looking for a third win on the afternoon. This Bathhouse Row Riders Up post-parade to the winner, automatic berth in the Preakness Stakes. That's next, the Bathhouse Row in 8 minutes. We'll be right back.
For over 150 years, the Kentucky Derby has stood as the most enduring tradition in American sports. And in our time, one stallion is reshaping its legacy. Back-to-back Derby winners. His first son at stud siring another. A dynasty in motion. A motion that again has forward momentum toward Louisville, with another elite crop of 3-year-olds bearing his genes. Spendthrift Farm, home of Into Mischief.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime, with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
They come on for the finish in the Pilgrim Stakes. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
General admission tickets are on sale now for the Belmont Stakes on June 7th at Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss your chance to witness the historical third leg of the Triple Crown. Get your tickets today by visiting belmontstakes.com/tickets.
Enhance your handicapping with AI Fast Facts, exclusively on Naira Bets. Open your Naira Bets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the Naira Bets app to start using Fast Facts today.
Influence of the first of 3 stakes races, Bathhouse Row. That is the Bathhouse Row, the history, the tradition, and all such a part of what makes downtown Hot Springs downtown Hot Springs.
We talked about it earlier. Lafitte just has such a Saratoga feel to it. So many similarities, especially with the healing waters. Now, we don't have hot springs in Saratoga, but we've got cold springs.
They're hot here.
Man, are they hot.
Real hot. Don't mess around. Bathhouse Row will meet the field of these 3-year-olds, mile and an eighth, $200,000 purse. As you look at instant replay, 4 to 5 on the morning line, currently 2 to 1. Caldera 4 to 5. And we start with him. And second to Passion Rules, Wood Memorial, third place finisher.
He was the second most impressive debut winner early in this meet, only to Cornucopian. I think he's been crying out for these blinkers, and you get Luis Saez, who does not get in a horse's way from that inside. Maggie might be spot on. He could be setting the pace.
Quick leaving the gate. Then Caldera, as Maggie mentioned, that stumble in the Louisiana Derby, and it really cost him.
Yeah, you could put a line through that, and he was beating the nose in the Sunland Derby, but isn't it a short price that My Racehorse Money, maybe?
Yeah, that's it. My Racehorse Money, indeed. Solid effort in that Sunland Derby, though. First division, a last in the Arkansas Derby in a field of 9. Tis Secure out. Pretty capable, and the first of 3 stakes mounts for Rod Ortiz.
This horse was actually more impressive on debut than the figure would say. Kind of running with the emergency brake on. I think he's still figuring the game out.
Hot Gunner, most experienced.
Yeah, a lot of experience. Comes off a nice effort in Houston, but buyer figure-wise is going to have to step up.
Impressive effort in the Louisiana Derby, closing to finish third instant replay.
Against Tistastic. Look at the company lines going further back. Sandman, your Arkansas Derby winner. Isn't it interesting, Lafitte, how he turned his style around? He had speed when he started his career, and now he's using his speed late in the race.
Tinkering, figuring things out, in case you missed it. Here it is, major Kentucky Derby prep race 4 weeks ago. Louisiana Derby, Richie instant replay. Big effort here, rallying, just starting to find his best stride and saving all ground inside.
Yeah, but you need a horse that has acceleration to make the gaps, and he showed that. Now he works his way out to the clear, and he's going in the right direction. Now he got a fast pace, and he had a mile and 3/16 to work with, but this was a big effort.
And finishing behind 2 Derby-bound runners in Tistastic and Chunk of Gold. Tistastic, he is in that second tier of Derby prospects at this stage, the Kentucky Derby 14 days from today.
Well, and the Derby prep race landscape has changed considerably. You never had a race over 9 furlongs. Here you have 9.5 furlongs, Louisiana Derby. And I love the way this Bathhouse Road is strategically placed in the stakes schedule. It really does, lend itself to a Preakness-type runner, a horse who wouldn't have points to get in the Kentucky Derby.
That was Florent Giroux who rode in the Louisiana Derby. Flavien Prat riding instant replay today. Do you expect him to be? How far back do you expect him today?
Well, I don't think there's as much pace signed on as there was in the Louisiana Derby, and Flavien is a rider that is extremely position conscious. So I don't think he'll be on the pace, but I don't think you'll see him that far back.
Bird's eye view, overhead at Oaklawn. Instant replay, 8 to 5, circling back to Caldera, who is 6 to 5 for now. 2 starts back, Sunland Derby, Sunland Park, New Mexico. Caldera giving Bob Baffert's getaway car all he can handle in a Sunland Derby thriller.
Yeah, he loomed up like he was just going to go right on by, and then the other horse battled. And sometimes the best thing you can do, Lafitte, when you get next to a horse that wants to battle, is drift away from him. Don't lean on him. And, this is what we talk about with Rafael Bejarano, constantly going at his horse right-handed. This was a case when you're getting to him with momentum, get at him left-handed and almost get away from him. It's like the old fight films. You see the trainer in the corner yelling, get away from him. I just think you give another horse an opportunity to get game and emboldened.
What do you think the approach is today by Bejarano aboard Caldera?
Well, I think I would have to hope that he learned his lesson in that race, that he's got to
needs to break today.
Yeah, and he needs, well, obviously that, but he also needs, if he's coming to horses, to be prepared and have his crop in his left hand to keep this horse straight. You could see he wanted to lean on that horse.
You know, it's one thing to qualify for a Preakness Stakes. It's another thing to be competitive at that level in a Triple Crown event. What do you make of the overall talent collectively among these 3-year-olds?
I think this is a very deep crop of 3-year-olds in general, and I think this is the best edition of the Bathhouse Row we've seen.
Agree.
You get a horse like him who's lightly raced but has shown ability. Caldera's already, shown he was battle tested and he was stakes placed. And instant replay, to rally the way he did in the Louisiana Derby and those solid connections, very well could see a Preakness contender come out of here, particularly that a lot of other horses get beat up in the Kentucky Derby.
How many Preaknesses has Wayne Lukas won? 5, 10, 16, 37? I forget. He's standing by live with Maggie.
I'm getting all the intel here, per usual, with Wayne Lukas. Wayne, I know you joked. You said, I don't know why I'm 15-1 on the morning line. I must have missed something there. But true to your word, 3-2 on Caldera. Talk a little bit about how he recovered coming out of that race where he grabbed his quarter.
Well, he's not 15-1, but he's not 3-2 either, I don't think. But we got a lot of backers here. We got a lot of people. You know what's unique about this race a little bit? The winner of this race gets an automatic berth into the Preakness. Isn't that great?
It's awesome, and you're well-versed in winning the Preakness.
Yeah, well, now going back to the horse, he came out of that. He caught a quarter when he stumbled badly in that last race, and he recovered from that great. And I thought that we could have got a little ambitious, maybe win in one of the Derby trials. I thought this is a better deal. Might work for us.
Speaking of the Derby, you were just telling me that American Promise, he put in a final breeze here at Oaklawn, and you're going to ship him yourself to Kentucky.
Yeah, well, we got 3 big bands taking the rest of the stable, but I'm going to take him myself tomorrow. He's getting the ride with my pony, Bucky, and just him, and then we're going to try to get him in there and settle him in. I'm at my age, they may not let me have another chance to win the Kentucky Derby, so I got to do everything I can.
Precious cargo. I highly doubt that. Really quickly, though, you also send out Princess Elia a little bit later, too. I thought a filly that, maybe lesser company today, she could be potentially dangerous.
You know, she didn't give us a very great effort last time. I was really disappointed in a race because I think she's a quality filly. I'm looking for a lot better race today. We have to have a better race. You hit it right on the head. This might be the spot. But she's got some talent. I don't know where she'll end up in the, where we're on the scale, but we're going to give her some chances.
Absolutely. Well, thank you, as always, for your time. Best of luck and safe journey to Louisville.
I'm going to be on the way early. I got a driver, though.
Oh, okay. So we don't have to worry too much.
No, I married her. She's going to be there.
She is the greatest, standing right beyond our camera. Lori, of course. But, guys, looking for Caldera to rebound here today.
Lori behind the wheel. Tireless Wayne Lukas. Couple of weeks trying for a 5th Kentucky Derby American Promise. There's Lori. Yeah, she's smiling now. Won that Derby with a filly, winning colors. He won with Grindstone. He won with Thunder Gulch, who paid $50 or whatever it was. A charismatic, a former claimer. And now with Caldera, who could qualify for a Preakness Stakes that he's won so many of as well.
Yeah, and one of the great joys of being here this winter for me was my conversations with Wayne, going by the barn, and we would just start digging into horses and topics about racing and horses, and his mind is still a steel trap. I mean, he just knows so much about the game. And I mean, we went so far back as to talk about breaking horses when we were kids in that process. And it's really neat too when he wins. Laurie, his wife, goes and gets kids out of the crowd to get in a win picture. He's still helping promote the game.
A new fan, and for that young individual who will never forget that moment entering a winner's circle with a legendary D. Wayne Lukas. Of course, he won a Preakness for my racehorse with Seize the Gray. Caldera here at 8-5 in the Bathhouse Row. Even money at post time, though. Instant replay towards the outside. $200,000 purse in a stall in the Preakness starting gate on the line. Post time for the Bathhouse Row. There's Matt Dinnerman.
We're ready to go. And we're off. Good beginning. Caldera asks for speed. Him is naturally quickest from the inside, though. He strides to a narrow edge early here. First division second. Caldera takes a hold third. Instant Replay right behind him. The two favorites third and fourth as they come by us for the first time. Pretty capable on a hold. A little bit keen, taking the fourth position away from Instant Replay. And Hot Gunner, the shipper from Texas, can see them all as they round the clubhouse turn. Him, Luis Saez, carving out the fractions in the bathhouse row. A length and a tail ahead. First division runs in second. Caldera third with Pretty Capable. They're even now. A length and a half to Instant Replay. He's on a snug hold. 4 off the pace and a gap of 3 to Hot Gunner as the 6 runners charge up the backstretch. Him rationing his speed today under Saez. 3/4 of a length ahead now. First division a little bit closer. Not going all that fast down the backside now. They're in a good gallop. Caldera third, perched on the outside. 3D. Pretty Capable stays on the rail. Then Instant Replay and Hot Gunner. So not much change in the order here as they approach the far turn run. It's him with a half mile to go. Length in front of first division. Caldera third, within range, 2 off the pace. Another length and a half to Pretty Capable. Instant Replay draws even with him, has 4 lengths to make up, space of another 4 to Hot Gunner as they round the far turn. Him a neck in front of first division, turning up the pressure. Caldera sent along, and here's Instant Replay, 4 wide on the scene. Those 4 coming to the top of the lane, trying to line up here. It's him who cuts the corner with first division, running a big one. Instant Replay being asked to do more, needs to do more as first division has a narrow lead. Him on the inside, fighting hard, holding the inside spot. Caldera third, not picking it up. Instant Replay as well, 16 to go. First division in front. Now Instant Replay is leveling off, and here he comes. Instant Replay, Caldera moving with him, but it's Instant Replay to win the bathhouse row. Instant Replay, he needed that whole 1 1/8 to get it. He got it, though, over Caldera, first division and him.
That late surge, finding his best stride very, very late. Instant Replay. Gary and Mary West, homebred for Brad Cox. Flavia and Pratt in the bathhouse row in a spot in the Preakness 4 weeks from today.
Yeah, I mean, people are going to look at this and maybe not think it was that impressive, but the slow pace had everybody kind of running in place around from about the 3.5 furlong pole till inside the 16th pole. And like first division took advantage, I should say, of an absolutely perfect trip. And he cut away. Him had every chance. Caldera looked like he was running in place, was able to get outside of first division, and he kind of followed in the wake of Instant Replay, kind of dragged him along. This race was better than it looked because of the slow pace.
Caldera seemingly re-engaging at the same time that Instant Replay really found another gear late.
It was almost like he was running in place behind first division, and then when Rafael Bejarano was able to get out from behind him and he jumped back to his left lead, in fact, Instant Replay kind of carried it, dragged him along with him. It was a good effort for 2 horses that were compromised by the pace scenario.
And we touched on, as you look at the drone shot right about here, Instant Replay. Yeah, it looked like he was running in place. It didn't feel like he was going to get there, and then all of a sudden, kicks it into another gear.
Yeah, he just kept finding. But again, I think that was more a function of the slow pace on. They went from a 23 and change first quarter to a 49 and change first quarter. Essentially a 26-second second quarter. That puts anybody behind the pace at a disadvantage.
Against the grain and still able to overcome Gary and Mary West. Instant Replay. 7-2-3-1 in the bathhouse row. Could be the start of a big afternoon. Flavia and Pratt takes down this bathhouse row, teaming up with Brad Cox. Results, reaction. And when we come back, we get closer and closer to the Oaklawn Handicap. You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 1.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Back with you on our Saturday coverage here on Fox Sports 1. You're watching America's Day at the Races. We just saw instant replay punch his ticket to the Preakness Stakes. Joining me on desk here in South Ozone Park, New York, Jonathan Kinchin. Good to see you. Our feature still to come in the Bayshore.
Yeah, absolutely. It's always exciting when you get these 3-year-olds kind of cutting back, right? Or a majority of their lives, everyone's got Derby hopes in the Bayshore and the Woody Stevens leading into the Jerkins in the summer. It's when people kind of say, oh, maybe this horse just wants to go one turn. So it's always an exciting start to when you get to see some of those horses you've seen gone longer go a little shorter.
Yeah, we'll have that coming up in race 8. First things first, the 7th here. This is a maiden special weight, 1-turn mile. And our post-parade begins with reigning Eclipse Award-winning trainer Chad Brown and a first-time starter, Market Timing Klarovich Stable Silks.
Yeah, $285,000 Lauban. I'd say that's on the higher end of the Lauban scale.
Yeah, sire that stands for $25,000. Here is Redouty, big pedigree. He's produced Drake's Passage, who's very good, but has not been able to get it done.
Just run really well 3 times in a row, but he's starting to kind of creep into that short price getting beat area.
3 straight runner-ups, including to his stablemate. Good as he gets, big effort last start.
I don't necessarily have a problem with this horse on paper, but the 5-1 that you're getting on this one versus the 4-1 or 5-2 or 5-1 you can get on some of the others is a little problematic.
Turn and Count went by. Dan produced a multiple graded stakes winner come dancing.
Yeah, broke slow last time. We'll have to break a little bit better this time.
Hot Spun, Christopher Elliott rides. Tough to endorse.
Yeah, never really taken much money, never done much running.
Another Chad Brown runner. This is Commander of Truth, who ran huge in his second start.
Yeah, absolutely. With unmatched wisdom. He was an entry mate of that one. Shows up back here off of a little bit of a freshening. First start as a 4-year-old.
Another one with a big effort. Last start, that's Scottish Storm for Rick Dutrow Jr.
Yeah, horse was claimed for 20 off of Wesley Ward. Wesley couldn't win. Then Linda tried for 40, couldn't win. Now Dutrow trying for maiden special weight.
And 18-1 outside, second-time starter for a very sharp trainer, John Terranova.
I will say this, the horse took money on debut, so that's definitely a sign that there's at least some talent there.
Well, here is Redouty, 3 tough luck runner-up finishes, including to his stablemate a couple back at 37-1, who was able to beat him when he was favored. Let's go downstairs for more on Redouty with Paula Duca.
Yeah, and Redouty, like, when is the day going to be when he finally closes the door? You know, like you said, 3 straight second-place finishes, but he's always been right there. He looked tremendous, too, in the paddock, and you can Kendrick Carmouche on his back, obviously just got his 4,000th win, and the Christophe Clement barn hasn't sent many out so far in 2025, but this horse right now at 7-2, I think you're getting decent value, but they've tried a little bit of everything. Lasix, then blinkers last time, and it just did not get this colt across the finish line. Now, the 4 right now is your favorite. Really warmed up straight and strong, actually getting away from the pony, and is really getting bet here for Carlos Martin. I was trying to catch up with Carlos, but I couldn't. But this horse is taking an amount of money, and I landed on the 6 in here. I thought the 6 looked absolutely tremendous. Chad Brown was talking to Manny Franco, and he said, listen, this horse is working great. Just let him get away from the gate. He's a little bit worried about the mile distance off the little bit of a break and first-time gelding, but I just couldn't get over the way the 6 looked, and I just can't take 5-2 on the 4. So I'm going to go with the 6 in here, Commander of Truth.
Yeah, thanks, Paulie. Commander of Truth arguably has the best race of anyone in here, but it came back in May of 2024. It came on a muddy sealed track as well, and now he's been off for a long time.
Yeah, but obviously there was probably an issue there that I think probably had an influence on why the way he ran the time after that as well. You're allowing these horses sometimes just to grow up. Everyone, especially this time of year, is a good time to remind everyone that obviously the Kentucky Derby and the Preakness and the Belmont are very important races. But these horses can go on and have careers past their 3-year-old years, and sometimes people and because of the value of running in those big races, you kind of hurry up and try to get them ready for a big 3-year-old year. Sometimes certain horses, you just have to take a step back, allow them to develop a little bit. I always like to reference 2 horses, and I'm not comparing this horse to these 2 horses, but Frosted and Gunrunner. When they were 3-year-olds, they were just good horses, really good horses. They ended up being some of the best horses we had ever seen because they were allowed to grow up. This could be the case with Commander of Truth. He ran extremely well as a 3-year-old, went to the sideline, and now he comes back a stronger, you'd like to think, a stronger, more robust horse who can maybe live up to some of that hype that you saw second time out.
Yeah, in a barn that you don't tend to worry about at all off the layoff. Usually Chad Brown has him ready to roll. 3-1 for the comeback effort now for this 4-year-old. As we go back to the favorite, Carlos Martin with the horse to beat on the board here. Turn and Count, start number 3, and had a bit of a trip last out.
Yeah, I mean, a bit of a trip. I'm not certain that he makes a ton of sense as being the favorite in here for me. I'm actually going to pull up the doubles right now while we're talking to see if there's somebody else in here that might be taking a little bit more money and that there could be a little bit of a shift. I much prefer, if you're looking for a short price horse, a more likely winner. To me, that's the 2. I didn't think the Forge Trouble was that significant to make this horse favorite in this group.
You're not at all down on Redouty and seeing him as now a horse who can't really finish after those 3 runner-ups?
He's hovering in that category. Ask me in about a minute and 30 seconds what I think about Redouty. He hasn't done it enough for me to label him as the type that doesn't want to win, but boy, he's knocking on the door.
Maybe a minute 35.
Minute 35. Let's see what happens here.
Favorite, it's Turn and Count. Carlos Martin, Luis Rivera Jr. There's Redouty. So those 3 runner-ups just missed by a neck last start. Actually took the lead in the stretch, each of the last 2, and then got nailed at the wire. Kendrick Carmouche back aboard today for Christophe Clement. Here we go with a 7th. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Market timing goes in. Redouty. Scottish Storm, good as he gets. Two out, Turn and Count and Red Miller. Red Miller goes in, all set. And they're off. Red Miller broke outward shortly after the start. There's Scottish Storm, who's up in the early mix, and Scottish Storm will have pressure from Hot Spun. In between horses, there's Good as he gets to join them. It's tightly at the rail. Market timing's going to drop back now. Is back in 6th. Just loses some ground. Just progressing as Commander of Truth. Wants to be up with the leaders. And here comes a very headstrong Commander of Truth. Is out in the 3 path. Is moving forward. Move to the inside here of Red Miller. It's 4 across the racetrack. Good as he gets. Backed off of the early heat. Is now at the rail. Is in 5th. 23.20 for the opening quarter mile. Market timing is well settled for Dylan Davis, is right there, still in the 6th position, and moving forward to the outside of that rival's Turn and Count. Redouty is the trailer as they approach, a half mile left to go. The leader is Hot Spun to the inside as a neck in front of Scottish Storm. Here comes Commander of Truth, is in pursuit, has been wanting to go the entire way, 46.24 for that half mile time. Good as he gets. Backed off of that early tempo, is trying to re-rally to the inside, is in 4th. Here's a wide run for Turn and Count. Trying to swoop the field, is doing just that. Turn and Count is trying to pass rivals as they reach the top of the stretch. Good as he gets, and Redouty, they're going to follow that move. Getting the jump there towards the inside, though. Hot Spun is 72-1 and battles on. Still trying to run on and pass this leader is Turn and Count, who's going to dive down towards the inside. Redouty is now finishing with the flourish, too. Turn and Count is weaving through the stretch, but has a lot of momentum. Redouty is the one with the shot, but it's going to be Turn and Count to win it. Turn and Count wins it over Redouty. Then came Hot Spun, trying to hold off Good as he gets. In 1 minute 37 seconds flat.
Turn and Count, little bobbing and weaving in the stretch. Winds up with the win anyway at 7-2. And Redouty, yet another runner-up finish, 4 in a row.
Yeah, I mean, look, that early money was right with the 4 Turn and Count. Didn't end up going off favored. It was 7-2 when they crossed the wire here. But, yeah, I mean, look, I think the one thing you want to take away from this race is the 2 Redouty. He's to me, he is firmly in that category. They got some more things to figure out with him. He just doesn't seem like he wants to be able to pass these horses. He's just reluctant. He's running on late. I don't think this was like an absolute letdown performance, but he's going to definitely have to try to figure out how to get himself in front of these other horses.
Bit of a scare, too, for a while with a 72-1 shot leading the way.
Or a thrill if you happen to bet on the horse.
Turn and Count in the end, 7-2 with a win. Luis Rivera Jr., Carlos Martin, and 3-year-old son of the 2-time Horse of the Year, Curlin, with the victory here in the 7th. Prices when we get back here to New York. Meanwhile, out in Oaklawn, instant replay. Preakness bound. after this performance in the bathhouse. Well, let's go to Maggie Wolfendale.
Here with Flavien Prat after his perfectly timed ride aboard Instant Replay. Flavien, a horse that really kind of thrives at longer distances, needed every bit of the 9 furlongs today.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it felt like they were going to go a decent pace going into the first turn, and then they kind of, everybody got alone on the front, so they slowed down quite a bit. And so I wasn't very pleased where I was on the backside, but I moved early and I got him going. And turning for him, I thought I was just going to get a piece. And he hit another gear, so it was nice.
Yeah, he does feel like he has several gears. You'll be aboard Quantum Leap a little bit later for Eddie Cornelia. Philly, you rode heavily favored last time out, though, at Colonial in the Valley of the Vapors. Is she a need the lead type?
I mean, she ran very well last time on the lead. It was a one-turn race and a short field. It's a bit different today, but we'll break like we want to go and see what happens.
We're riding a lot of favorites. Best of luck for the rest of the card.
Thank you, Maggie.
Guys.
Instant Replay takes, so it's funny. I mean, this horse takes so long to get into gear now. This horse used to have not just speed, sprint speed, and he was forward, but completely different running style now.
Yeah, and it's not like a Brad Cox, typical Brad Cox trained horse. I mean, obviously he had some horses that closed. Wet Paint comes to mind. Most of the time, his horses, they're on the bridle, they're running, they're involved early. Maybe they'll try to make some adjustments. It doesn't seem like Instant Replay has that early speed anymore, though.
Well, rolling late, appreciated that mile and eighth. He'll get an extra 16th of a mile when he moves on to the Preakness. Brad Cox with a big stakes win already with Flavien Prat, and those two, they'll team up again in the big one still to come. Oaklawn Handicap and First Mission, second start of his 5-year-old campaign coming up.
Arcangelo, the Belmont winner in charge. The Grade 1 Whitney to Arthur's ride.
And Adair Manor will take the Clementel Hirsch. Olympiad gets the gold. It is Timberlake who's going to win.
Tap it twice! Tap it twice!
Sierra Leone in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got them. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Hall of Fame trainer Steve Asmussen said, Gun Pilot is an absolute beast. He has a lot of gun runners' great traits. He is a bigger and stronger version and was extremely talented. His easy Grade 1 win in the 7-furlong Churchill Downs Stakes proved everything I knew.
The gold, but it's Gun Pilot. Gun Pilot and Christian Torres.
Gun Pilot is Gun Runner's only son to retire to stud this year. New to 3 Chimneys.
This is my Oaklawn.
So glad you could join us on Fox Sports 1. Welcome back, Oaklawn Park. America's Day at the Races, as always, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. And get involved. The Derby just around the corner, 2 weeks from today. This is your opportunity. Join Naira Bets now to receive a $25 bet plus a $200 deposit match to make your Derby picks count. Enter promo code Derby25. Experience the thrill. Betting any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com now, where your next big win could be just a click away. Play the Oaklawn Handicap with us at Naira Bets. There's the field. Race 11. Older horses, mile and an eighth, $1.25 million purse. Skippy Long, stalking, title defense. What about the local horses exiting the local prep? Let's revisit. Razorback in February. A 3-0 run back. Alexander Helios Acacia all over Banishing. And First Mission's right there.
There really
was not anybody in this race making up any ground. You had the two horses on the front end, Vanishing and Alexander Helios, and they kind of were like that throughout. And while First Mission broke sharply, he sat just behind the two of them, and he tried, but there really wasn't any movement in this race. And so, looking at how the pace could potentially play out, looking at how the track is playing, this was a day on that afternoon in the Razorback that you really wanted to be forwardly placed. You would imagine First Mission might be able to get a little bit more of a fair trip that would accommodate his running style a bit more today. He's also going to be second off the layoff today.
Every opportunity to go by the leaders, yeah, but that was his first race since last summer's Whitney at Saratoga.
Yes, a race in which he did not perform well, and he was kind of one of those that coming into the Whitney looked like he might be on the cusp of reaching the higher level of those tough handicap division horses. He hasn't really shown that quite yet. Maybe this will be the opportunity in a race like today, second off the bench, to build him up for some of those bigger races down the line in a division that I think is stronger this year than it was last year, but still pretty wide open.
And for Flavien Prat, riding for the first time this afternoon, 1 stakes race down for Prat, 2 to go. The Valley of the Vapors a little bit later on. Meantime, the 8th race here at Oaklawn Park, make it the 7th, 6 minutes out. Horses on track. Good maiden affair here. 3-year-olds, mile and a 16th, $110,000 purse number 7. Super Cruise at 2-1. His debut that we'll revisit as well. A colt that did his best Arazi impersonation in his first start. Here's Ripped by the 2018 Oaklawn Handicap winner City of Lights. Then We Need a Favor, facing much tougher today.
And stretching out in distance, stepping up in class, a little bit tough to recommend.
Fairfield Bay, short leaf, second-time starter.
Was chasing off the pace, didn't really make much of a late run, but it was the first start.
Fever Knight needs to develop a knockout punch.
And needs to get out of the gate a bit better. Has a bad habit of just breaking slowly and putting himself behind the 8 ball.
La Hooligan, 2-month break. Francisco Arrieta takes over.
Another one who's not good out of the gate. He actually hit the gate pretty hard last time out. Very awkward at the beginning.
Sushi Man, the Minnesota bred.
I like this name. He did debut at Canterbury Sprinting where he showed more speed. Distance off the bench last time out.
Super Cruise the favorite.
And as you said, an eventful trip off slow. He looks like a long striding type, making a middle move and then to get run down.
The tap into this, shown ability, needs to learn how to finish as well.
And another one that does not get out of the gate well. It's been a habit of a lot of these horses in here.
Global Quote, Team First Mission, Brad Cox, Flavien Prat.
Did actually run and finish pretty well last time out to be third. Certainly his best race thus far, maybe trending in the right direction.
That's the field. These 3-year-olds who will graduate, we'll find out in 4 minutes. Race 7, Oaklawn Maggie Super Cruise. It was an eventful, exciting debut we saw from this Uncle Mo colt.
And the problem today, Lafitte, is that you're getting a fraction of the price that you did first time out. As we've seen Tom Durant give Roy Ashford, who is predominantly based in the Midwest, kind of Texas, Oklahoma, and so on and so forth, give him some well-bred, stock that sold for a lot of money. As Super Cruise, they paid $575,000 for this son of Uncle Mo. And as Acacia said, he does have that typical big loping, very accentuated stride that Uncle Mo's tend to, and he's a big strapping colt as well. Very impressive physically. So also, given the trip that we just saw from him too, rightfully came up tired, but also I think he probably benefited greatly from a start because he is just that bigger, heavier type, but definitely looking the part here pre-race. As number 8, tap into this, he's second off the layoff and ran pretty well in the context of that last effort back on March 8th, where Zatz the One and Oy Geweld just kind of ran 1-2 around the racetrack, and he got bumped and then cut off at the start. Then he kind of pulled his way into the race with Keith aboard, and Keith rightfully just let him kind of be there. And when the pace slowed down, so when the pace slowed down, it pulled him into the race a bit, but unfortunately just could never get past those top 2 who got to dictate things. Tap into this also, I thought, just looked as though he needed to strengthen a bit of a weaker top line, weaker hind end. Maybe that's also why we saw him get away slowly. Granted, he isn't one that in his previous 2 starts before that got away that quickly either, but definitely has strengthened up with that race under his belt. And finally, he's now pairing races back to back, which he has been unable to do. Now that we've talked about some of the favorites, let's talk about some bigger prices. And one of them is number 5, La Hooligan here for Greg Compton. I've been a fan of the work that Greg has done, and this guy lost all chance, albeit in a maiden optional claimer, though he did not run for the tag because he sold for only $50,000 at the 2-year-old sale, Fasig-Tipton Timonium. He made this wide, 5-wide move around the turn, and he just came up a bit late after hitting the lead prematurely. So I think he's one, like your favorite in here, that deserves another shot just because of what kind of transpired. I mean, his hind end completely fell all out from behind him. And looking at him here, I like what I'm seeing. I like that they gave him some time to regroup. He looks strong, he looks fit, and ready to go. And then my wild long shot in here, guys, is number 3, Fairfield Bay for Lindsay Schultz. And I can't sing the praises of Lindsay enough. I know her win percentage might say otherwise, but her horses, with what she's gotten and has been given, she does an excellent job with them. And Fairfield Bay in that sprint race first time out just looked to be run off his feet. He was chasing, he was green whilst on the rail and taking that kickback. I think since, as Acacia pointed out, this race lacks a lot of horses that want to get out of the gate quickly, it might allow Fairfield Bay to A, find the lead quite easily and find his rhythm, which I think is imperative, and physically looks like a horse that should appreciate the stretch out and ground, and comes in here looking incredibly fit for his second start. Just a little long shot to maybe play around with for some very familiar colors, Lafitte.
Judd at Anthony's, Fairfield Bay, big long shot at 35-1. What will he do in his second career start? What will Super Cruise do in his second career start? His debut, it was at this level, late March, like Arkansas Derby weekend. As you mentioned, okay, she's 16-1, broke from the rail, far back, and yeah, trying to pull in a Rossi.
Yeah, here is where he's already kind of made that big middle move to take over the lead. And I thought was pretty game, all things considered. He ends up getting run down. He finishes second. That's not an easy thing to do. He's still a bit green there, you see, reacting to the crop as well. But I think a lot of it was, Richie often talks about this, right? When you're driving a car, you can hit the accelerator, you can back off of it. With a horse, it's difficult to make multiple moves. You make that big extended burst. It's hard to ask for another big move in the stretch at that point, and he was in the way that race was run. Not to mention the long striding, the sizers who talk. It's that AP&D line. They run with their head low. They stride really long. It takes them a few steps out of the gate to get into the race as well. You'd imagine he's going to be more professional, all things considered, coming in today as well.
The favorite's going to break side by side. Super Cruise, tap into this, and then the Colt Bulike here in Global Quote currently 4-1.
Well, he's yet another one that doesn't break that well, or hasn't yet. But that being said, I felt like he was a horse that was trending in the right direction. And of the favorites, he would be a little bit more of a price versus Super Cruise, where, as Maggie pointed out, you're really getting the worst of it. You see the kind of those buzz trip horses second time out. You get no price anymore. I thought that Global Quote actually finished with some run last time out. He is certainly one that appreciates distance, and I think was happy to be back on a fast track last time out.
Already one stakes win in the books for Flavien Prat, Brad Cox, and of course a little bit later on with First Mission, the morning line favorite in the Oaklawn Handicap, in here teaming up with Global Quote. But the favorite, Super Cruise, 9-5 at post time. Matt Dinnerman with the call. 7th race from Oaklawn, live on Fox Sports 1.
The 7th race, just a couple more runners to load in. Fever at Night coming up. Into the outside post, Global Quote to round out the field of 9, going a mile and a 16th. We're ready to go. And they're off, losing the rider there. We need a favor. Rocco Bowen on the ground. He's conscious, but pretty shaken up there. We need a favor is out of the race. So they go towards the first turn run, and Ripped is on the front end here, leads by a neck from Fairfield Bay. They're on the outside, pressing the issue. Sushi Man, the long shot, third. Tap into this right behind him. Fever Night down on the inside, 5th with La Hooligan. Space of 2 to Super Cruise. And Global Quote at the back will attempt to do his best running later. That loose horse outside of the field, trying to pass the whole field here. We'll keep an eye on him. And Rocco Bowen who is off the course here. Good to see that. So they make their way up the back stretch here. That loose horse in the front of the field. So we come to the lead. It's Ripped, setting the tempo here. A length and a half in front, almost 2 on Fairfield Bay. Pumped Upon now in the second spot. Sushi Man outside of him. Tap Into This, Patiently Ridden, being joined by Fever Night. And between them is La Hooligan. Super Cruise, still second to last. Global Quote has yet to pass a runner as they go into the far turn. Ripped, 3 furlongs to go. A length and a half in front. Tap Into This. The gray is making his move, claiming second, and there goes Super Cruise on the outside. Unleashed, he's 4 wide, but Super Cruise is flying on the grandstand side, coming to the top of the lane. Tap Into This, being joined by Super Cruise, and these two are together in the swing off the corner here. Super Cruise on the outside. Tap Into This, trying to hang tough with him, but Super Cruise has the narrow edge here. Tap Into This, switching leads. He's second, getting towards the rail. Super Cruise, just like in his last race, he's a little bit green, trying to lug in here. Tap Into This is second. La Hooligan third, 16th to go. Super Cruise a length and a half in front of Tap Into This, and La Hooligan, it's Super Cruise to win it under Christian Torres. Tap Into This was second. La Hooligan third. Fever Night fourth.
Lots going on in this 7th race at Oaklawn Park. We need a favor. Rocco Bowen unseated shortly after the start. An update as soon as we have one on his condition. And Super Cruise breaks through. Look, the ability is there. Lots of growing up to do, but the physical attributes are there, Acacia.
Absolutely. You see him lugging in there. Still hard to keep straight in the stretch. He's lucky that he was clear at that point going past the 8 Tap Into This, because he was really keen, and that's actually a perfect shot to see when we talk about lugging in. Look at how his head is carried. Look at how Christian Torres is using his body weight and trying to keep that rein taut so that the horse cannot pull and lean in, and good to see Rocco Bowen on his feet.
Great to see. Shortly after the start, we need a favor. Unseated Rocco Bowen, but up and okay by all accounts, fortunately. And we need a favor for start. As for Super Cruise, a maiden-breaking performance. Results when we come back, and when we return, what do you know? The Saratoga's Sanford winner, New York-bred Mo Plex, ready for the Bayshore next at Aqueduct.
Gunite to the outside. Elite Power coming down the center. Nakatomi is fourth. Then the chosen run. Elite Power. Elite Power to the front. At the 60 pole, Gunite is second. But Elite Power does it again in the Breeders' Cup Sprint.
These particular horses, Elite Power, I feel like these are horses we want to see in the breeding shed if we want to develop the thoroughbred breed.
The power of Juddmonte.
Back with you on our Saturday coverage, and this is ongoing for a tremendous cause. 7th annual PDJF Telethon to help riders who were injured doing what they love. Over $350,000 raised so far. Thank you to everyone who's contributed. A couple of ways to donate money over the phone, as you see right there, or at pdjf.org/donate. 100% of what they get is from donations. No guaranteed funding from the horse racing industry, so give what you can, no amount too small. And it all is meaningful money to these riders who have lost their way to make a living. We'll be back with more feature coming up from Aqueduct to the Bayshore next.
Union Rags, a proven sire with 6 Grade 1 winners. He has 3 Grade 1 winning juveniles, including Dancing Rags, Union Strike, and standout older horses like Express Train and Paradise Woods. His success continues with recent graded stakes winner Circle of Trust and multiple graded stakes winner and Grade 1 winner Power Squeeze. Union Rags, a proven Grade 1 sire, standing at Lane's End.
Selling the best. Fasig-Tipton graduates won more Eclipse Awards in 2024 than any other sale company. Torpedo Anna, Moira, National Treasure, Sierra Leone, Soul of an Angel, Straight No Chaser, Fasig-Tipton, eclipsing the competition.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 1 coverage and the feature race on the Saturday card from New York. Coming up is Bayshore, 7/8 of a mile for 3-year-olds and a purse of $150,000. We start with Pascaline, who comes in undefeated from out of town.
Absolutely, undefeated as a 2-year-old. We talked about it earlier, has an opportunity to grow up now, first start as a 3-year-old.
Share the Loot finally put it all together in career start number 6.
Yeah, got a couple of numbers that could work here. The problem is we kind of know who he is. These others could improve past him.
Another out-of-towner here, Faster Gator. He comes in undefeated.
Absolutely. This horse was extremely talented, showed a lot of grit last time, was wide all the way around there. Could be tough to beat.
Moplex went by. Grade 3 Sanford winner at Saratoga last year.
Love this horse's races as a 2-year-old.
And McKellen, 5-1, Jose D'Angelo trains.
It's another one. It's a common theme here. It makes this race very interesting. A lot of horses that showed talent as 2-year-olds, had some big races as 2-year-olds, and now you're kind of having to play guess which one's going to improve. It makes it kind of tricky.
Even money favorite on your screen. That is graded stakes winner as a 2-year-old Moplex, but as we send it down to Paula Duca, 2 out-of-towners who come in undefeated look like they have a lot of potential.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with you. I think the 2 out-of-town horses have got a big shot in here, but this is a really tough field. So I'll start with the one Pascaline here for Arnel Delacour, who did actually saddle this horse, and horse looked tremendous in the post parade. I mean, really keeping his mind on business, you know, especially with a lot of these younger horses. There is a nice little crowd here in the winner's circle and in the paddock, and he just handled everything really well. So, you know, Jonathan makes a good point. First start as a 4-year-old usually can be the best. I think the Son of Upstart could give a good big effort here. The 4 Moplex kind of on his toes, but that's kind of who he is, right? He's the kind of horse that does show a little bit of speed or a lot of speed and can kind of play it out the way he wants to. Maybe the 7 Furlongs will help him a little bit better. I couldn't get over how well the 3 looked. Faster Gator. Lasix and blinkers last time. Where he is, Lasix do come off, but this horse looked tremendous. Now, he is a smaller type. I get it, going 5.5 furlongs, maybe a little worried that he can get to 7 furlongs, but he was dappled out. He looked like he was ready to go. And Anthony Ferrier and Arnold Bocachica are not new to some stakes races. They usually run out in West Virginia, but I think this horse has got a big shot. I think the 1 and the 3 are going to give the 4 all they can handle in here, Greg.
Paul, thanks. And there is Faster Gator, and it's interesting because he was quick going 5 furlongs in his debut. You got speed going 5 furlongs, you're fast. And then they put blinkers on him next start. He didn't get out all that well. So a good chance he wants to be in front, and we'll see that speed again today.
Yeah, you'd like to think that there's an opportunity to improve second time with those blinkers on. But, it's one of those situations where all of these horses have shown a little bit of talent, and you're just trying to guess to identify which ones are going to jump up. I mean, this is a very competitive race. I know people look and say, oh, it's a 5-horse race. I really, outside of the 2, the 1, 3, 4, and 5 are all extremely live to me. So you just have to identify which one for you. I was picking between the 4 and the 5. Wolfie, I ultimately went with the 4, Moplex. It came down to a couple things for me. One, I thought that Moplex had a little bit more early speed than McKellen. And if you look at this spot right here, he's just probably going a little bit longer than he wants to go, going 8 furlongs here. But still, in all of his races, Moplex has shown speed. And I think that that's a definite weapon, especially where he's drawn. The other thing about Moplex is while this performance might be a little disappointing, he's probably going too far here. He's getting back to sprinting. It's going to be his first time sprinting as the 3-year-old. And you look at his sprint races, he was undefeated when he was sprinting. And so now he's back to that sprinting again. And he's probably grown up a little bit. And while, yes, I do believe this is a race that there's potentially some value with the 1, 3, and the 5, I do believe Moplex is the best sprinter in here, and I'll take the 6 to 5.
Now, good point of, going back to sprinting, undefeated, those 3 sprints. Very precocious, though, early. Maybe that was part of it, but certainly talented. Not just that Grade 3 Sanford win, also Grade 1 placed in the Champagne against Chancellor McPatrick late in his 2-year-old season.
Yeah, this is a legitimately good horse. And look, when you have a 3-year-old, you just want to double check. Just want to make sure you don't have a talented horse that wants to go further. Those are the big races. Those are the Derbies, the Preaknesses, the Belmonts, the So-Ons, the Travers. And so what you'd like to think would happen is you had a horse who's Grade 1 placed in the Mile Champagne. He gets some time off. He's probably grown up, gotten bigger. And Jeremiah said, look, let's give him one shot here. It's a 1-turn mile. If he blows us off, blows our socks off here, now we got a chance to continue to go on. If he doesn't, we'll just cut him back in the Bayshore. And I believe that's what they're doing now. They're just cutting him back in the Bayshore.
And keep in mind, that was off a 4.5-month layoff, that return race, too. And we have every right to see this guy right here move forward, this 4, Moplex. The horse behind him, that 3, who's undefeated, both those wins in Maryland. Big question mark was, and Paul brought it up, winning at 5.5 furlongs, he's going to be able to handle and be as effective going longer at 7.
Yeah, look, that's the other thing, too, is the 7 furlongs. You have to try to figure that out. To me, speed and talent outweigh the ability from a horse to thrive at between 5.5 and 7. My point is if you're talented and you're fast, to me, I don't get too caught up in that furlong and a half. It's if you're those things, you should overcome that. Now, when you get up into the bigger races and you're running against Grade 1 type horses, it might make the difference. But here, I'm not thinking it's going to matter too much.
See if Faster Gator can answer the bell here. Brings in that perfect record from out of town, as does the rail horse, the 1 Pascaline. But it's Moplex, last year's Sanford winner, the favorite. Here's the Bayshore. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
And they're off. Broken a very even line. Faster Gator right out to the front and has a neck in front quickly on Moplex, who's going to stalk from second in a perfect spot. Then comes Share the Loot, is right there in third, switches to the outside for some clear running. At the rail, there's Pascaline, is now moving through, is taking that 4th position, very tightly bunched field. The trailer, McKellen, only 2 off the leaders. And the leader, down to the inside, is Faster Gator. Just got passed, though, by Moplex to put a nose in front. But Faster Gator comes right back, and they went 23 seconds flat for that measured opening quarter mile. Pascaline wants to go, is right in behind. This leading duo is at a snug hold here for Kendrick Carmouche, just needs somewhere to run. Out wider, Share the Loot is going to get the jump, and McKellen starts to rally from the back. The leader is still Faster Gator. Faster Gator is still a nose in front, 45.55. They pick it up, and now they sprint for home here in the Bayshore. Moplex is still in hand, and here's Manny Franco on Moplex. Now gives him the cue, and Moplex is kicking on. Faster Gator is still right there. Pascaline is now weaving through rivals, starts to commence the rally as they approach a final furlong. Moplex and a stubborn Faster Gator won't go away. Pascaline's trying to catch them both. A 16th left to go. Moplex with the advantage. Faster Gator battles right back. Moplex wins a hard-fought Bayshore. It's Moplex over Faster Gator. Pascaline finished third in 1 minute 21 and 4.
Moplex wins the Bayshore. This was a battle with Faster Gator, and it goes to Moplex. Jeremiah Engelhardt, Manny Franco.
Two horses that absolutely didn't want to lose. You got to give the riders a lot of credit too. But I got to tell you, at the top of the stretch, if I knew it was going to be a battle, I wanted to have my man Manny Franco, one of the strongest, most athletic finishers we have in this country.
6-5 favorite. Moplex does not disappoint, and as you had pointed out earlier, he remains perfect now, sprinting 4 for 4.
Yeah, look, it's one of those deals. You got to take a chance. I got no problem with it. If I owned a horse, a 3-year-old that had some talent, you better believe I'm going to see if that horse wants to go a little bit longer. But once that horse expresses to me, prefer the one turn, you find him in spots like this, like the Bayshore. Excited to see him in these other sprint races throughout the year.
New York bred, who was a graded stakes winner last year, wins against Open Company here again. He is talented for Jeremiah Engelhardt. It's Moplex in the Bayshore. We're moving our coverage over to Fox Sports 2 with the main event from Oaklawn still to come. Catch us over there. Skippy Longstocking trying to go back-to-back in the Grade 2 Oaklawn for Saffie Joseph Jr. Rad Ortiz Jr. will ride. Can First Mission step up for trainer Brad Cox in his second start back as a 5-year-old? He's won 5 of 11 career starts and one of the top sprinters. They've tried to stretch out Banishing. It worked in the Oaklawn Mile. Can he get a mile and an eighth in just a couple of races to come? Good to have you with us. Hopefully you just switched over from FS1 here to our Fox Sports 2 coverage. You're watching America's Day at the Races. Greg Wolf, Jonathan Kinchin with you. We just had the Bayshore take place, and Moplex, last year's Sanford winner at Saratoga. This New York bred collects another stakes win.
Yeah, back around one turn. He's always been at one turn. Back to the sprint distances, of the 7 furlongs has really helped him out quite a bit. And he's one of those horses that, you'd like to think Woody Stevens down the line for him they'd be thinking about. And then with the bigger goal of the Jerkins in the summer up at Saratoga.
No, he had to battle with this undefeated Faster Gator coming in from Maryland with those 2 victories at Laurel. He got a fight, but in the end, he wins the battle here. 2 wins today for Manny Franco. And second off the bench victory here from Moplex, who's putting together a nice little resume.
Absolutely. Moplex, like you said, undefeated, sprinting. And Manny Franco right here, to me, was part of the difference. I want to give the credit to the horse as well. But Manny was part of the difference here. He is an outstanding finisher. He's strong. He's athletic. And if you don't believe me, come check out the charity basketball game this summer when he goes for about 20 and 10.
He's, perennially the MVP of that game. He's hard to stop. $4.60 for the win, and the 2 undefeated runners from out of town complete the trifecta. Faster Gator, Pascaline. Big effort defeat for that 3, but it goes to Moplex here in the Bayshore. Oaklawn Handicap still to come. Your thoughts on Skippy Longstocking, who won this race last year?
Yeah, Skippy's just one of those horses where, to me, he's just when the real big horses start to show up, he's just a cut below those. So that's at least a little bit of a concern for me. But look, I'd love to own the horse. I'm just not sure if I'd love to bet on him here today.
And meanwhile, First Mission, this horse is a graded stakes winner already at Oaklawn. His comeback, he did not get the job done. He misses by a neck, but he ran a big figure in defeat. Are we going to see a better version of him today, second off the bench?
I would think so. I mean, look, he always shows up and runs fast numbers, but sometimes he's a little, I wouldn't say he's probably a little faster than Skippy Longstocking, but he kind of has the same issues. When the big boys come around, sometimes that can be a little bit harder for him. I'm going to continue chasing a horse that I chased all last year based on his Travers performance 2 years ago, and that's Disarm. At some point, the winningest trainer in North American, Steve Asmussen, is going to have to find that past performance from Disarm, and I'm just hoping it's here today.
He's had a lot of, big performances, just not quite getting over the hump. It's a really productive comeback for him.
Absolutely, and it's a comeback that I was hopeful for, right? I mean, he had run so well in the Travers in 2023. I thought last year he was going to have a big year, and he disappointed in terms of what his expectations were. But I'm just hopeful with this comeback race that now he's kind of righted the ship a little bit. He's going in the right direction because he's got a lot of talent.
Steve Asmussen's had some great success with horses, getting older, becoming their best, $1.3 million in earnings for Disarm. That's it for me. This crew will take you the rest of the way. Let's go back to Hot Springs with Lafitte and Acacia.
Yeah, guys, it's a very different field than, say, the Apple Blossom last weekend, where it was all about just one filly, the horse of the year in Torpedo Anna Acacia. The Oaklawn Handicap, deep, competitive, lucrative, and aside from that $1.25 million purse, like, what else is at stake today for the Oaklawn Handicap winner?
Well, this is a pivotal race for several of the horses in there. You have some horses that are in good form and moving forward into this Oaklawn Handicap, but this is a division, as far as the older horses are concerned, that has been a bit wide open over the last year. However, this year you have some of the top ones, like White Abarrio, still in training. You also have some 3-year-olds like Fierceness, who will now be facing older horses throughout this year. This group in the Oaklawn Handicap as a whole is full of some hard-knocking and consistent horses, but none that have really made that jump up to the elite level of this classic division. And winning a race like this could potentially propel them on to some bigger things. You think races like the Whitney or the Jockey Club Gold Cup this summer in New York, could that potentially help them to move forward to the higher levels?
Let's see how it all unfolds this evening. Skippy Longstocking trying to become the third ever multiple winner of the Oaklawn Handicap, race number 11 of this 12-race program. Today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. One left at Aqueduct, and just getting started into the teeth of the Oaklawn program. The 2 stakes races remain: Valley of the Vapors, 3-year-old fillies, and Oaklawn Handicap Race 11. Field for the 8th, 7 minutes out. We'll meet the field. Good allowance. Filly and Mare sprinting crew here, starting with Benny K and Susie 2, 3-time winner here at Oaklawn.
It looked like it took her a few strides to kind of get comfortable last time out early on in the race. She settled for 4th after showing some speed.
Insightful Miss Overlay, then Managing Mischief. Quick Filly just won at Will Rogers Downs.
One that has plenty of early speed, but she did run reasonably well at Oaklawn 2 and 3 back.
Chiquita Reigns out, Brooklyn Drew in, Fast Filly.
Another one with some speed. There could be a bit of pace on early in here.
Ready for trouble, 10-1, Rafael Bejarano.
And this is a filly that would love a hot pace up front, as she will be running late. We'll have to turn things around if that lasts out.
She just might get it. Then Spicy Delight, 4-year-old debut.
How does that out-of-town form stack up coming over here to Oaklawn? She's also off a layoff.
Mo, for us, the Heilig Broats and the Asmussens.
Louisiana bred that was facing State Bred Company did not disgrace herself against Open Company last time out, though.
First Hill, been a struggle this meet.
She has, though. She did try Stakes Company last time out at a big price. Can she get back to some of those better races?
Little Blaze, speedy mare for the Asmussens.
One that's been in very good form as well. Finished 2nd last time out with Keith Asmussen aboard. He'll ride again.
Paparina. Ron Moquette has already saddled 2 winners this afternoon.
Looking for the hat trick, as this is a horse, another one who'll be closing late. Didn't really fire last time out, though, on a wet track, and didn't break well either.
That's the field. 8th of 12, 5 minutes out until this 8th race at Oaklawn. Back in New York, we just saw Mo Plex in the Bay Shore. Strong handling from jockey Manny Franco, standing by with Paul.
With winning rider of the Bayshore here of Moplex with Manny Franco, and the 3-horse here, the horse from Maryland, gave you a lot to handle deep and stretching in here, Manny.
Yeah, definitely. It was a nice effort by that horse, but my horse was game the whole way. I feel like I have horse under me the entire 7 full-on race, so I was happy where I was. I was putting the pressure on the 3-horse, and my horse just did it.
I know you've only ridden this horse for the 2nd time. Do you think this horse, the cutback's better, or you still think this horse would want to go longer?
Yeah, I think he can go a mile, maybe a mile. Probably the further he goes, but who knows? He can do mile, he can do any 6 full-on, 7 full-on. He's a really versatile horse, so I'm just happy to be on him.
Well, congratulations. I know you got to be on Dillinger in the last race. Manny Franco gets the job done on Moplex, the New York bred in the Bayshore.
He just muscled Moplex home, did Manny Franco.
One of the things I love about Manny Franco, he's an excellent rider all around, but he's such a strong finisher in the stretch, and that's what you needed with that horse. I mean, the runner-up was incredibly game, making for a thrilling finish in the Bayshore Faster Gator, but Moplex with a little bit of that class edge, and does help to have a very strong pilot aboard.
Yeah, that was Moplex. Here's Maggie with more on Mo for us in this upcoming 8th race at Oaklawn. Maggie.
Let's keep the theme going, a little bit of the Mo action, as I do actually prefer the longer priced of the Asmussen duo in here, as we do see Little Blaze taking most of the money. She's fine. I don't have that big of a problem with her, just based on the physical appearances slash the way that dynamics could play out. I would rather take Mo for us, and still, you're getting rewarded. I know she narrowly was defeated at 22-1 last time, but I like the way that she performed in that race, and very well could get the similar type of setup where she rode the rail at the back, moved up around the turn, split horses, and just kept coming kind of doggedly beneath Eric Asmussen, who is aboard yet again today. I know as far as numbers and figures are concerned, Little Blaze has run faster. I'm just saying purely based on physical appearances and the way that this race potentially could set up, I preferred the bigger price. Now, just kind of little odd tidbits I noticed with the two inside runners is number 1, Benny K and Susie 2. She's a bit of an overachieving Arkansas bred here for Tom Vance. And look, she's another horse that has speed, and her job gets infinitely tougher, I think, because she draws the inside and the inside of all the other speed horses. She battled gamely on the front end. She kind of hung in decently behind many of these others in here, and I think just beaten by a better horse last time out in Pharaoh's Heart. She's one that was saddled on the walk. She is such a robust and healthy horse, and it just seems like she kind of thrives on racing and training. One thing I noticed is she had a little burn mark on her shoulder, which is often when a tough horse, because they pull so much, the rider's feet kind of get drug into their shoulders and they plant them, and then therefore it'll cause like a little rub on their shoulders. So she's evidently a mare that takes her training very seriously in the mornings too. And cleverly named number 2, Insightful Miss, well, she's missing her inside eye. So she only has one eye, but I think the conditions of the racetrack maybe not her favorite, as she does seem to prefer a wet track, and you can tell that with her physical makeup too, Liffy, in that she's kind of more of a narrow body, kind of spindly, put together a filly. So she does come off the back of a win, a blowout win against Lesser, but on that muddy sealed surface.
Maggie, big overlay, Insightful Miss. Acacia, the one-eyed mare.
Yeah, the one eye, that's a great insight from Maggie to pick up on that, because, you know, some people get a little bit hesitant when looking at a horse with one eye. However, when you look at horses in general, I think the thoroughbred, they're incredibly receptive and very, very sensitive animals, especially compared with other horse breeds. And so I would encourage people, if you're a little bit hesitant with a one-eyed horse, and it looks like she's got some flies bothering her out there right now.
Flies, one eye, can she catch a break?
Yeah, don't worry about it. Often when they have just one eye, their other senses are far more receptive to their rider. You look back to horses like Patch, one eye obviously became a fan favorite as a result. When I was younger, I used to ride a one-eyed horse named Perfect Love, and she was incredibly sensitive. I mean, you just have to think canter or trot, and she would do it. So I actually am a big fan of one-eyed horses, or horses that maybe are a little bit, only see shadows on one side, whatever it might be. So don't be scared of it.
We got to get her some piranha fly spray if we have any laying around. Relentless
I had a few attacking me over here on the other side while I was waiting, so I feel you, girl.
America loves nothing more than to wager on a one-eyed racehorse. Patch, 14-1 in the Derby, should have been 54-1.
Drawn all the way outside, right?
Towards the outside, Little Blaze was the favorite, 2-1 here. We're going to take a look at her most recent. This was last month, same level, same distance, little blazed. Look at this, poised at the top of the stretch, Acacia, but not home yet.
It's tough. You look through the past performances and you see solid, consistent Beyer speed figures. You see speed. You see 3 wins in a row. Then you see the second. You say, wow, she's in great form. However, this is a race you feel like she should have.
She's got to win from there.
She's got to win from here. You're looking at this, and if you bet her this day at 8-1, you are feeling pretty good. And then in the shadow of the wire, she gets nabbed, closing up the inside. So I can certainly understand being a bit hesitant with her as the favorite.
2-1 Little Blaze for the Asmussens. Getting closer to the main events, the headline races. Race 11, $1.25 million Oaklawn Handicap, Valley of the Vapors, 3-year-old fillies. And this 8th race, Quality Allowance Female Sprinters. It's post time. Matt Dinneman with the call. Race 8, Oaklawn Live on Fox Sports 2.
Two back, ready for trouble, and Paparina to the outside post. Ready for trouble goes in, and Paparina will round out the field of 10. We're ready to go. And Laroff having to take up sharply at the break was Spicy Delight, the long shot. Benny Kay and Susie, too, per usual, flashing her front-running speed. Brooklyn Drew keeping tabs on her, a neck apart as they head down the back stretch. First Hill getting closer, third. A gap of 2 to a line of 3. Little Blaze, insightful miss, and managing mischief in the middle. Another 4 back to Paparina, Mo for Us, and Ready for Trouble. That leaves Spicy Delight to trail the field. They're sizzling on the lead, going at a very fast pace. Benny Kay and Susie, too. Brooklyn Drew stride for stride as they round the far turn. 1.5 lengths to First Hill in the 3rd position. 2.5 more to Little Blaze in 4th, Patiently Ridden. She's 2.5 clear of Insightful Miss, has come under a hard ride here. Then comes Mo for Us right behind, being asked to pick up the pace. Paparina's getting into it now. Paparina within 4 lengths of the lead as they come off the turn. Benny Kay and Susie, too, and the White Blaze has the lead. Now Little Blaze is asked for her best, takes second, wheels to the outside, and comes with a run. And here comes Paparina down the center of the track like a rocket. And Paparina, with a 16 to go, has taken over and draws away for a convincing win. 3 wins for the Ron Moquette barn. Paparina gallops. Little Blaze second. Benny Kay and Susie, too, was 3rd. Mo for Us 4th.
Ron Moquette stable going well, very well. 3 wins on this Oaklawn Handicap undercard. Paparina unleashing a furious run. 4-1 at post time with Flavien Prat in the saddle. Wow.
It's already been a good trip to Oaklawn for Flavien Prat as he picks up another win, and she was much the best here, pulling away from her competition. I think it's safe to say that she didn't handle the wet track last time out. She was off a little bit of a freshening too. She comes in very strong, and she did get a trip in here. But how about Little Blaze, who has to settle for second? Lafitte, this was a perfect example in the stretch where she looked like she was poised to run down pace setter Benny Kay and Susie too, and she just does not want to pass horses.
There's not a lot of resistance as Paparina went right on by that fast pace, and you're looking for somebody from off the pace and towards the outside. Paparina, you could tell she was just getting going mid-stretch.
Yeah, she really pulled away nicely and very proud of herself with her ears up, making her way back to the winner's circle.
Paparina at 4-1, 11-10-1-8. Second win in the afternoon, Flavien Prat. 2 live stakes mounts, 3 wins on the day, Ron Moquette. And what about Saffie Joseph? Well represented in the Oaklawn Handicap with Alexandra Helios and Skippy. All came together last year. Back to defend his title, Skippy Longstock. And what will he do today?
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 55 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sire of yearlings in 2024. Curlin, the classic sire.
Great to have you with us. America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Gainesway. Power, passion, performance. Inquiry at Oaklawn, 11-10-18. Keep you posted on this Saturday. Of course, it's all about the racing, the competitive nature of the racing. Oaklawn Handicap Saturday, but also great to see the industry come together for a great cause. The Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund and the telethon taking place out west at Santa Anita. Already more than $288,000 raised.
It's so wonderful. It's great to see people being so generous for such a worthy cause. And if you have it in you to make a donation, or maybe you hit a bet at the races today, consider putting a portion of that over to the PDJF. They form such an important piece of the industry, helping out these jockeys that have been sidelined, have had their careers ended, have had catastrophic injuries that have taken a lot more than just their riding career from them. And certainly a really, really worthy cause that we're very proud to support.
Yeah, such an emphasis on thoroughbred aftercare, and rightfully so. Also important to look after our fallen riders. We'll continue to monitor out west, continuing to monitor what's happening here at Oaklawn Park. Still an inquiry. I'm a little bit confused, not quite sure what it's about. 11-10-18, that we can tell you. And also, we can tell you we're getting closer and closer to this 11th race, the Oaklawn Handicap, 8 strong. Skippy Longstocking. It was Jose Ortiz last year who rode him in this race and won. Brother Arad takes over today. Skippy Longstocking, who's now won the Challenger 3 times at Tampa. This was a scene, though, last year. Jose Ortiz looking for competition, and there would be none in the end.
He's a very cool horse, and now a 6-year-old. It's fun to see him in training. He's one of those, just as we touched on earlier, that is kind of below the cusp of some of the top Grade 1 type horses, and I know a Grade 1 is a major goal for this horse for Connections this year, because it's something he's not been able to achieve yet, though he has banked over $3 million, multiple graded stakes winner, 8-time graded stakes wins, in fact, 10 for 30. I mean, what an incredibly consistent horse that he's been. Just kind of chilling, resting his head on his hay net
He's
there.
a pro. He's done it 1,000 times. Just another day at the office with Skippy Longstocking. Just an update. We did have a disqualification in the 8th race Oaklawn. 4th place finisher was DQ'd Mr. Butch and placed 6th. Personal Jet Elevated placed 4th, 11-10-17. Much more on Skippy in a moment, but yeah, 11-10-17. Mr. Butch disqualified, placed 6th. None of it had anything to do with the impressive winner here in race number 8. Oh, I'm looking at. I had already turned the page at there.
That was the Mo for us.
Mo for us taken down. Mo for us taken down.
Yeah.
The numbers are still accurate.
That's okay. The numbers were right. Paparina, though, was much the best. Yeah, it was a little bit tough to tell, as it did seem what the stewards were looking at took place on the turn.
Still don't know.
Still a little bit unclear on that, but again, winner not affected and not part of that $10.40 winner. Paparina, much the best.
It looked like a competitive race in the end. Paparina just way too much with that closing finish in the end.
And how about Ron Moquette? As Richie Migliore pointed out earlier, this is the most wins that he's had at an Oaklawn stand, and now a 3-win Saturday. So certainly racking them up as we come towards the end of this Oaklawn meeting.
Getting closer to the stakes racing as well as we send you back to New York. And guys, your thoughts on Skippy Longstocking and what to expect from him today, Andy and JK, and whether or not he can become just the 3rd horse to win multiple editions of the Oaklawn Handicap.
I think he has a really cute name, Lafitte. That's what I mostly think. How about you, Jonathan?
I think it's adorable.
It's cute too?
Yeah, it's adorable, yeah.
That's really all we have to say. We're done. We're going to go home now. We're finished. Anyway, Jonathan, good to see you. Good to be back here and see him. We were just talking about it, and you were saying, I said, is it really possible First Mission's going to be favored like the morning line? You said, well, they love Brad Cox, which is true. I don't see. He's supposed to be favored, isn't he, Skippy?
Yeah, I mean, he's won the race before. But the thing with Skippy Longstocking for me is that he's just kind of that horse that kind of bullies on horses he's better than. He beats the horses he's supposed to beat.
Yeah, I agree.
But when you put him in a real fight with a horse that's equal to him or better, he doesn't necessarily beat those horses. That's my biggest concern with him.
No, I think you're absolutely right about that. I think it's one of the reasons the handling has been so smart with him. You know, winning back-to-back runnings, the Charleston Classic, running in this Oaklawn Handicap. I mean, is there really anybody in here that's better than him?
Yeah, I mean, I think that some people might argue that First Mission has some races that are better, that are categorized as could be better
but he's a bit of a phony himself.
Absolutely.
I mean, he's, when the chips have been down and they've mattered for him, he's failed badly as he did last year in the Stephen Foster after he ran so well in the Ali Sheba. Anyway, they're on the track for the ninth race here, or ninth race, at Aqueduct, where you've got a big drop down in Dillinger, who's the current favorite and will be favored at post time, but some question marks with him. I don't know if you have any clever ideas in here, Jonathan, but we will start with the first half of the entry, the one Funny Joke.
Yeah, a horse that has some speed, but unfortunately gets a little slow later in the races.
Yeah, I don't really get him. It's 2 for the price of 1. Rudy trains both of these horses. You've got Ruben Silvera on the 1. The 1A Beachwalker has a Romero Mirage. He's going to be one of a few Mirages, like an infestation coming. Rajiv's brother is going to be here next week. Rajiv is coming in a couple weeks. Too many Mirages for me.
Beachwalker doesn't have much early speed or late speed.
Long shot, steady progress going by for Naipaul Chatterpaul. The 4, Conniving, the second choice, Carlos Figueroa and Lane Luzzy.
This horse ran extremely well last time after breaking a little bit slowly. Could definitely take a step forward.
Number 5 is Scratched. The 6, Sinumbri, taking some money, going out for Jesus Romero and Louis Rivera.
Yeah, it's taking some money in here. It's surprising to me. I thought this horse might have been just a taste too slow.
Seems like it, but in this field, I mean, it's all about this horse, whether he shows up or not. Dillinger, off the layoff, dropping down.
Yeah, I mean, they ran this horse for a tag and then really took advantage of those starter allowance conditions, and it seems now they might be giving up.
They feel like they are giving up. The 9 went by. That is Return to the Ring, the horse that I picked. Heeman Harkey riding for Ilke Cantermachi, and Masterwork rounds it out. Norman Follett and Dalton Brown.
Yeah, 3 races back could make this one competitive, but there's a whole lot of races in this horse's past performances that suggest that he won't run well. And Andy, you asked if I had a clever opinion. It seems like we have the same clever opinion. I picked the 9 as well, yeah.
And we'll talk about why you like him. Well, and I'll tell you why you're wrong and why I'm right to like him.
Yeah, I hear you. I wanted to forgive the last performance, first time for Ilke. I think
he's in a 50 claimer too, right?
Of course, I think they do a great job. I think sometimes when you believe a trainer is good at what they do, I give them 2 tries or 3 tries when they claim a horse to try to figure out what needs to be adjusted. If they can get back to that race that Eddie Barker had 2 races back, they can absolutely win this.
Yeah, I mean, it almost feels, honestly, in his last race, like he was doing the racing office a favor running him in there to make that race go. It had 5 horses. I mean, he was 10-1. He could have been 60-1 in that race. He had no chance to beat those horses. And as you said, I agree. 2 back, 4 back, 5 back, all races can win. Now, Dillinger is going to win if he runs his decent race, and it is fair to point out that Brittany Russell shipped this horse up to Saratoga last summer and dropped in for a quarter, and a lot of people, that would include me, said, I don't trust this drop down, this whole thing, she's bringing it up to be claimed, blah, blah, blah. Nobody claimed him, and he went off by the length of the stretch. But she could have brought him back for 25 today and run for a waiver. Instead, she's running a lower level. You can't run for less and get the waiver. It's almost like she was afraid to expose him in a 25 claimer for the waiver. She might not lose him for 16.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you said, it feels like, and if the horse runs poorly for the waiver, then you can never get him claimed. If you want to give, if people want to take the chance, they better take the chance now to claim him from you.
Yeah. On the other hand, she's won with this horse circumstance before. He's way the horse to beat. It's just you and I don't want to bet him. The number 9, our alternative, Return of the King. My problem with the 4, and I agree, you're obviously right, Conniving ran very well last time, but that race is so much better than basically any race he's ever run.
Yeah, I just don't. That's the thing is, as you look to try to figure out where it came from,
right.
There's no equipment changes there that you can see. There's no real distance change that you can see. There's no racetrack change, rider change. There's nothing to suggest why this horse ran so much faster last time.
I agree. I just, and not to say he can't run. And, keep in mind, if the 8 doesn't run, he doesn't have to run the 78 Buyer. He can run a 70 and still possibly win this race. You and I are both on the number 9. Return of the Ring will dip down to 5-1. But the one to beat, the 8 Dillinger, Manny Franco coming off a stakes win, a nice performance, and a nice race, a fast race. The Bayshore earlier. They're almost the gate. Last race today for Chris Griffin. He has the call.
Sinombre. Masterwork to the outside. Masterwork goes in. All set. And they're off. Off awkwardly was Masterwork on the far outside. Return the Ring. Flashes early speed. Funny Joke is right there in the early mix too. It's these 2. Now Hook Up on the front end and taken back is going to be Sinombre is in 3rd. Out wider comes Dillinger is in pursuit of that top duo and tightly at the rail. That's going to be Lane Luzzy on Conniving. This front group is now 4 lengths in front of Steady Progress, who is doing just that, is making some progress now, is in the 6th position and getting closer. Masterwork, after the start, has a lot of ground to make up, and the trailer is Beachwalker. They work into the far turn, 22 seconds flat for that opening quarter mile. Funny Joke is the leader, but not by much. Here comes Return the Ring, is ready to challenge, and the run coming here, 4 wide. Dillinger, Sin Nombre's all in. Conniving is right in behind these horses in the orange cap. From the back, Masterwork is trying to rally on. Same can be said for Beachwalker. They reach the top of the stretch, and the leader is still Funny Joke, and Funny Joke is trying to kick away from him. Dillinger is in full pursuit, center of the racetrack, and here comes Dillinger to the outside. Funny Joke is not going away, though, and Funny Joke keeps on battling back towards the inside. Dillinger trying to put away a stubborn Funny Joke, and all the time, here's Conniving. Conniving and Lane Leslie on the far outside. Conniving wins the finale. Conniving wins it over Dillinger, then came Funny Joke, and Masterwork finished 4th at 1 minute 17 seconds flat.
Not sure if he ran back to a 78 or not, but he ran pretty well, Conniving a good trip. Dillinger looked like he was going to gallop away at top of the stretch, but he didn't have that much finish, and it was Conniving. Back-to-back wins, Lane Leslie and Carlos Figueroa.
Yeah, it's interesting. I don't want to take too much away from the Dillinger. I thought he ran well enough to win. Conniving just ran better, and Conniving's just gotten really good. And I wish that on paper I could identify what is the thing that got Conniving going in the right direction, but he's definitely going in the right direction.
He is dramatically improved. A very good trip, a very good ride by Lane, and gets it done as much the best as it turned out here. Actually, I would say Funny Joke ran extremely well here, contesting what was a very strong pace, especially for this level, disposing of the horse that you and I liked, and he really did battle back strongly down the stretch. But Conniving was the one who got the best trip, and he turned out to be the best horse in the last race today, 5-2. 4-8-1-10 rounds out the action today. Now there's a rumor that you like Disarmed in the Oaklawn Handicap, and we're so excited that Jonathan likes Disarmed that we'll talk a little about Disarmed when we come back, as he and Steve Asmussen. Steve's got 2 in the Oaklawn Park Handicap. He's not getting the money with Red Route 1, but maybe he can get the money with Disarmed as America's Day at the Races continues.
Prince of Monaco's Too Good for Moose, an impressive winner of the Best Pal. Miramondi's All Hot, but Prince of Monaco Too Good.
Prince of Monaco, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
For over 150 years, the Kentucky Derby has stood as the most enduring tradition in American sports. And in our time, one stallion is reshaping its legacy. Back-to-back Derby winners. His first son at stud siring another. A dynasty in motion. A motion that again has forward momentum toward Louisville, with another elite crop of 3-year-olds bearing his genes. Spendthrift Farm, home of Into Mischief.
These New York bred foals represent many sires. War Dancer, Salamini, Honest Mischief, Central Banker. But they all have one thing in common. Starting in 2026, they'll be running for the same purse money as Open Company 2-year-olds at Naira Tracks. That's nearly 20% more than they run for now. Learn more about it at nybreds.com.
Welcome back to America's Day in the Races, brought to you in part by Hillendale Atalapa. Well, paddock emptied out pretty quickly as the card is over, race number 9. And today this is the last race that will be run without scheduled turf racing until November, I guess. And there's Harry Rice, Ballot, who retires today. Wish Harry the best going forward, of course. And he's in the winner's circle for the number 4 Conniving. 780, Lane Lussey getting it done. I'm impressed with Lane. I'm not saying he's the best rider on the racetrack, but I think he rides well. You know,
Yeah,
I think you can count on him to give a decent ride. I really do.
Absolutely. No, I thought he timed that one perfectly.
Nice to see him doing well. Of course, I've known his dad, Mike, for a long time. Mike rode here for many years. You know, when Mike, his dad first came to New York, he and Edgar Prado came here and rode in the winter of 94, 95. Edgar actually went back to Maryland and Mike stayed. Edgar came later, as you may or may not know, because the MiG got hurt. If it hadn't been the MiG breaking his arm in 99, who knows when Edgar would have really gotten started up here and obviously had a tremendous career.
Fun fact about Edgar Prado, I have him tattooed on the inside of my arm here, where Barbaro is.
Yeah, I'm going to stay out of that conversation, but, you know, I tell you what, it's good to know that. I think Acacia's probably pretty excited to hear about that as well. Do you have a full map of Jonathan's tattoo? I know Lafitte does, so Lafitte, you can stay out of this one. But Acacia, maybe Lafitte can make you a copy of his map of Jonathan's tattoos.
Why don't you read the rundown, man, like our block body art from
Rundown?
the on-air
What is that?
talent.
Andy does
like
not
this.
read the
Okay.
rundown.
Please. I have a racing form to read, all right? Some of us have to work around here.
Appreciate
Andy's handicapping like 3 weeks ahead.
Oh, yeah, well, I actually know who wins the Derby. I'm actually working at the Preakness
Yeah.
right now, but I can't give it out. I'd like to, but I can't. I promised a few people.
Appreciate the support, Andy. Thanks for stopping by, my friend. Plenty of live racing coming your way from Oaklawn Park. You still have the Valley of the Vapors, the Oaklawn Handicap. We had a chance to revisit, look back at the Razorback a little bit earlier. Another key prep, the Essex here, 2 exiting the Essex. This was last month, same distance as the Oaklawn Handicap, mile and an eighth. You had Tarantino, who was prominent throughout, and then the table really set for Red Route 1 in the end.
It did, and I think in large part with the Red Route 1, he is that type of horse that just no matter what drops so far back to the back of the pack and then makes that big late run. Steve Asmussen entered what we call a rabbit, a horse that his main job is to go to the lead and make it a fast pace for Red Route 1, and that was Unload, who was in that race and made it a quick pace that Red Route 1 was able to run into. That being said, you have to give some credit to Tarantino, who was on top of that fast pace early on. After having a little bit of a stumble at the start, kind of rushing up, he held in, second best, maybe so, but he held in there, and he's now run in 4 consecutive graded stakes and hit the board in all of them. He's 20-1 on the morning line. I don't know if he'll be that high, but maybe one to use underneath to grab a share.
So on paper, if things unfold the way they figured to, that's always a little bit of a reach. What does the pace look on paper, setting it up potentially for horses coming from further back, like a Red Route 1?
There should be enough pace. I don't know if it'll be as quick a pace as it was last time out. Like I said, there was a pace there that was with the intent of setting it up for Red Route 1, who was going to be coming from off of it. But Eric Asmussen going to be aboard. We know that this horse will drop out the back and make that late run. But there are several horses who should be forwardly placed, and so there should be enough pace. We'll see if he's able to do it. And we talked earlier about how this race is kind of a pivotal one for horses looking to take a step forward. Can Red Route 1 finally show that he's able to make a run without having an extra little assistance up front?
Exciting edition of the Oaklawn Handicap, $1.25 million purse, dates back to the mid-40s. We'll have a chance to dive into the numbers a little bit later on. And it's just hard to believe that in all the years of this race and all the terrific top-class handicap horses that have competed here, that have won here, that only 2, and you have to go back to the 60s to find the last multiple winner of an Oaklawn Handicap.
Pretty incredible, especially where it's positioned on the calendar. I would think that the Oaklawn Handicap would be a good opportunity for some of these older horses, maybe kind of getting their second, third starts of the year, kicking things off before going into some of those bigger races down the line. I think it's a good timing-wise race for horses like Skippy Longstocking, who have the goal of getting that Grade 1.
Later on today, race 11, Oaklawn Handicap, right here on Fox Sports 2. 2 weeks from today, the 151st running of the Kentucky Derby. Last year, the Arkansas Derby, producing the Derby winner, Mystic Dan. What will Sandman do on the first Saturday in May? Breakout performance in the Arkansas Derby and the Fantasy. Last year was Torpedo Anna on to victory in the Oaks. How productive will this year's edition be?
McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, proudly standing 4-time champion New York sire Central Banker, sire of multiple stakes winner Bank Frenzy.
Now Bank Frenzy means business, and he'll win the Haynesfield.
Also standing Salamini, sire of Grade 2 winner Winstock, and 7-time stake horse Doc Sullivan.
Doc Sullivan dominates to Mike Lee.
And Provocateur, the only Grade 1 son of Into Mischief standing in New York, half-brother to Wood Memorial winner Rodriguez. At McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, New York stallions that deliver.
Trying to get him. Speed King holding on. Sandman trying to dive after him, but it's going to be Speed King. Speed King all the way. Cole Battle, 16th left for the Rebel Stakes win. He's on top from Manicat Road, and Sandman, who's run out of ground. Cole Battle, the story continues. Cole Battle does it. It's Sandman in front by 2. Publisher is second, and Sandman, he's run his A race, and he gets a confidence booster heading to Kentucky.
I thought he was going to put it together today, put everything together today, and he did. And I'd just like to say thank you to all the partners across the board. And, you know, we're a great group, and we're on to the first Saturday in May.
Quiet side on the outside, neck in front now. Simply Joking, resilient from the rail. Quiet side digging in. She's got a half-length lead, and she has the fantasy victory.
Johnny, you can take a deep breath now. What a horse race that was.
That was very exciting. I mean, it was an incredible battle down the stretch. Couldn't ask for a better performance.
Kentucky Oaks?
Absolutely.
Booth and Anarchist, they need to find more. Booth's finding more. Anarchist done. Rivet coming on late, but Booth's gonna do it. Booth, a gold star in the count plate. Torpedo Anna is now asked to finish, and she will. Wherever you may be, give a warm round of applause for the horse of the year, the champion, Torpedo Anna.
She just keeps amazing us every time, you know. We think she's good. She just gets better and better, and you hear it all the time, a once-in-a-lifetime mare, but she really is a once-in-a-lifetime filly.
Yeah, I'm a rock star.
So many great moments, the highlights, best of the best this season at Oaklawn Park. Keisha, hard to top. Torpedo Anna, the horse of the year last week, winning that Apple Blossom in front of 40,000 here at Oaklawn.
It was pretty special. I walked over with her from the barn area, and as we were walking through the backside and onto the track, you saw people from other stables or in the parking lot coming out to take a picture or a video of her as she walked by. that's not something you normally see, where people that are not associated with that horse are kind of fangirling or fanboying over them. And that's what it's good for the game, to have a horse like her. And Kenny McPeek, right after the race, saying we're going to the La Troyenne, not afraid to run her. I would imagine onto the Ogden Phipps after that. And we'll see if we see her in a race like the Whitney.
As special as the journey has been, just plain X's and O's. What are you observing about her performances? How the data, the performance on paper, what are you seeing from Torpedo Anna as a 4-year-old in her 2 wins right here?
Well, it's interesting. As a 3-year-old, she really was so dominant, and I do think that it was impressive the way that she won the Breeders' Cup Distaff. However, we must point out that that Breeders' Cup Distaff was a little bit of a watered-down edition. The likes of Idiomatic, Adair Manor, randomized top horses in the division did not make it to that Breeders' Cup starting gate. So I think it's fair to point out, now as a 4-year-old, she's been well managed, she's done everything right so far. As things continue, as maybe some other horses step forward, or if Randomized comes back in a big way, we'll see if she can keep it going.
And winning the Oaks last year, and then she'll run on the undercard of the Kentucky Oaks this year in the Grade 1 La Troyenne. Torpedo Anna seeking yet another Grade 1 victory, and look forward to seeing her resurface and what she does in front of that massive crowd at Churchill Downs in a couple of weeks. Good crowd here today at Oaklawn. Good 9th race, this Arkansas-bred maiden affair. Sprinters, $110,000 purse. Tiz Marcus, number 2 at 5-2. Hicko down at the bottom, the current favorite, 9-5. See how they look. In the post-parade, Cole Stone here, Ron Moquett, and Fuego.
Yes, he is. Now this one is stepping up in class after being well beaten for maiden 20,000.
Tiz Marcus there. He is improving. Always takes money, 3-1.
Yeah, and he's always taken a step forward in each of his subsequent races. Ran a good second last time out. See if he can build on that.
Willie Cutts, solid in his first 2. God's Country in the money in his last pair.
Yeah, he's a horse, though, that has been exposed in maiden claiming races, running for 52 and 3 back without being able to get the job done.
409 gets off the rail, stuck inside his last pair.
Yes, certainly you would imagine with the trouble that he's had in his last couple of races, they just need a clean trip today.
Miney by Santa Anita Derby winner Gormley would be a shock.
Yes, stepping up in class as well. Ran for maiden 30,000 last time out.
Personal Jet just missed in his latest.
Second place finish that day at a big price. The addition of Blinker seems to have made a difference.
Bouncing Personal Jet, then Mr. Butch here. Luis Saez takes over.
There's Mr. Butch, as he is a horse that, too, tried maiden claiming company as well as Best Race was his debut, which was running for maiden 20.
Vacoma, second-time starter.
Very clever name there for an Arkansas bred by Vacoma, though he showed absolutely nothing first time out.
Piercy Road, 17 race maiden.
And another one stepping up in class, has not been able to seal the deal against Lesser. Does cut back in distance, though.
Golden City Street, not much in his first 2.
No, he hasn't. Did show a little bit more speed on debut. See if he can get back to that.
Ron Moquett has Hicko, 8-5, 6 minutes out.
He's definitely the class. He's an Arkansas bred that debuted against Stakes Company in the Rainbow, and he did not disgrace himself that day after breaking slowly, finishing 4th. Certainly some class relief in here today, and understandably the favorite.
Hicko, Maggie, does he look the part of an 8-5 favorite against these?
Maybe not. Honestly, Lafitte, and I get why he is favored in here as the Ron Moquett barn looks for their 4th win on this card, and I appreciate his effort first time out, and obviously Connections thinking highly of him for him only to be 4-1 in that debut in Stakes Company. Facing winners for your first start is not the easiest thing to do. Physically looking at him, and while he broke slow that day, I do feel as though he should be quicker this time around, as he does have that coveted outside post, as the adage goes, last one in, first one out. I just wanted to see a bit more from him, a bit more energy as he warmed up, kind of very quiet, a little drawn up underneath of himself, and he looks incredibly fit. Like I said, I respect him, but did he wow me as your 6-5 favorite? No, not necessarily. As we'll take a look at some horses that have a little bit more experience than he does, and one that has confirmed speed is number 2, Tiz Marcus, as he has run well in his 3 outings so far. He was one I saw in his debut. I liked what I saw that day, and yet again, I like what I'm seeing here as $2 Eddie. He was the favorite. He got the job done last time out. I didn't love the fact that Tiz Marcus was getting out a little bit around the turn, though down the stretch when he switched to that outside lead, he did straighten up a bit. And I'll say, too, that the fourth place finisher in that race while dropping down, Speaking Loud, we saw win very easily with a troubled trip last time out, or excuse me, yesterday in a maiden claimer. Tiz Marcus on his toes, really well conditioned, just a strong, good-looking horse that if he takes just another little step forward with Tyler Bacon aboard, I think he is a legitimate player. And then a horse that I don't necessarily love in the typical sense of things, but number 4, God's Country, as he makes his 12th start of his career, does get a serious rider upgrade, I'll say, with Francisco Arrieta climbing aboard, and a horse that at times can get really kind of wound up and live on his nerves, as he does wear a hood in the paddock, and he doesn't wear it, I think, during the races. I got to double check on that. But he was just really settled in the paddock, and they came over really early, Lafitte. So these horses were in the paddock, a full paddock, for quite a while, and that can be the undoing of a nervous type of horse. He held it together beautifully today, and he has run races that do make him competitive in this spot.
Settled, composed, and the presence of a red-hot jockey in Francisco Arrieta. God's Country at 14-1. Hicko not 14-1, the 7-5 favorite. And Richie, who had heard some very good things about Hicko as he was preparing for his career debut. He was 4-1 at post time and did encounter some trouble during the running of the race.
He certainly did, and didn't break well either that day. And for a first-time starter, whether it's restricted state bred company or not, to debut in a stake, you must think highly of them. Obviously, a little bit concerning with the short price, hearing the comments from Maggie and the way that he's acting in the preliminaries. For sprinters often, too, you like to see them, of course, not over the top, but you want to see a little intensity, some energy going in, especially if they didn't break well first time out. You're hoping that they can channel that energy, get out of the gate cleanly, and as Richie often says, get your position going forward.
Crushed thus far, 7-5 Hicko. Circling back to Personal Jet number 7. 7-1, Ricardo Santana to ride. This was his third career start. Arkansas Derby weekend in the mud. God's Country, Mr. Butch in there as well. Personal Jet in the end. Surges late and just misses.
He did. That was with the addition of blinkers as well, which did seem to make a difference for Personal Jet, finishing second there. Certainly the strongest effort that we've seen from him thus far. And that was with Julian Leparoux aboard and being drawn towards the outside. Seems like he's one that just takes a little bit of time to get going in the stretch. But trained by Chassis Palmier, who of course sent out Free Like a Girl to finish second behind Torpedo Anna. And I saw some quotes from her afterwards that she said Free Like a Girl was tearing up the stall, that she was angry she didn't get the win, and it looks like we're going to get a chance to see them rematch in the La Troyenne.
The best story in a race that did not result in a victory. This meet at Oaklawn Park, and now twice Grade 1 placed in the last 2 Apple Blossoms, third last year and second behind, a champion and a Horse of the Year this year.
Just incredible. The highest earning Louisiana bred Horse of the Year, purchased for, what, $5,500?
Amazing.
Just amazing.
That was last week's Apple Blossom. Oaklawn Handicap. Valley of the Vapors, 3-year-old fillies coming up shortly here. Did you have a selection here? Who did you think would graduate
in this race?
Ninth race?
Well, I was interested in the 2 Tiz Marcus, so I was happy to hear that Maggie had good things to say about him, because I thought, too, that he was a horse that was steadily progressing, and I like that he has some tactical speed, that he's already shown that thus far. And they're seems taking quite a bit of time leading up to this race. So good to see that it seems like he's keeping things together out there on the track as well. But finishing second in that last out effort where he did kind of rush up towards the inside to set that pace, I thought was an encouraging performance from him. And in this spot, when you have so many horses stepping up in class, and even with the favorite, a little bit of an unknown as he's making just his second start, I felt he was the most logical alternative.
50 Cent late pick 4 to get underway in this 9th race. Tiz Marcus, number 5, 409, and some angles to work with here. He's getting bet A at 7-1 now. He's had issues some traffic, some trouble in his last couple of starts. Christian Torres rides back 409, took money in his last start, and then gets off the rail, stuck inside for his last 2 races.
Did not seem like he was comfortable in there, too, and he did have trouble. We had trouble in his last 2 starts, and so needing a clean trip. It is encouraging that Christian Torres now knows this horse. Maybe there are some quirks that he's aware of. Riding him for the 3rd time out, also gets back on a fast track. He certainly seems like he has a bit of ability, has been bested by a few others in here, but we'll see what he can do with a clean trip today.
That's 409. Christian Torres, Tiz Marcus 7-2, and Hicko for trainer Ron Moquett. One of the stories of the afternoon thus far. Ron Moquett having saddled 3, now looking for a 4th winner on the Oaklawn Handicap undercard.
And he's got a 6-5 favorite to try and do exactly that. What a day it's been for the barn. And we saw that highlight reel there, of course, had Speed King winning earlier on in the meet, and we'll see what the future holds for that horse. But it's been a really fun journey to follow. Very, very accommodating, welcoming us to his home here at Oaklawn Park as well.
Best view in the house. Ron Moquett has Hicko here 6-5 at post time. Arkansas bred maidens in the 9th, live on Fox Sports 2. Here's Matt Dinneman.
God's Country walking up to the gate. Piercy Road. .409 in the red jacket. Golden City Straight. Viney, 2 back. He's one of them. And your current favorite, Hicko, coming off a 4th place finish in a stake to kick off his career lifetime start number 2 for Hicko. We're ready to go. And they're off. Viney gets the first call. Here comes Willie Cutts to be part of the action. These two are together with Tiz Marcus, not far off either, nor is Hicko. In the 4-path moving up to come and contest that contested pace down the backstretch run. 3 across the track. Hicko narrow lead on Viney, and Willie Cutts, Tiz Marcus backing away in 3rd on the rail. Gap of 3 to God's Country. Then comes Arcoma. 409 is next on the outside out of harm's way. He's 2 better than Colestone and Mr. Butch going into the turn. Personal Jet is next. Gap of 2.5 to Golden City Street, who drops to the back. Piercy Road has passed him as they round the far turn. Battle on the lead. Hicko on the outside in the 3-path, neck in front of Viney. On the inside, it's Tiz Bluff, who's right there coming to the top of the lane. God's Country circling the field. He's 4 wide making his move as they come to the top of the lane. God's Country after Hicko coming down the stretch here. 4 outside is 409. He's kicking it in. Hicko in trouble. Now losing that lead to God's Country. 409 down the center. Hicko's not done. Coming back. 3 across as they hit the 16th pole. 409 on the outside. 409 God's Country. Hicko's still there. It's 409. 409 got it by a narrow margin over Hicko, God's Country, and Tiz Marcus.
Better post, cleaner run, and a late surge. 409, and Christian Torres 7-1 graduates in his 4th career start to kick off the late pick 4 at Oaklawn.
In time, and finally got a clean trip, able to run down God's Country, who did run very well in there today, though hanging on that inside left lead, not switching. And then you had Hicko, who was part of a pressured early pace early on. 3 horses on the front end, including a long shot in Viney. I think his hand was kind of forced from that outside post, so he really didn't have many options. That set it up perfectly for 409, who was finally able to stay out of trouble.
Kind of like a relay race, like a pass the baton thing as the leaders start to collapse. God's Country emerges with the lead. Francisco Arrieta, and what kind of impact will the outcome of this one play in this chase for a jockey title at Oaklawn, with Christian Torres on 409 out finishing God's Country and Francisco Arrieta in the end in that photo for second.
Don't think they don't know where the other one is in the race, and thinking, even if I can't get the win, I just have to make sure I beat that guy.
5-12-4-2, unofficial order of finish. 409. Christian Torres here by B Jersey graduates. Here at Oaklawn Park, results and much more when we come back. Stakes racing on the horizon with the Valley of the Vapors and eventually the $1.25 million Oaklawn Handicap. But for now, all about 409 breaks through in the 9th of 12 here in Hot Springs.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants.
Drain the Clock will bound home the winner. Drain the Clock, Jockey's Warrior, drain the clock by a head.
$120,000. $100,000 in the back.
Adelphi Racing Club offers the unparalleled excitement of owning thoroughbred racehorses at a fraction of the cost. We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Our New York-based high-performing equine athletes, trainers, and jockeys compete and win at the highest level circuits. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference, and let's win races together.
The champion 2-year-old. One of 4 champion 2-year-olds in his immediate family. Essential quality at 2. Undefeated.
Essential quality, though, has opened up by 5.
Devastating. His own first 2-year-olds race in 2025. If they're anything like him and you've got a mare in foal, just imagine.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Great to have you with us on this Oaklawn Handicap Saturday. You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2, where Christian Torres is heating up in the second half of the program. 2 wins in the last 3 races, now joined by champion jockey Richie Migliori. Richie, the subplot this last couple of weeks here, the chase for an Oaklawn riding title, and Christian Torres, those 2 wins here. And right there in the thick of things in the photo, right there was Francisco Arrieta.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting race. After today, 7 racing days to go. They're both riding a lot of live horses. Rafael Bejarano's still in it. Tyler Bacon's still in it. Maybe getting a little bit tougher for him to make up the ground. But you take so much pride in this. And you don't go into a meet thinking you want to be leading rider, but when you're in a position, man, you want to get it done.
And let's hear from the winning pilot, Christian Torres, standing by live with Maggie.
Here with Christian Torres, looking to keep that leading rider status intact as you're now 2 up on Francisco Arrieta. Just beating him at the wire, too. But, Christian, well-timed ride here.
Thank you, thank you. Horse has been doing great. The past 2 races, we've been unlucky. I had to check twice. Last race at Cliff Hills on the 5/8. But we were hoping for a clean trip. That's why today I broke. I didn't rush him. I didn't want to be. I just let him get on the rhythm. Tried to stay out of trouble, but when I asked him, he was right there for me.
And how much does it pay to know these horses? You ride these Arkansas breds throughout the meet, just to have that relationship like you did with this guy.
Yeah, it's something that it takes time, to know the horse, and we work them in the morning. It helps a lot to work the horse in the morning because we get to know them a lot better and their habits and all that. That horse, he reminds me the other Archie bred that I ride for Bruce, Luckmore. Yeah. They kind of have the running style. They just like to be mid-pack and make a run at the end. And, Archie breds there, it depends on what they like. Archie breds, some of them like to be on the front, some of them like to come from behind. So, but it's good that, we work them in the morning and we get to know them.
Well done. I like that rapport you have. I know you will be aboard a horse you're riding for the first time in the next, the Valley of the Vapors, with Legal Empress. Any thoughts about her chances?
I really liked her. She's a filly that she tries a lot. Every race she's right there trying. I like the outside post. That's how she likes to be, just stuck in on the outside. There's plenty of speed on the race, but she's a filly that she depends on the pace. She's close or she's mid-pack, but she always makes a run at the end.
Appreciate your opinion and doing your homework, too. Well done.
Thank you, guys.
Well, he's prepared, guys.
Ready for the task at hand. Knows that winner's circle well. Last 2 riding titles here at Oaklawn. High five, embrace Christian Torres. And getting that momentum going just in time before a stakes bound here on Legal Empress, who, if she's going to be successful, the strategy might be very similar than what it just was and how he won this race with 409.
I think he made a good point, too, though. She has some natural speed, but she's not, kind of forced into the race, if you will. So I think she gets a nice outside stalking trip.
Speaking of which, turn the page. Valley of the Vapors. 3-year-old fillies a mile, $200,000 purse, Richie, and competitive, deep edition of this Valley of the Vapors.
I think it is, and it's an interesting race. Some horses trying something different, like the 7 Miss Martini, but look at her pedigree. Don't you think she'd be better going a bit further?
Added distance on paper should aid her cause, and that's what the race looks like on paper. The betting book, Miss Martini, is 3-1. Yeah, there's several contenders in this one.
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of interesting, too. You get the 3-horse Anonima, who was 3rd in the Virginia Oaks. And I think people see that right away and they go, well, it's a stakes race. But it was the same day that Quantum Burst won the first race in a fast time. That was a fast track that day at Colonial. But she got a 77 buyer figure as opposed to Anonyma's 68. And they're the same price at this moment, 9-2. And out of the 2, I think I'd prefer Quantum Burst. And Flavien Prat sees his way to ride her back, and he rode her that day. And he's a rider with options.
He's already won the Bathhouse Row a little bit earlier, Flavien Prat. First mission in the Oaklawn Handicap, 2-1 morning line favorite. We'll pay attention to that early wagering once we get there. America's Best Racing's Race of the Week, Oaklawn Handicap. You know all about the defending champ, Skippy Longstocking, trained by Safi Joseph, as is Alexander Helios. Here's Safi on his chances in this Oaklawn Handicap.
Alexander Helios, he's a horse that's consistently got better. We had him last year on... We left him at Oakland because we didn't have horses with Dan Ward. Dan did good with him, won a race, and he sent him back to us. And he ran second actually at Churchill to Hitchell, who ironically won the World Cup the other day. And since we had an issue, we had to give him time off. We brought him back, and he came back. He won the allowance at Gulfstream very impressively, and then he stepped up his game out in the Razorback. And I thought the Razorback was a big race. He beat First Mission, who was coming off a layoff, but he also beat Banishing, who came back to win the Oakland Mile. So I feel like he's a horse that's progressive. He ran a lifetime top last time, and we feel like he could make another step forward today.
What do you make of his chances, Richie? Is he good enough to upset his stablemate, Skippy Longstocking?
I mean, it's a great question. His last race was a big step forward. What you have to respect and you can never overlook with horses is, yes, speed figures tell one story, and obviously a very important equation in the story. But if a horse has the fight, the tenacity, and Alexander Helios, he showed as much grit and determination in that victory in the Razorback as you're going to see from any horse. Challenge from both sides, and he refused to yield.
A lot of grit displayed on that afternoon for Safi Joseph. Very well represented in this Oaklawn Handicap Race 11 here at Oaklawn. Valley of the Vapors is next, and of course in a couple of weeks with the Kentucky Derby and the storyline regarding the jockeys trying for a first Derby victory. Luis Saez knows what it feels like to cross the wire in front and then have it taken away from him. Rod Ortiz, 8 mounts in the Derby, yet to hit the board, and if not for a Triple Crown winner, Jose Ortiz would have won a Derby but denied aboard Good Magic in 2017-18.
Get into the game with Bond Racing Stable. When you partner with Bond Racing Stable, the Bond team does all the work and you enjoy the experience. As a partner, you can watch morning workouts, come to the paddock for saddling, and cheer your horse down the stretch. Bond Racing Stable offers more than 30 New York-bred weanlings, yearlings, and 2-year-olds in a partnership program that gets you to the winner's circle. Whether on your own or with friends and family, make Bond Racing Stable your racing partners. Go to jamesbondracing.com today.
Mage is coming down the center. Hit Show is there. Kingsbarns gives way. Angel of Empire with powerful strides down the center of the track, but there's one furlong to go. Two Phil's fights on, but Mage has taken the lead. Angel of Empires are rallying third. Time is running out to catch Mage. Mage digs down deep, urged onto the wire to win the Derby.
Well worth the wait. Well deserved. Finally, roses on the first Saturday in May for star jockey Javier Castellano aboard Mage 2 years ago.
Yeah, for all of Javier Castellano's well-documented exploits as a jockey, one of the few things missing on his resume, and he got it done in a later stage of his career. But Lafitte, we were talking about this earlier. It's just such a difficult race to win. You've had great riders that have never had the opportunity to win it, and some that it took a long time, and they rode contenders. It's just, if the racing gods are smiling on you on that particular day, having a horse that's good enough and then getting a trip that makes you a Kentucky Derby winner.
It doesn't define a career, but you can only imagine that much sweeter. Castellano having to wait that much longer, and some of the bigger names, these star riders aiming for a first Derby victory. Saez, again, DQ'd on maximum security. Jose Ortiz, so close, good magic, second to Justify. Irad Ortiz, 8 Derby mounts yet to hit the board. Manny Franco, does he win a Derby in 2020 if not for the pandemic? And 'tis the law, Junior Alvarado Sovereignty for his fourth Kentucky Derby ride. Meantime, here at Oaklawn Park, we watched Sandman, that breakout performance, the hot pace. He took advantage and rolls into Kentucky with a lot of momentum.
Yeah, and I think he has the right style for this Derby, a Derby that I think will feature a lot of pace. So I know people will maybe dismiss his effort in the Arkansas Derby because they say, well, he just got such a scorching pace. I believe he gets a scorching pace in the Kentucky Derby as well, in a 1.25 miles. If you go back over the last 10 years of the Kentucky Derby, there's only been one Derby, American Pharoahs, where they went above 47 to the half. Every one has either been 46 and change or 45 and change, and that is fast for a 10-furlong race.
It's the key for Jose Ortiz riding a closer in the Derby. It's different when you're dealing with that many horses, that much traffic.
Well, that's it, trying to make sure you get a path without getting sent too wide into the stretch. But one thing that Sandman has already proven the ability to have, and that's to be able to make a long, sustained rally. So, and honestly, is anybody riding better in North America right now than Jose Ortiz?
In his own, and a date with Sandman in a couple of weeks. We've seen so many things in the Derby, right? Since Justify won the Derby and his fourth career start, eventual Triple Crown winner since then. A couple of disqualifications. We've had a Kentucky Derby in September as a result of the pandemic. Rich Strike, a horse at 80-1 who was not in the race like the day before the race. So why can't a maiden, a horse who's never won a race in his life, win a Kentucky Derby? And how fitting that would be, almost poetic for Steve Asmussen to get that elusive first Derby with a maiden. Publisher, who trained this morning and by all accounts breezed very well.
This is a horse that has impressed me all winter here at Oaklawn. I actually liked him going into I think it was the Rebel, and he had a very difficult trip that day, and he ran extremely well in the Arkansas Derby. I was talking with Irad Ortiz earlier today in the jockey's room about picking up the mount on Publisher. That's a plus too. I mean, he's strong, hungry rider, also has been riding in career form. I mean, he's a guy who rides a 5-claimer as hard as he rides a Grade 1, and I respect and admire that. It's not easy to maintain that level. But he was talking about, and I said, hey, you might wind up in a position following your brother on Sandman because they have a very similar style, and that's how it worked out in the Arkansas Derby. That'd be kind of interesting, huh? Two brothers fighting it down to the line in the Kentucky Derby.
Story within the story, another intriguing subplot to this year's Kentucky Derby. Andy, J.K., you've had 25 horses exit the Florida Derby. No Derby prep has been more productive. What do you make about the strength the horses exiting this year's Florida Derby?
Yeah, I don't believe in that kind of stuff. I think it's a year-by-year thing. It's a Grade 1, and once the Grade Stakes Committee gets their head together and realizes that all these preps need to be Grade 2s. They're a prep for the Kentucky Derby's Grade 1. They shouldn't be Grade. It'll help things. I know one thing we wanted to talk about before the Florida Derby. What jockey was the question that we thought was most likely to win his first Derby? I think it's a pretty easy question. I'll take Umberto Rispoli. You guys can have anybody else.
No, I'll take Umberto as well. But it's look, when you have a horse like Journalism, who is running some of the fastest races, has overcome adversity, has an outstanding trainer in Michael McCarthy, he's checking all the boxes.
He's good. May not win the Derby. The best horse hasn't always won the Derby. Going into this Derby, he is the best horse and the horse to beat. Anyone that disagrees with that, feel free to disagree, but I don't know how you look at these horses. Doesn't mean he's going to win. Doesn't mean you like him, but he's the horse to be. As far as the Florida Derby, I mean, I don't disagree with the prevailing notion that the most likely horse out of that race to win this Derby is Sovereignty. I do think Japan Street's a good horse, but Sovereignty's got a little more bottom than him, probably more likely to get a mile and a quarter. But here's a question for you, Jonathan. And I agree with what Richie was saying. We all agree speed figures aren't everything. He's a little light on speed figures for a horse that may be the second choice.
Yeah, and I was hoping that he was going to take a step forward off of the Fountain of Youth, and he didn't really do that. Now, Bill Mott.
Second race.
Yeah, maybe he's going to wait a little bit. But I think the interesting thing when you watch these two horses cross the wire, you got Luis Saez on Tapan Street in front, and you got Manny Franco on Sovereignty in second. They showed that graphic about how those two guys haven't won a Derby yet. It's just kind of an asterisk, though, right? Luis Saez did cross the wire first with Maximum Security. He'll be fine on the right horse. And Manny Franco, while he hadn't won the Derby, he did win the first leg of the Triple Crown in 2020 when he won the Belmont.
Right. Now, he's obviously not Rottingham Jr. Alvarado, had an injury, missed it, and it was really a one sort of race deal for Manny. But I agree with that. These are great riders. And, okay, is Umberto Rispoli as good as Flavien Prat? Okay, but these guys are really good riders. Good riders have gotten in trouble in derbies before, so I'm not that worried about the jockeys in here. I think they're all really good. And I'll say, you mentioned Luis Saez. I don't know if anybody's riding better than him right now. He's doing incredibly well at Keeneland.
Yeah, when Louis being aggressive, being forward, that kind of old Louis of old.
I agree.
When he's riding like that, man, he's hard to beat.
I agree, and it's funny you say that because I feel as though one of the things that kind of hurt him at times was he got away from being aggressive. And he is a very good aggressive rider, and I don't disagree. And we'll talk about the Bluegrass a little bit. I'd be very happy to see Brendan Walsh win a Kentucky Derby. I don't like East Avenue at all. I do think Burnham Square can win, and in my heart, I'm rooting for him and Ian Wilkes.
Well, I actually do like East Avenue, not as like a, bet to win, all my money is on him, my Derby's over if he doesn't win. But I do think he's interesting to be involved, to hit the board, if he can prove that he doesn't need the lead.
But
if he is the type of horse
that
needs the lead, then he's going to be in trouble a little bit. But I wonder if he has to be that horse. I wonder.
I don't know. And it's, you can make some excuses, but I can't get past how horrifically he ran in the Risen Star. We'll give him a pass in the Breeders' Cup. So, I mean, it's fair. There aren't enormous amount of examples, and the counter to me saying that is, well, he ran so badly in the Risen Star, maybe something went wrong. I just can't trust him in a horse that wants to be forward. I think he's really good, don't get me wrong. I just don't trust him not being forward, and I agree with Richie. There's too many pace-type horses here that are kind of need a lead types.
Yeah, the hope is that if he was a short price horse, right? Like I know last year
you
questioned
a big price in anybody, right?
Right. Last year I know you questioned whether or not Fierceness needed the lead or not. I think Fierceness ended up proving who he was, but at the time of the Derby, you were questioning whether or not he needed the lead. He was a short price. East Avenue, while we can question whether he needs the lead,
he's gonna be 20-1.
He'll be 20-1, so it's okay to take that chance.
No, that's very fair. Lafitte, did you study up and learn anything about the game to try to compete with what's going on over here? Because I got to tell you, it's a tough act to follow.
You had a question for them?
No, listen, guys, I mean, I agree about journalism. I mean, if I could ride one, I'd want to ride journalism. I mean, he found so much trouble in a 5-horse field in the Santa Anita Derby. I just hope that he can work out a better trip in a bulkier field. I think that's a big question.
One of the best stories regarding a jockey is the fact that Umberto Rispoli's agent, Matthew Nakatani, right, could be part of a Derby win, and his father, Hall of Famer, top class rider, Corey Nakatani, the record for most Derby mounts without a Derby win. Intriguing subplot. Andy, you teach me about horse racing, I'll teach you about television. How's that? Deal? Awesome. Saratoga, site of the third jewel of the Triple Crown once again. How hard would that ticket be? How hot would that ticket be if a Triple Crown happened to be on the line for a Belmont Stakes at the Spa?
Saratoga is the mecca for horse racing as it is. The Racing Museum and Hall of Fame right there on Union Avenue across from those historic grounds of Saratoga Racecourse. And it's a racing town. Everybody's excited and into it. If you had a Triple Crown on the line going into it, I can't imagine the pandemonium that would ensue.
Third and final jewel of a Triple Crown for the second year at Saratoga. Of course, we'll be there. And we'll be right here for the upcoming stakes racing here at Oaklawn with the 3-year-old fillies, Valley of the Vapors. Then the main event, Oaklawn Handicap. So much coming your way. One of the biggest Saturdays every season at the Spa here in Hot Springs. Stakes racing coming your way on Fox Sports 2.
A reputation of excellence isn't built overnight. Day by day, year by year, decade after decade. For over 100 years, Claiborne's commitment to quality has led to unrivaled success. Building on the past, building for the future. Claiborne Farm. The tradition continues.
It's America's original sport. And no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you.
Introducing Peace and Justice, new to New York in 2025. A proven sire with over 200 wins, 16% wins per starts, and one of only 2 New York-based stallions to have a graded stakes winner at Saratoga in 2024. Now, with 3 different racing surfaces coming to New York, and with New York breds running for equal purses as open company, Peace and Justice is the sure choice for 2025. Peace and Justice, now standing at Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions in New York.
This is my Oaklawn.
Welcome back to the program. It's America's Day at the Races here on FS2 as we have stakes action here at Oaklawn Park. It is the Valley of the Vapors, the 3-year-old fillies, as we just got the call for riders up, and we'll begin with some favorites, and actually 2 of the 3 favorites in here will be attempting to go 2 turns for the first time in their respective careers. We'll begin with the daughter of Curlin, though. That's number 7, Miss Martini. She comes off the back of the win in the Southern Hospitality Stakes, and immediately after that race, and I talked to both Steve Asmussen and son Keith, they both said they felt as though with that performance, with her pedigree too, that longer would be the next immediate step. So here we are. Now physically, she has a filly that's a little bit more of the smaller Curlin line, but it's the way she handles herself and too the way that she runs her races that gives one confidence in the fact that she should be able to stretch out, and this is only a mile. So I think it's well within her wheelhouse. She is so composed, so classy acting. She's one of those horses that kind of looks right at you, right through you, more of that kind of human-like quality that she has. So definitely a formidable favorite, but I do like number 5 in here as well, Dare to Fly. We'll see how much these stretch-out horses do possess, but Dare to Fly was picked up out of a digital sale for $210,000, and she'll move to the Phil D'Amato barn, who they already have a winner on this card. She looks like she should love going longer, honestly. She's long, kind of tubular frame to her, and I like the way that she's acting. She's like, I don't want to say a coiled spring. She's just simmering under the surface, though. You know, saving it up, but it's obviously there, that race energy that we're going to see from her out on the racetrack, as she has just clicked over to favoritism, taking a lot of money, but from my eye, rightfully so. And then a horse that does have a bit of experience going longer is number 3, Anonima, for Ken McPeak. I thought, though, in defeat in that Virginia Oaks, she ran well behind the favorite, and then early on would complement that effort, running second, narrowly defeated in the Gazelle, improving her buyer speed figure by 10 points. Now, jury's still out. Does Anonima need Lasix? Because by far her best performance came when running on the medication, but she looks spectacular here. Granted, I did like her too back in the Honeybee, but just bigger, robust filly, dappled head to toe. I'm willing to give her another shot. Lafitte?
An X factor, Maggie, without the anti-bleeding medication Lasix Anonyma. How will she perform today? We'll find out. 6 minutes post-parade, Valley of the Vapors. There's a Jenkin drawn inside. No good cheer for her to chase today.
I'm expecting an improved effort from Jenkin here. I think she's training extremely well since her last start at the fairgrounds. And those were 2 subpar efforts back-to-back, but I think she's a filly that can rebound.
Spanker Boom out. Anonyma. There she is in Nick Juarez.
Yeah, I like the comments Maggie had about her physically. And listen, it was a nice effort in the Virginia Oaks, but she's going to have to run faster.
Quantum Burst at Flavian. Pratt looking for a second stakes win this afternoon.
A big effort for this Green Lantern Stables homebred, and if she runs that race back, she is going to be one of the players here for sure.
Favorite now, Dare to Fly. Maggie says she looks like she's built for the task at hand, the added distance.
Yeah, stretching out, was sold in that Fasig-Tipton digital sale the day after she broke her maiden here at Oaklawn Park.
Princess Aaliyah, 6th in the fantasy.
This is a granddaughter of Kentucky Derby winning colors. Her maiden breaking score was good. A little bit tough for her maybe in the fantasy. She could rebound.
Miss Martini, a consistent filly first route.
I like this filly. I think, going longer isn't going to be a problem with her pedigree, and I love the way she rallied last time after extricating herself from tough quarters.
Christian Torres, 2 wins thus far aboard Legal Empress here. Outside post for the quick filly.
Well, we heard Christian Torres talk about watching her replays. Good riders prepare. You're not leading rider by accident. You got to put the work in.
7 strong, 3-year-old fillies. Valley of the Vapors is next. Number 1, Jenkin, trained by Lindsay Schultz, standing by live with Acacia.
As Jenkin will break from the rail, Lindsay, she is actually a stakes winner here at Oaklawn Park. What are your thoughts on her coming out of that fairgrounds try?
Look, that was a race against really tough company, and we're happy to get her back here at Oaklawn and give her a shot.
She is a horse that has been effective at a mile. Do you feel like a little bit less distance is suitable for her?
I think she'll probably go either way. 2 turns is great, and that she already has a win on this course is a plus.
What has she been showing you leading into this race?
We gave her pretty stiff work last week. We worked her with an older horse, and she worked great. So we're looking forward to it.
Thanks for the time. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Lafitte.
Acacia, Jenkin, Francisco Arrieta. What does he want to establish early from the inside post?
Well, she's a filly that doesn't want to be involved early, but you got to take advantage of that rail draw. And this is, the race that starts and ends at the 16th pole. And I think that if she can just get herself up into that kind of coveted pocket spot, that's going to give her her best opportunity. And she had races as a 2-year-old, late in her 2-year-old year, that were good enough to be competitive here. Her last 2 races just were subpar for her. I know she's better than that. I actually was here the morning she worked on April 12th, and I loved the work. I really think off of that work, I've got to respect her at a big price.
10-1, and Francisco Arrieta aboard Jenkin. Dare to Fly, the favorite, though, 2-1. Andy, JK, your thoughts as we get closer to post time for this Valley of the Vapors?
I think it's a fairly wide-open race, and the board sort of suggests it. For me, I think Anonyma is very dangerous. I think that Virginia Oaks a much better race, the figures suggest, and we saw how well early on did to just lose a photo in her Demoiselle. So I'd be inclined to take the price on her, but it's a pretty wide-open race.
Yeah, it is pretty wide open, and they're betting it like that, too. Jenkin's one of those horses that I've always thought had a little bit of talent. Unfortunately, her last 2 races were just absolutely horrible. But it doesn't make any sense because her 2 prior to that were pretty good. So it's one of those situations when you have a horse who's run so well and then stops running so well, you'd like to hope they can get back to that. But she wasn't really that well meant. She was 69-1 and 65-1 her last 2 starts. So at a price, I think she's interesting underneath. But on top, I do think that a horse like Dare to Fly is interesting. It's interesting with the trainer change from Steve Asmussen to Phil D'Amato, but that last race is pretty darn good.
All right, we'll see what happens here, guys. We'll see what happens in a wide-open running of the Valley of the Vapors.
Still looking at Jenkin here, and you mentioned some missed training throughout the course of the winter. Just kind of playing the hand you're dealt for Lindsay Schultz.
Yeah, there was a period of time here at Oaklawn Park where weather was wreaking havoc with training schedules. The track being frozen, having to, put training off either the afternoon or cancel a few days of training. And some horses, it wouldn't matter. You know, they don't need as much. And some horses need to train on. And I really think that Jenkins was a victim of the stops and starts in her training schedule during that period of time when we were having to deal with weather. And the fact that she's gotten to train with a purpose and that good, strong work into her, at a big price, I'm using her. I think she is a player here.
Jenkins, right behind her, Quantum Burst. Maggie, what's she showing you?
Exactly. I'll get to Jenkins in a moment. As Quantum Burst, look, Eddie Kenneally is one of those trainers that I don't love to, wax poetic about his horses, because typically they look fantastic, no matter who they are or how fast or slow they may be in the context of a race. But Quantum Leap isn't necessarily one of those horses. So at a short price, and look, she's not, her 2-to-1 morning line, I'd be willing to look elsewhere, because two, I feel like she's going to have some company up front. And while it seems as though she can pass horses, she can run a decent race from off of it, I also question the overall quality of the stock that she has faced. I feel like a horse like Jenkins, who we'll get to now, has just faced better horses. Richie talking about the interrupted training, so on and so forth, it's kind of funny. So Lindsay Schultz had horses at the fairgrounds, even a horse like Quiet Side, who looks to be one of the favorites for the Kentucky Oaks. John Ortiz, partnered up with Lindsay, and Lindsay doing him a favor, and she took Quiet Side down there because they couldn't train her here. But look at the training with Jenkins. Yeah, she shipped her down to the fairgrounds to train there, then shipped her back up here to Oaklawn, then to train here, and then shipped back to fairgrounds. So I wonder if, a lot of shipping around and training in different places that she wasn't running maybe had a negative effect. And now Jenkins, as Meg said, consistently training here, now gets to run here. The only other time I saw her was in her debut, and I wrote just really underdeveloped, just did not look like an athlete. Wow, has she moved forward tenfold? I think she's very intriguing here. She looks sensational, incredibly fit, and just so much more athletic. Acacia, as number 5, Dare to Fly, she's holding strong as the favorite, and I think rightfully so.
I agree, Maggie. I was wondering what to do with her coming into this race, because she is stretching out for the first time. But as soon as I saw her, I was convinced that she would be able to handle the added distance in here. And while she's gotten a bit more on her toes out there on the track right now, she's kept it under wraps, which I do appreciate, in contrast to the likes of Quantum Burst, who I thought has been pretty wound up throughout in the preliminaries. But as far as Dare to Fly is concerned, while she broke a little bit slow last time out, she was patient and she was able to settle, but she struck me with the type of running style and those big long legs that she just got out-footed a little bit. I do love those types of runners stretching out the feet, and this could possibly be the right spot for Dare to Fly as she will try to navigate the mile.
With star jockey Rod Ortiz, Dare to Fly. Richie, approaching post time. They're approaching the starting gate. What are we looking for early on in terms of race shape?
Well, it's interesting. You have to think Quantum Burst is going to use some of her speed, but you have some horses like Dare to Fly, like Miss Martini, that are stretching out off of sprints. Legal Empress has stalking speed going longer, so it just depends on how the sprinters stretching out handle the stretch out and if they get keen or not.
Dare to Fly, the favorite, 2-to-1. Rod Ortiz for Phil D'Amato. Post time for the Valley of the Vapors live on Fox Sports 2. Here's Matt Dinneman.
We're ready to go in the Valley of the Vapors Stakes. And they're off. Good start for all. Miss Martini won the break. Here's Quantum Burst moving up to come in, challenge, and take the lead away with Dare to Fly. And Princess Aaliyah, who's on a hold right now, third. Miss Martini shuffled back as they go into the first turn run, drops to the back. Legal Empress parked outside of her as they corner. Anonyma in the meantime. She's between horses within 2 lengths of the lead, and Jenkins down at the rail. A compact group sorts themselves out. It's Quantum Burst, Flavian Pratt on the lead by about a half length here. Dare to Fly, Irad Ortiz Davies Jr., they're pressing from the outside. There's a line of 3 right behind them. Jenkin, the great Princess Aaliyah, and Anonima, who's between that pair. Another length and a half or 2 to Miss Martini and Legal Empress, still tightly clumped as they head down the backstretch. Remember, this race will end at the 16th pole here. Quantum Burst, neck in front of Dare to Fly. Anonima wedges through between horses to make it 3 across the track as they're halfway home. Gap of 2 now to Princess Aaliyah. She's niggled along a little bit. Jenkin patiently ridden on the rail. Miss Martini still at the back with Legal Empress as they go into the far turn. Anonima, Quantum Burst. Quantum Burst under a ride. Anonima easily breezes up alongside. It appears she's got horse between horses. Dare to Fly still in with a shot. She's right there 3 deep. Princess Aaliyah in an all-out drive coming to the top of the lane. She's tipping 4 wide. Miss Martini next as they wheel for the judge here. Far outside, Dare to Fly has taken a short lead from Anonima, who's sticking to her from the inside. And Princess Aaliyah is grinding away. Here she comes. Princess Aaliyah down the center for Luis Saez. It's the granddaughter of winning colors for the coach, D. Wayne Lucas. Princess Aaliyah, a Valley of the Vapors Stakes winner. Dare to Fly was second. Quantum Burst, Anonima third and fourth.
The happy couple. Wayne Lucas, Lori Lucas, and a storybook ending in this Valley of the Vapors. As you heard Matt Dinnerman refer to, the daughter of 1988, granddaughter of 1988, Kentucky Derby winner, winning colors. That's Princess Aaliyah, closing fastest of all in the Valley of the Vapors.
Yeah, it's really a cool story. The fact that Wayne Lucas got his Kentucky Derby with the mare winning colors, now trains her granddaughter to a stakes victory here. Really cool story.
The coach with Acacia.
Absolutely. As Princess Aaliyah comes rolling, and Wayne, it did seem like she got the right setup, but she really leveled off nicely today.
Well, I like it when she got outside. It made a big difference. I thought he might have moved too soon. I was a little concerned, but once he angled out, you know, that made her drop into another gear. It was really pretty.
She seemed like she was a little bit up against it the way the race played out last time out. Can you talk a little bit about how she got into stride nicely today?
Well, they're 3, and they're learning every time they go. So, you know, we get a race like that, and we think, well, maybe she's not as good. And then you get one like this, and you say, I think she is as good. And next thing you're looking at the 8 bells or something. So we'll get optimistic.
Think that might be next for her?
Could be.
We look forward to it. Congratulations, as always, Wayne.
Thank you. Great to be here.
Lafitte?
Already looking ahead. Wayne Lucas, maybe the 8 bells. First they'll celebrate this one. What a performance here. What a story. Princess Aaliyah in the Valley of the Vapors.
It's a great story. And one thing about Wayne, he is not afraid to look forward. You know, in a game that we're always focused in the moment, but always looking to the future.
What was the key today to Luis Saez and she triggering the 7-1 upset as Wayne goes to greet winning Pilot and the winning filly, Princess Aaliyah?
I think the key was just being forward. It wasn't a particularly fast pace on. She was wide, but she kind of gave the impression of being that grinding kind of runner, and that's how she did it. She just kept grinding away. I agree with Wayne. I thought Louis might have been moving a bit too soon myself, but sometimes with horses like this, you're better going a little early because they're going to stay at it doggedly. They're not going to give you a big kick.
Still room for improvement, as you saw, mechanically finishing up on her wrong lead, and yet still blowing past the competition in the stretch.
Yeah, well, Wayne just said it. They're young horses. They're 3-year-olds. They're all still learning. I mean, so it is very interesting from that perspective. One thing about it, we know Wayne is not afraid to swing away.
7-1 here. More play racing. BC Stables, Princess Aaliyah, granddaughter of winning colors, 1988 Kentucky Derby winner. Oaklawn Handicap is next. Trainer Safi Joseph knows all about visiting the winner's circle in the Oaklawn Handicap. This journey with Skippy Longstocking. Can he go back-to-back? The headline event is next, the Oaklawn Handicap.
It's Mandaloun. Mandaloun wins.
great to have you with us on this terrific Saturday afternoon of Thoroughbred Racing. America's Day at the races, as always, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Sign up now, get involved. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Our club downtown here in Hot Springs, about a mile and a half away. At the track this afternoon where we just watched Princess Aaliyah, the granddaughter of a Derby winner and winning colors for Wayne Lukas. That was back in '88. Here we are in 2025. Another trip to the winner's circle for Wayne Lukas in a stakes race and a granddaughter of a horse, a filly, one of 3 fillies to have won the Derby.
It's just so neat, the different connections and how they kind of revisit through time. Maggie talked about feeling old earlier because some horse she covered, daughter's running. Well, Wayne trained the grandmother to a Derby victory.
Incredible. Princess Aaliyah, over Dare to Fly. And we move forward to the America's Best Racing's Race of the Week. And the Grade 2 $1.25 million Oaklawn Handicap Older Horses Mile and an Eighth. The early wagering. Look at that. Defending champ Skippy Longstocking 3-2 as he makes his march on the way over. A march he knows well, having made the same trip last year and having won last year's Oaklawn Handicap and trying to become just the 3rd horse ever to win multiple editions.
You think about the long history of the Oaklawn Park Handicap, that only 2 horses, and the last time being 1965
Been a
to
while.
win this race twice. And some big names have won this race over the years.
What he's accomplished and a blue-collar background. Skippy Longstocking, when purchased by Daniel Alonso for a very modest price. Alonso never could have imagined that Skippy Longstocking would reach such heights, earn this much money. For trainer Sanofi Joseph, however, this journey with Skippy Longstocking has meant a lot more than just money earned during the course of his career.
Skippy Longstocking, he's easy on the track, very willing horse. He's kind of a workhorse that does as much as you want or as little as you want. If you put him on a slow horse, he'll work just head and head. If you put him on a fast horse, he'll keep up. He's pretty easy, plays with you. He won't bite you savagely, but he'll nip you just to let you know he's there, and we kind of have a bond in that aspect. He's nice to play, he doesn't bite hard. He's done a world of good for me. When we lost White Barrio, he became our best horse in the barn a lot of times. And obviously we got White Barrio back, but Skippy stepped up to the plate and really delivered. He climbed the ladder by just being consistent, and that's why he's become one of the top handicap horses in the country. Owned by Daniel Alonso and his dad, both of them own the horse. We were at a sale one time, they wanted to buy a buyback horse, and they said, come and see this horse. So they brought him out of the stall. I said, that's the horse? I said, yeah, buy him. I said, let's take a chance for $37,000, and the rest is history.
And we're off in the Oaklawn Handicap. Skippy Longstocking second, the Safi Joseph Jr. entrance, 1-2.
Jose was able to sit in second. Got a beautiful trip.
And Skippy Longstocking skipping home to a big win in the Oaklawn Handicap.
He won very impressively. It was a cooler day. He is a horse that he's strive on when he get a cool kind of climate. We kind of keep the same race schedule on him every year because it's worked.
White Barrio is opening up with 1/8 of a mile to go. Back to second is Saudi Crown, Skippy Longstocking, and Locker next.
This year he actually ran well in the Pegasus. He was 3rd behind White Barrio and Lock.
It's Skippy Longstocking, makes his annual visit to Oldsmar, another winning one, takes the challenger by a length.
Tampa, we already won the race twice, so this year that we ran it in again and he won. He broke the track record this year. So he's coming into the Oakland Handicap in his best form, basically. I would like to get a grade 1 on his resume. I feel like it's our duty to hopefully get him a grade 1 for all he's achieved for us. We bought him for $37,000 and he's made over $3.4 million, so we feel like there's nothing more he has to prove to us. The journey is just amazing, and hopefully long may it continue.
A very wise investment, to say the least. Skippy Longstocking. This is not a grade 1, but a shot at another grade 2, and just kind of a throwback nomad who can take his best game, his A game, Richie, on the road time and time again.
Yeah, he shows up 10 for 30 lifetimes. He wins 1/3 of his starts, and he gets checks and 9 of the other efforts. I mean, he's just one of those throwback, honest racehorses.
That feeling at the top of the stretch of a $1.25 million race, Jose Ortiz checking the rearview mirror for competition. Nobody coming to catch Skippy Longstocking.
When you see a rider turn for home and take that long, languishing look back, you can feel pretty confident they feel like they have a lot of horse underneath them. And Skippy just kept finding here. Now, it's interesting. He won this race last year off a win in the Challenger, but I thought his win in the Challenger this year, the prep for this, was a better effort than last year's effort. So we might see a better version. And being 3rd to White Barrio and Locked in the Pegasus World Cup, well, Locked only came back and made the Santa Anita Handicap a procession.
And for trainer Safi Joseph, the level of pride maintaining Skippy Longstocking for this extended period of time, to be at his best for this long.
And that's a credit to his training, his horsemanship, to have a horse hold form for that long. And a $37,000 purchase earning over $3.4 million up to this point. He has a chance to go up over $4 million today.
Yeah. With a victory in the Oaklawn Handicap with post time in about 29 minutes. Andy and JK, beyond this Oaklawn Handicap, this division, the handicap division, what's the state of affairs right now in the older horse division?
Well, it is potentially one of the more deep and talented groups we've had in a while. Obviously, we've seen Locked, and he's done it, and he's been good. We saw White Barrio come back and run extremely well. But there are other horses obviously waiting on. I think that Sierra Leone ran well in his return race despite losing. Looking forward to him. But one of the biggest dogs out there, obviously, is Fierceness. And he's slated to come back here the day after the Derby in the Westchester. So come on out to Aqueduct on Sunday, May 4th, after the Derby to see Fierceness. You don't get chances to see talented horses like that much. And who knows? He could be very, very good this year. He certainly was good last year, and as a 2-year-old.
No, he was sensational, and he had some ups and downs, but at the back half of his year, it seems like they had kind of all got on the same page, Johnny Velasquez, Fierceness, and Todd Pletcher. And, you know, look, his race in the Classic was outstanding. The pace that he set in there to get beat by such a good horse in Sierra Leone. Fierceness is one of those horses that if he can get back on track, he's going to be dangerous, because in every race, he can make his own trip.
Yep.
In every race, he'll determine the pace of the race. And I think that's a definite weapon you want to have.
And I think the thing that he showed in the Classic that he hadn't shown yet was the ability to withstand a fast pace and still be able to hang around at the finish. And just because he lost, he gained in defeat. I mean, from a stature standpoint. And there's never really been any doubt that he was the most talented horse in this division. It was just a question of him sort of putting it together, and he obviously did last year, and we're looking forward to seeing him come back. I had mentioned to you briefly, and we'll go back to Lafitte and Richie, but it's another name out there that's kind of been forgotten about is Nisos. And I think the potential exists, Lafitte, maybe for Nisos to be showing up at Churchill, and hopefully we'll see him back. And if he can still run, we could see him in the Met Mile, because people might have forgotten about him, but at one time he was the Derby favorite.
Exciting, talented, Nisos. Yeah, breezing tomorrow for trainer Bob Baffert. Richie, you have this Oaklawn Handicap. You have races overseas that took place, the Dubai World Cup, the Saudi Cup. Is it looking ahead? I'm not asking you right now who's going to win the Breeders' Cup Classic. Have you seen, though, enough to get a feel of who some of the best older horses might be towards the end of the year?
Yeah, I mean, and listen, I think the depth of this older horse division this year is markedly different than last year. Frankly, it was quite lean, but White Barrio kind of coming back to form, right, with that Pegasus World Cup. That was a big effort. You got horses here like Pippi Longstocking, who has a chance to throw his hat in the ring. And the fact that these 3-year-olds that have come back, obviously Sierra Leone, Fierceness. Now, I don't think Sierra Leone's comeback race was good at all. I just thought he was extremely flat. That doesn't mean he's not going to improve, but I thought that race left a lot of questions. Did he make the step from 3 to 4? Now maybe he just needed to get the ring rust off, but I thought that was maybe the most flat effort I ever saw him give.
Expecting more from him in his first start as a 4-year-old. We'll see about this Oaklawn Handicap and the horses that emerge from here. You never know. Back in 2018, Accelerate, City of Light ran 1-2 here. At the end of the year was Accelerate, winning a Breeders' Cup Classic, City of Light, and a Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. First things first, this 2025 edition of the Oaklawn Handicap, 26 minutes out. That's what the fans here have been waiting for. The Saturday main event is next. You'll see it here on Fox Sports 2.
Spun to Run. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more, and he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Now, this multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, and Breeders' Cup champion is passing his remarkable talent along to his progeny.
Night Beacon airs at the home of Spun to Run's Breeders' Cup victory.
Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
An Eclipse champion by leading young sire Not This Time. Up to the Mark made an impression in the sales ring, bringing $450,000. He then left his mark on the racetrack, a debut winner at Saratoga, before compiling 3 consecutive Grade 1 wins in the Turf Classic at Churchill Downs, the Manhattan Stakes at Belmont, and the Turf Mile at Keeneland. Up to the Mark now seeks to leave his mark as a stallion, standing at Lane's End.
Serving others is our foundation. That's why NYRA is building a pathway for businesses, individuals, and organizations to support charitable groups connected to horse racing in New York State and beyond. The NYRA Foundation, supporting our community.
Silver State is in with a chance. Fearless is at the rail, and Owendale make it 6 across the racetrack. Silver State emerges. He's got the lead. Owendale, Fearless up the rail. Silver State, Fearless, Silver State.
Wild finish, cavalry charge, Ricardo Santana, Silver State, Steve Asmussen's lone victory in the Oaklawn Handicap, which he would parlay into a win in the Met Mile at Belmont Park.
Yeah, his very next start after that Oaklawn Park handicap victory, he won the Met Mile. A nice horse, a son of Hardspun, just a hard-hitting, one of them horses that shows up. And if you're going to beat him, you better have your running shoes on.
Stands at Claiborne Farm, Stallion Maker, Met Mile, Silver State, Met Mile, Oaklawn Handicap winner, and that's the level that we play Steve Asmussen because we're so accustomed to all the records that he holds here at Oaklawn and all the stakes races he's won multiple times. We don't reference him as an Oaklawn Handicap winning trainer. It's like, what, he's only won one Oaklawn Handicap?
He's pretty much done everything multiple times here, particularly at Oaklawn. Obviously, he has the one Oaklawn Park Handicap victory, but I'm sure the one thing missing from his resume, a Kentucky Derby victory, would be the highest priority on his list.
Could pull it off with a maiden publisher. We'll see you in 2 weeks. Andy and J.K., Asmussen's runners here, Disarm and Red Route 1. What do you make of their respective chances?
First of all, I think Steve Asmussen probably still wakes up screaming Rich Strike after that horrible beat in the Kentucky Derby. But, I think you'll agree. Red Route 1 was probably about as good a use of a rabbit by Steve Asmussen as any trainer I've seen in America in years to get him the victory last time. There's pace here, but a different situation. You're a big fan of Disarm, maybe a little more than I am, and I kind of hope he can get back because he had so much promise at 3-year-old and so disappointing last year, but he showed some signs last time.
Yeah, for me, that's a preference of these two would be Disarm. I think Red Route 1 reminds me a little bit of the same thing I said about Skippy Longstocking. You got to find him the right group on the perfect circumstance on the right day for him to win. Disarm, on the other hand, like you said, I was chasing this horse, it feels like the entire 2024 based on his Travers where he was second to Arcangelo back in 2023, and he never really materialized. However, his last race at Oaklawn on March 14th, off of a long layoff, was kind of like, oh, okay, that's the Disarm I was looking for. Now, he's got to take another step forward off of that, but I do consider it a good sign that he ran as well as he did.
This is a horse who's second to Travers to Arcangelo, suggested that he could be one of the biggest players last year. And there was so much opportunity with the general weakness in the older horse division last year, and he just never really put it together. He didn't run badly, but he never really ran as well as he did as a 3-year-old. And it's interesting because Steve Asmussen is so well known for moving these horses forward, and I'm sure it was very frustrating for him, but maybe a win here would certainly change those things.
Yeah, maybe just hit the reset button last September, give him some time all the way until March, and hopefully try to work out some issues that whatever were keeping him from doing what he did, like you mentioned, when he ran second to Arcangelo in the Travers, and hopefully he can do that here. And I think that, at 9-2, probably a taste lighter than I would like, but I've been chasing this horse too long. I can't jump off now.
Yeah, I'm surprised he's that short, and I'm a little surprised that Banishing's 11-1, and even Tarantino at 27-1. Those are two long shots guys that might have a little bit of a chance near, and probably not sure they can win necessarily, but they seem like awfully big prices.
A deep and competitive edition of this Oaklawn Handicap. And getting back to Disarm, Richie, you had a chance to speak with his jockey Keith Asmussen and how he wound up with and why he eventually chose Disarm to ride.
Yeah, he had ridden Red Route 1 to victory in the Essex, and now he won an allowance race on Disarm. And I like the comeback with Disarm holding off Ben Doog, who got to his inside. Ben Doog, a horse that wants to lug in, so he got comfortable in there. But speaking of him, he said that work on April 8th was as good as a horse can work. He says he's as athletic a horse as he's ever sat on. And you could see him just light up speaking about this horse. And, you know, one thing about Steve and Eric Asmussen, they get on a lot of these horses for their father, Steve, in the morning. So they have a very, you know, intimate knowledge of how they're doing. And I just think Disarm is doing extremely well. Now, he won his comeback last year as a 4-year-old. But it wasn't as good a race as the race he ran in his comeback as a 5-year-old.
And overall, a disappointing 4-year-old season.
Yep.
We'll see if he can turn things around here now as a 5-year-old, his second start this year in this Oaklawn Handicap. What about the numbers, the data, the stats? We go by the numbers. Dates back to the Second World War, the Oaklawn Handicap, first running 1944. Since then, look at that. The only two horses, and not since the 60s, have won it multiple times. Skippy Longstocking trying to become the third stakes record. Nobody faster than the Preakness winner, California Snow Chief, 9 furlongs at 146 3/5. Most wins by an owner. Also the Apple Blossom leading owner, Alan Paulson, with 4. He just won the Valley of the Vapors. He's driving to Kentucky tomorrow. He has another Derby starter in a couple of weeks. Dwayne Lucas, 4-time Oaklawn Handicap winning trainer. One of those with Pat Day, 5-time Oaklawn Handicap winning jockey in that streak in the early 80s, having won 4 straight. From the Oaklawn Handicap to the Breeders' Cup, the number is 3. City of Light, most recent. A pathway to a title, Lawyer Ron and 3 others named champion, older horse, and then there was one. Fitting. Cigar, the only Oaklawn Handicap winner, named Horse of the Year. Cigar and Best Pal, the only Oaklawn Handicap winners in the Hall of Fame. The Oaklawn Handicap by the numbers. So who will be next? The 2025 edition in 17 minutes. Live look at Godolphin's first mission, trained by Brad Cox, to be ridden by Flavian Pratt. 2-1, second choice. Riders up, post-parade. The Oaklawn Handicap is next.
And they're off. And the Naira Benz Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornock setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
As the field turns for home.
They're at it again. The 2 Belmont first and second place finishers.
Mind Frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornock.
Dornock wins the Haskell.
It will be Dornock to win the Belmont Stakes.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by the Ocala Breeders' Sale. The OBS April 2-year-old sale just took place in Ocala, where we got a chance to see some of the stars of tomorrow sell, and we'll look forward to seeing what they might do out on the racetrack. Is coming up in this Oaklawn Handicap. We do have an OBS graduate in Skippy Longstocking, who originally sold in 2021 at OBS for $37,000. Turns out quite the bargain buy for a horse that has banked over $3 million now on the track, and is currently your 8-5 favorite, trying to defend his title in the Oaklawn Handicap. In this past sale, there were some great storylines as always, and of course some very exciting young horses. We did get a chance to see consigner Eddie Woods send his last horse through the ring, and that was hip 1177, a Twirling Candy colt out of the multiple graded stakes winning mare Irish Jasper. This colt ended up selling for $560,000 to Eclipse and Savvy Racing after a 10 flat work, and while he did not switch leads, it did seem like a very lovely mover and a very solid colt, but it also seemed like the connections were really keen to get this horse the last horse to go through the ring for consigner Eddie Woods, as he will be retiring. He has consigned multiple graded stakes winners, including Kentucky Derby winner Big Brown, champion Lady Eli, Belmont Stakes winner Union Rags, just to name a few. And at this past sale, I caught up with Eddie, who is a true horseman, and I said, what are you going to do with all your free time? And he said, I'm just going to travel, see the world, do all of the things, take time off like I've never been able to do before. After over 30 years of bringing young horses along into the sales and getting them prepped for the races, we will wish Eddie and Angela Woods a lovely retirement and travel experience. Lafitte.
The good life, very well deserved.
He's gonna miss it. That leisure time, traveling, that's all overrated.
Richie itching to get back in the saddle. You can hear it. Itching to get back in the saddle. Riders up momentarily for the jockeys in this Oaklawn Handicap. There's Saffie Joseph and Skippy Longstocking, 8-5. Rod Ortiz to ride this afternoon. Again, it was his brother Jose who rode a season ago. If you're a Rod, what is your mission in the early stages of this mile and an eighth Oaklawn Handicap to give him the best chance to go back to back?
Get away clean and get your position going forward. It's one of my principles of riding. Now, there's speed in here, but you get out-footed, that's fine. You don't want to get shuffled out of the race. I mean, Banishing's got speed. Tarantino, I agree with Andy. 25-1, way too big a price for a horse who was in that intense duel in the Essex and hung around for second. Alexander Helios, the other Saffie Joseph, is going to be forward. But you got to come out running and secure position. That's one of the things that makes successful riders, knowing and understanding the importance of position.
Now, far enough away, Maggie, where he can't bite you this time. What are you noticing? What's Skippy showing you pre-race?
You're still giving me that side eye, though, Lafitte, as I have a lot of love for Skippy Longstocking, a horse that has won a third of his career's 10 for 30 lifetime. And as we've said, he has won over 100 times, or nearly 100 times, what he cost as a 2-year-old. He has also done very well with each passing year under his belt. He fills out, he takes his racing more in stride, and as the guys pointed out earlier, he's possibly coming in to this Oaklawn Handicap, which he's looking to win again and become the first horse to do it in 60 years, winning back-to-back editions, in better form than ever. His Pegasus World Cup behind White Abarrio and Locked, who I think undisputedly are the leaders of the handicap division, and even finishing fourth in that Pegasus World Cup was Mixto, who ran well, finishing second in the Dubai World Cup. So he has faced some of the best. I know he has yet to beat the best, but he doesn't have to today. So all things good for Skippy Longstocking, and the weather playing favorably for him. He doesn't run quite as well when it's really hot, when it's really muggy. Not the case today. Cloudy skies have led to very comfortable climate. As we'll check in with one of two Steve Asmussen horses, Disarm. He's a horse that I've seen so many times just be really distracted in the paddock, in the preliminaries, thinking about breeding things as opposed to racing. not the case today. So while he's gotten a little warm, that's not completely out of character. He's very, very calm and content. And I almost think strategically, Steve, as well as his other horse, Red Route 1 in here, bringing them to the paddock a lot later. There's been a lot of time in between these last few races, and they arrived a bit later than the rest of the competition. So that may have been a good thing and possibly by design. So we'll see what Disarm can do. But I do think that he's a horse that is best when he can lay close. And a lot of times he needs a slower pace to be able to do so. I don't know if he gets that today because there's several speed horses, including number 7, Banishing. And as Andy said, I think much too big of a price for a horse who is in raging form right now. Now, how far does he ultimately want to go? This 1 1/8 might prove to be just a bit too far, but he has the physical attributes to say that he might be okay. It's just the pace dynamics probably aren't in his favor, but a horse who is thriving on the paper, but it's backed up with what I see from him physically. He's a happy horse. He's just really robust and well conditioned for David Jacobson. So we'll see what he can do. At least he's drawn more to the outside to kind of play the break. Lafitte?
Banishing, Richie, and yeah, in incredibly sharp Oaklawn Mile winner. How do you think he'll navigate this 9 furlongs?
Well, I think that is the big question. You know, interesting from a pedigree standpoint, you feel like he would do it, although the mare has produced also a turf sprinter as well. And this was a horse that was picked up for $80,000 in the Phasing Tipton Horses of Racing Age sale, and he's already earned $454,000 this year. And he was picked up last fall by David Jacobson. I was by the barn about a week ago, and he was getting a bath, and I was talking to David. Tell you what, he is a handsome, very well-balanced individual, so maybe that'll help him stay that 9th furlong.
Is there anything a rider can do to aid his cause, to help him along at a distance that might be a little bit outside his scope?
Getting a horse into a good rhythm. I say this, and it's a simple concept that maybe some people don't understand. It's not how fast you're going, it's how you're going fast. If a horse is using their stride efficiently, the mechanics of their stride, and they get comfortable, they breathe better, they move better, they conserve energy better. So I think it's just a matter of him floating into the race the right way. You know he's going to be forward.
Riders up, post-parade next to Acacia.
And happy to be joined by John Fradkin, who does send out Alexander Helios. John, of course, half-brother to your Preakness winner in Rombauer, but Alexander took a little bit more time to come to hand. How rewarding was that graded stakes win last out?
It was very rewarding. It's fun to get back on the big stage. We kind of always knew this horse was capable of it, but it took a lot longer than we thought. So hopefully he can run a similar race today.
And it seems like he's really coming into this race in good form, like he's finally found that stride and put it all together.
Yeah, I think so. Let's hope so.
And can you talk a little bit as well about how rewarding it is on top of that being involved with the breeding and knowing the family, having the siblings, and seeing him go out and do it on the racetrack?
Well, it's really rewarding with homebreds. You know, we watch them grow up, and my wife and I don't have any kids. These are our kids. And so, it's like the traveling team. We go watch their races. And I think it's especially rewarding with homebreds because you've watched them from day one. And we're involved in the decisions of, who to breed to and, to sell or not to sell, et cetera, et cetera. So it's very rewarding. So we're blessed that we're here.
Well, he looks tremendous. Best of luck. Thanks for the time.
Thanks, Acacia.
Lafitte?
Like watching his kids. Acacia, thanks so much. Alexandro Helios, brother of a Preakness winner. Post-parade, go West, go on his toes pre-race.
Yeah, this would be the one entrant here that would be a surprise. He's moving up major league in company.
Stakes debut, go West, go. Tyler Bacon aboard, trying to pull off a miracle in this Oaklawn handicap. We'll see Disarm in just a moment. Listening to John Fradkin discussing the pride, a homebred Alexandro Helios. You'll see him in the post parade. There's Disarm first to 2. Winchell Thoroughbred Steve Asmussen.
I like this horse. A great, balanced individual, and I loved what Keith Asmussen had to say about his training.
First Mission, third in the Razorback. Flavien Prat takes over. Skippy Longstocking, a title to defend.
Well, he's the richest earner in the race, and look at the way he carries himself. Just a class individual who creates his own trip.
Aptly named son of Cairo, Prince Alexander Helios.
Yeah, I just love what the owner had to say about being in on the mating and, watching them grow up. This is a real cause of pride for him.
Tarantino, gutty effort in the Essex.
And he was shuffled back early. He moved into the teeth of the pace, and he hung around for second. Way too big a price.
Banishing Oak Lawn Mile winner, very, very sharp.
And very sharp, in terrific form, and comes off a back-to-back good efforts around 2 turns.
Distance the question. Then Red Route 1, deep closer.
Got all the pace he needed to make his patented late run and make it that much more potent. And it was the cause of Steve running a rabbit in there, ensuring they were going to have the fast pace to play to his strength.
8 deep, the 2025 edition of this Oaklawn Handicap in front of this big crowd. Post time 4 minutes. Andy J.K. First mission, second choice 2-1. A solid effort in the Razorback. Came up small late, but that was his first race since last summer's Whitney.
It was. And, you know, I feel as though we haven't given enough airtime to the co-favorite at this point, or second choice. I have my reservations about him, Jonathan, but when he's good, he's pretty good.
You know, look, I picked on Skippy Longstocking and Red Route 1 for their kind of beating up, bullying fields they're better than. Look at First Mission. He won a maiden race to Lexington, an allowance race, the Essex in a biased, sloppy racetrack in the Ali Sheba. This horse hasn't really ever jumped up and done what we thought he was going to do. I mean, he was going to probably be the Preakness favorite.
He was He was 4-5 in the Foster last year.
100%, and he just hasn't really lived up to that. That's why for me, I'm still good with Disarm. I do wish I could get a couple more points, as we always would, on his odds here. But I'll take the 5-1 for a horse I've been chasing for a long time, who I thought was going to be one of the best older horses last year, and he wasn't. Maybe this year he's turning the corner, and he will be that horse. I don't like the 2 favorites with the 3 and the 4.
Well, okay, we'll see what happens here. To be honest, I think that Banishing is the overlay on the board at 8-1. I don't know if he wants a mile and 1/8, and I don't really want to bet him, but I think he's an overlay if you're looking for one. I'm not against Skippy Longstocking, guys. I just feel like he wins races like this.
As he did a year ago from a far outside post position, Skippy Longstocking. Strategically, what do you think is the key to this race as far as what happens early that'll determine the outcome? What will you be looking for?
The pace, just how things are going to develop into that first turn. You got clear-cut horses like Banishing, like Tarantino, even Alexander Helios, who wants to be involved. It depends what these 3 horses do in that first run, first eighth of a mile, the run to the first turn. And also the fact that these 3 horses are drawn all side by side. Sometimes that tends to incite speed horses to show more speed. They get engaged early. Their close proximity to each other gets their competitive juices flowing. So it all depends on pace. And Skippy Longstocking, excuse me, keep on calling him the wrong name. If he can get his good spot within 3 or 4 lengths of them, right in behind them, that'll be his best go.
Fans looking on. Maggie observing the warm-up. A minute out, Maggie. First mission. What is he showing you pre-race?
That Acacia and I were talking about this. He's just one of those horses that underwhelmed you at times, and I thought he looked ready when he came back in the Razorback Handicap last time. He looked fit, he looked ready to go, but he just lacks that intensity, that killer instinct that I think a horse like Skippy Longstockings does possess. So physically, great. Do I love his demeanor? No. Could he win? Yes, but you throw out Skippy Longstocking in First Mission, I am picking Skippy every single time over First Mission. As we'll check in with Skippy's stablemate, Alexander Helios. I loved him last time in the Razorback. He is such a handsome horse and completely different physical than his half-brother in Rombauer. He's big. There's a lot of him. Very striking with that white, nearly blaze down the front of his face. All things good for him, too. It's just, I feel like he's going to have a lot of pressure up front. We've seen a very fair racetrack today, as opposed to last time where it felt like on February 23rd, speed was dominant throughout the card. But guys, or Acacia, as I get it to you, Skippy Longstocking, I loved his warm-up too. As soon as they turned around in the post parade, he kind of leapt away from the pony. Irad took him away, and he galloped like he was the king of this Oaklawn Strip.
He did, Maggie. He was definitely spirited out on track, and that's typical of Skippy Longstocking. I've got so much respect for him, having just seen him run throughout the years. And he's also the type of horse, just to quickly note about Skippy, that when he was eased in the Pegasus World Cup last year, it was because he was overheated. He does better in some of the cooler temperatures as well. So kind of the overcast day that we have at Oaklawn today, I actually think suits Skippy quite well. But I am going to take a little bit of a shot with Disarm in here. He's a horse that I'm with Jonathan. I've always kind of liked this horse and hoped to see him break through and take a step forward. I was pleased with how settled he was for his demeanor, as we know him so well. And while there could be pace, maybe not enough for a stablemate Red Route 1 to come, the nice thing about Disarm is that he's a little bit more tactical and tractable. He can kind of be wherever you really need him to be throughout the running of the race, and is not as pace compromised as his stablemate. He definitely looked like he had the right balance of energy out there on the track today, Lafitte.
Common sentiment, Acacia. It feels like his fan base, it feels like so many have waited for so long for Disarm to really maximize his potential, to really fulfill that promise. Okay, so it didn't happen as a 4-year-old, but there's still time and there's still opportunity.
Yeah, and I think the horse is training sensationally. I obviously talked to Keith about that. And what I really liked about his comeback effort, Keith kind of moved his hands on him, opened his hands a little bit, and he greedily took up the reins. And that's not always Disarm. Sometimes he's a little bit of a bicycle horse where you got to kind of motivate him. I saw a much more eager and willing Disarm in his comeback.
Saffie Joseph faithfully watching his two runners enter the starting gate here. Alexander Helios and the defending champ Skippy Longstocking. Final check of the tote board reading 8-5 on Skippy Longstocking. Can he become just the third two-time winner of the Oaklawn Handicap? We're about to find out. Post time for the 2025 Oaklawn Handicap live on Fox Sports 2. Here's Matt Dinneman.
Longstocking. To the outside post, Red Route 1. We're ready to go. And we're off in the Oaklawn Handicap. Tarantino got squeezed a little bit coming out of there. Is going to stalk the pace of the first 16th of a mile, the longest shot in the race. Go West, go on the lead with Skippy Longstocking, who's prominent. These two together with 1 lap to go. Banishing will stalk the pace today. He's third with First Mission. Alexander Helios, 4 lengths off the speed as they charge into the first turn run. Disarm, Red Route 1 is stablemate there next with Tarantino, who's in the 3 path outside of the 2 Aspis and Winchell runners. Approaching the back stretch. Go West Go leads by a half length. Skippy Longstocking pressing, and he will concede the lead though on the hip of that front runner. 1.5 lengths to Banishing in the 3rd position. First Mission gets a good trip, ground saving trip on the first turn. He's inside, 2 off the pace in the Godolphin Blue. Another length to Alexander Helios. Shown more rain here approaching the half-mile pole. Gap of 3 to Red Route 1 under some pressure already with Disarm and Tarantino as they're halfway home. Skippy Longstocking on the lead. Go West Go already dropping back. He's done. Skippy Longstocking into the turn with Banishing, who's sticking to him. And these two are together. Alexander Helios getting closer third. First Mission behind the leaders, still saving ground as they round the 4th turn. The others have got to get going as they round the turn. Banishing, Ricardo Santana Jr. have a head lead. Skippy Longstocking, Irad Ortiz Jr. asking him for more. And these two come off the turn together. Alexander Helios third. First Mission still looking for room. He's going to come in through between horses now. Down the lane, Banishing's in front. First Mission's got dead aim on him, though. Skippy Longstocking, he's beaten on the rail third. Here comes First Mission on the inside of Banishing to snatch the lead away. And it's First Mission drawing clear, edging away for an Oaklawn Handicap win. Flavian Pratt and First Mission win the Oaklawn Handicap over Banishing, Skippy Longstocking, and 4th was Disarm.
World-class connections. First Mission, Godolphin homebred for trainer Brad Cox, Flavian Pratt. First Mission at 7-5, the favorite at post time in the Oaklawn Handicap.
And just got a sensational ride from Flavian Pratt. He was sitting in the spot just off of the pace, in behind the horses, found that split inside of Banishing, who was ultra game in defeat. No doubt about it. This was First Mission's day. This was the race more than any other that felt like he put it all together to me.
Outrunning, Banishing to the wire, 3-7-4-2. What surprised you most in terms of how the race unfolded early on?
Well, Tarantino didn't break and didn't have any real speed. Alexander Helios, not any real speed. Banishing rated off the pace, and Skippy Longstocking was up on top of Go West Go. Now, he was in a good spot. I'm not making excuses for Skippy Longstocking, but I just thought that there would be 2 or 3 other horses involved up there early. Now, it was a fast pace, so I'm not going to make any excuses for anybody. The winner sat the right trip and was very good today.
To Acacia.
Happy to be joined by Michael Banahan, Director of Bloodstock for Godolphin. And you just said to me, that's why Flavien Prat's the best rider in the country. What a trip he gave him.
Yeah, we're very lucky to have him on board today, and he split the seam there and gave him a great ride. Had a nice stalking trip, saved all the ground, and I couldn't have ridden him any better. So that made up for maybe last year at Highland Falls where we didn't quite get there. So it's fabulous result, and we've always thought very highly of this horse, and I know Brad has always thought he was a top horse, so maybe this will get him on the right track for going forward as well.
As you've mentioned, with First Mission, he's always seemed like the type of horse that had that ability. What do you think the difference has been? Is it just more time for him to mature?
Well, you know, every time like when he won the Yellow Sheba last year, we thought we were going into Stephen Foster in great shape. He was favourite, and just didn't work out. And he came out of it just not 100% with some bone bruising after the Whitney, and he just needed some time. Had a great winter. He's come back and trained super for Brad. That was a good comeback race for him. We're a little bit disappointed we didn't win on the day, but it was a really good comeback race. And today I think he showed what he can really do. So hopefully he'll have a nice year ahead of him, and we can hit some of the big targets down the road.
Any idea what some of those targets might be? I imagine there's a 1 in front of them.
Yeah, I think probably the Stephen Foster would be the one we'd like to look at. We're in there last year, didn't quite get it done, so it'd be nice to go back and try it again and see if we can get it done this time.
We look forward to following him, but congratulations on the win today.
Thanks, Acacia.
Lafitte?
Onward. First Mission, what a difference of what he was capable of doing in the stretch, going back to the Razorback and his first start since last summer's Whitney, and how he finished today.
Yeah, you know, and I gave away with the impression that he just maybe hung a touch last time. Now, that could have been because of the layoff. You know, just there's nothing like a race, right? The old timers used to say a race was worth 4 or 5 workouts. But I also think he's a better horse when he can get that split where he doesn't have to rally outside. It almost seems like he loses interest a little bit out in the clear, but today running up inside of Banishment kept his motivation, kept his focus to continue to go forward.
Another credit to Flavien Prat for Michael Banahan. All smiles, Flavien Prat. How about this run for trainer Brad Cox, Richie? To Pan Street, winning the Florida Derby. Breeze this morning, preparing for the Kentucky Derby in a couple of weeks. By all accounts at Payson Park, very impressive. Going into the Derby the right way. Hit show in the Dubai World Cup for Brad Cox. Good cheer. Favorite for the Kentucky Oaks. And oh yeah, by the way, this win in the Oaklawn Handicap with a First Mission. Good to be Brad Cox. What else is new?
Well, Brad Cox he just continually wins. I mean, he's winning at 27% on the year. His horses always look sensational. He puts the time and the effort in. You know, there's 4 or 5 trainers that are up in that upper echelon, and Brad Cox is firmly entrenched in that group.
Had First Mission ready to bring his best. The Garland, the blanket to the winner, and here's how he did it. At the top of the stretch with the defending champ Skippy Longstocking toiling behind him, Banishing, doing everything he can, but in the end, too much First Mission. Godolphin, Brad Cox, Flavien Prat, First Mission in the Oaklawn Handicap.
They're coming down for the finish, and it is Silver State.
50-60, 250-60, now 60, 260 mark, 260,000.
Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
the only major U.S. 2-year-old sale held over a dirt surface, Mid-Atlantic May continues to produce graded stakes winners across the globe and on all surfaces. Recent grads include Eclipse champion Straight No Chaser, brilliant winner of the Breeders' Cup Sprint, as well as this year's Riyadh Dirt Sprint at the Saudi Cup, plus Grade 1 winners Full Count Felicia and Sacred Wish. The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic May 2-year-olds in training sale, May 19th and 20th in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
For over 150 years, the Kentucky Derby has stood as the most enduring tradition in American sports. And in our time, one stallion is reshaping its legacy. Back-to-back Derby winners. His first son at stud siring another. A dynasty in motion. A motion that again has forward momentum toward Louisville, with another elite crop of 3-year-olds bearing his genes. Spendthrift Farm, home of Into Mischief.
Crowd still stirring following that performance from that 5-year-old. First Mission Oaklawn Handicap winner, Winner's Circle lead-in, brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic May 2-year-olds in training sale to be held May 19th and 20th in Timonium, Maryland. After the Preakness, where will you be? Godolphin, Banahan there. Flavien Prat, 3 wins on the afternoon, 2 stakes victories. First Mission 480. Banishing, big effort. Skippy Longstocking, he was swarmed at the top of the stretch and enough class to save third.
Yeah, I mean, he just, because of his grit and determination, he wound up third. But First Mission got the trip. Great ride by Flavien Prat. But to me, this was a kind of a step-out, breakout race for him. I know he's had good races before, but against this tougher company, this was the first time he showed me something.
That was the question. Based on this today, what kind of damage do you think First Mission could do later on down the line?
Well, I think he threw his hat squarely in the ring as one of the better older horses with this effort. I mean, obviously he's got to follow it up, and we want to see some consistency with that in this upper level of racing. You know, he hasn't won a Grade 1 yet, but the Stephen Foster's on his docket, according to the management.
Skippy Longstocking, the third place finish. Any excuses? What did you observe from his overall performance?
I didn't see any excuses. He got comfortable. He was forward, yes, but that's how he wants to run. Yes, the pace was sharp. But when he got pressed by Banishing from the outside, he went forward, and Banishing outfinished him.
Yeah.
So I don't think he had any excuses visually from a trip standpoint.
A long way back to Skippy Longstocking in a third. Winning jockey, though, Flavien Prat aboard First Mission, live with Maggie.
We're doing it again here. The walk back to the scales after a winning ride aboard First Mission. Once again, showing why you are the reigning Eclipse champion. Just a perfectly executed ride.
Yeah, I mean, the setup was perfect. He jumped well. I got myself into a good spot. Pace was honest, and he was traveling well all the way around. Brad told me that he was doing outstanding going to the race, and I think he was right.
He really was today. A nice breakthrough performance from him. But Flavien, as I said, you broke all kinds of records last year too, with greatest stakes wins and overall stakes wins. You don't have a mount in the Kentucky Derby this year. Can you give us any update on that?
No, not yet. I mean, obviously we're waiting on Baeza. I think he's a very good horse, and I would love to ride him in the Derby, but we'll see. I mean, that's as of right now, that's what we do.
It's the best jockey in the country sitting on the outside of the bubble, but once again showing why he's the best here at Oaklawn today.
Out there hunting for an opportunity. Flavien Prat, who's won a Kentucky Derby via disqualification. Country House with maximum security was taken down in 2019, but maybe if Baeza happens to get in, I know a colt that you think has a lot of upside and could be a real factor in the run for the Roses.
I think we're all in agreement that journalism has risen to the top of this 3-year-old class up to this point, and Baeza ran extremely well against him. And you know, John Sheriffs, who trains Baeza, is a trainer that gets horses to improve incrementally. He's not going all in on one particular day. You know, look at what Giacomo did before the Kentucky Derby, and then he was there for his best. So I think Baez is a real player. It's a shame, though, that, you know, at this moment, he needs some defections to get into the field.
Still some time. There's still time 2 weeks from today. Flavion's, his demeanor, just, you know, the highs and lows of a thoroughbred jockey, there's so much more losing than there is winning, and it just feels like he has that even-keeled nature that serves him well in this particular position.
Absolutely. You have to have the ability to turn the page, whether it's good or bad. You can't dwell on your successes too long and celebrate, and you certainly can't dwell on your losses too much and beat yourself up till it's a negative point. Yes, you always want to learn and improve from your experiences, but racing is 9-10 times a day. You're going out to the paddock. You've got to be able to leave stuff behind.
And he won 3 times, and today did star jockey Flavien Prat, including the 2 stakes victories just moments ago in the Oaklawn Handicap First Mission, and earlier today, instant replay, Prat back in the winner's circle. And with that victory, a spot in the Preakness starting gate 4 weeks from today. We'll recap.
Bucaro, any day.
Book 'em, Dano. Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Book 'em, Dano.
Any track.
결승선 끝까지 사전 사승. 최고의 꿈, 최고의 꿈, 최고의 꿈.
Any surface.
Queen Maxima starts to extend that beautiful stride of hers, though, and it's lights out. None of the others will come close to Queen Maxima.
Bucaro, a leading sire of stakes winners on every surface from coast to coast and around the globe. Standing in New York at Iron Horse Stallions.
Sandman trying to get him. Speed King holding on. Sandman trying to dive after him, but it's going to be Speed King. Speed King all the way. Cole Battle, 16th left for the Rebel Stakes win. He's on top from Manicat Road, and Sandman, who's run out of ground. Cole Battle, the story continues. Cole Battle does it. It's Sandman in front by 2. Publisher is second, and Sandman, he's run his A race, and he gets a confidence booster heading to Kentucky.
I thought he was going to put it together today, put everything together today, and he did. And I'd just like to say thank you to all the partners across the board. And, you know, we're a great group, and we're on to the first Saturday in May.
Quiet side on the outside, neck in front now. Simply joking, resilient from the rail. Quiet side digging in. She's got a half-length lead, and she has the fantasy victory.
Johnny, you can take a deep breath now. What a horse race that was.
That was very exciting. I mean, it was an incredible battle down the stretch. Couldn't ask for a better performance.
Kentucky Oaks?
Absolutely.
Booth and Anarchist, they need to find more. Booth's finding more. Anarchist done. Rivet coming on late, but Booth's gonna do it. Booth, a gold star in the count plate. Torpedo Ana is now asked to finish, and she will. Wherever you may be, give a warm round of applause for the horse of the year, the champion, Torpedo Ana.
She just keeps amazing us every time, we think she's good. She just gets better and better, and you hear it all the time, a once-in-a-lifetime mare, but she really is a once-in-a-lifetime filly.
Yeah, I'm a rock star.
So many great moments. There you see Judy Hicks, co-owner, breeder, Torpedo Ana, leading the champion horse of the year into the winner's circle last Saturday in the Apple Blossom. That aside, because it feels like a given, Richie, is there one moment in particular, your favorite moment here at this meet at Oaklawn?
It's so hard to pinpoint just one, but what really is great about the Oaklawn Park stake schedule is they put together such a comprehensive stake schedule that you get to see these horses compete multiple times. And it's very reminiscent in some respects of like the Belmont Fall Championship Series. This is the Oaklawn Park Winter-Spring Championship Series because you get to see them settle the arguments on the racetrack. Sandman was hinting on putting it all together, finally got pace. If I had to pick one aside from Torpedo Ana, seeing the horse of the year compete would be number one, would be him and his effort in the Arkansas Derby.
Sandman in the Arkansas Derby, and today's Bathhouse Row and how it'll relate to the Preakness Stakes. A couple of years ago, Red Route 1 won this event, wound up finishing 4th behind National Treasure and Company in the Preakness Stakes. Instant replay, so he's in. He's earned a spot in the starting gate for the Preakness Stakes. There's a difference, though, between earning that qualifier, having a chance to run, and being good enough to compete at that level. Do you think he has that kind of upside, that kind of potential?
Well, it feels like he still has to take a step forward, but I will say this. It was an extremely slow pace. They backed the second quarter down to about 26 seconds, so it's hard for horses to make up ground when the horses in front of them aren't exactly coming back to you, right? They've still got run because they've gotten established an advantage with a slow pace. So the fact that he could stay on it resolutely and continue, I think both he and the runner-up, Caldera, are horses that are interesting, and particularly because you get 20 horses start the Derby. Very few come back in the Preakness now, aside from the winner. So you have a smaller field, and it opens the door for horses that are a little bit more lightly raced and not chewed up in the grind to the Kentucky Derby to make their mark.
Not the last time they would be heard from, Flavien Prat, Brad Cox. They strike with instant replay, the Gary and Mary West homebred to the Preakness Stakes in a month. We'll see. And then, 3-year-old fillies, Valley of the Vapors, can't make it up. Can't make it up, Richie. Wayne Lukas with a granddaughter of his Derby winning filly, winning colors. There's Princess Aaliyah.
Yeah, and she just kept grinding away here, and she was taking her time about getting there, but she was relentless in that pursuit. You see her on a wrong lead, meaning she's leading with her left foreleg here. Very late, she got over to her right lead. And it's so important for horses to be able to handle top flight company. Very rarely do horses not change leads. The most notable that comes to mind many years ago would be Aladar.
Affirmed as well, essentially won a Triple Crown on his wrong lead.
At times, he would hit or miss, 50-50. Sometimes he would do it, and sometimes he wouldn't. Now, listen, I'm not knocking southpaws. Some horses are lefties, just like people.
Princess Aaliyah closing with a rush. BC Stables, More Play Racing, D. Wayne Lukas and Louis Saez. And then just moments ago, the Oaklawn Handicap, this $1.25 million race, the most important race for older horses at Oaklawn, with all eyes on the defending champion, Skippy Longstocking. Didn't quite have it today. First Mission, Maggie, took full advantage. What's your biggest takeaway from today's Oaklawn Handicap?
That I'm sure Godolphin and team did not want to get beaten by Banishing again, as Banishing, a former Godolphin-owned and obviously bred horse, but First Mission breaking through second off of the layoff today with just a really well-executed ride from Flavien Prat. Now, in defense of Skippy Longstocking, those were quick fractions, and he generally isn't on the lead if they're going that fast. And I thought maybe an overly aggressive ride by Arad Ortiz to go after that ridiculous long shot on the front end that was stretching out in distance, and giving credit to Banishing 2, who was close to the pace. First Mission just getting the right kind of setup today and proving that when he does get ideal circumstances, he shows up with his A effort. So I'm sure breathing a sigh of relief, Brad Cox and the Godolphin team, and of course Flavien Prat just doing Flavien Prat things on today's card. He just shows that why he is the best in the country, the reigning Eclipse Award winner for Outstanding Jockey, and you would have to think that we're going to see more of the same throughout this year when it comes to stakes action and Greatest Stakes. I just still can't believe he does not have a confirmed Kentucky Derby mount, Lafitte.
We'll see what happens over the next couple of weeks. We'll see if Baeza gets in. Flavien Prat, and you know, when he crosses the wire, when he wins one of these big races, he's not overly jubilant in the saddle. You don't see him waving of the crop. It just feels like another day at the office for Flavien Prat.
Well, he's truly become like the hired gun, right? If there's big races someplace in the country, whether it's New York, Virginia, Arkansas, California, Florida, he's going to be there. And people are reaching out for him, and it gives his agent, you know, a lot of ability to reach out to different camps and say, Flavien really like to get a shot at riding this one, and they've got to present it to their owners. And who wouldn't want the guy? He's in a position to make moves. I'm sure that maybe it came down with Publisher, who he's been riding. Could he commit? And maybe they had their eyes locked on Baeza, and through no fault of their own, Baeza just lacks the points at the moment.
Things didn't work out with Chance McPatrick. And for trainer Brad Cox, the barn, winning is contagious, much like hitting and contagious can be in a Major League Baseball lineup. And that barn is in a zone at just the right time. One left from Oaklawn, the nightcap in 8 minutes.
Be a part of history and reserve your place at the all-new Belmont Park. Secure your priority deposit today for an exclusive selection of hospitality offerings, from luxury suites to premium lounges with breathtaking racetrack and paddock views. The new Belmont Park will feature modern amenities, delivering the perfect blend of tradition and innovation alongside world-class racing. Don't miss your chance to experience tradition reimagined. Visit newbelmont.com today and claim your spot.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
General admission tickets are on sale now for the Belmont Stakes on June 7th at Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss your chance to witness the historical third leg of the Triple Crown. Get your tickets today by visiting belmontstakes.com/tickets.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
You have one more in you.
Oh, yeah. We're going to finish strong now.
Richie could do 27 races today. Just 12. 5 minutes out to the nightcap. And these Arkansas bred sprinters, $130,000 purse. Wow. Post-parade. There's Strike Ridge.
Yeah, moving up in company off of a sharp performance. This hard-hitting Arkansas bred.
Second in his last two in an overlay, Campisi.
Definitely an overlay. His last effort was really good where he finished well.
Brahms' Image Sire was not a dirt sprinter.
No, but he is a dirt sprinter, and he's pretty consistent sort.
War Mule for Brett Calhoun.
Gets Lasix again. Best race he ever ran in his life was the one time he competed on Lasix. Makes him a major player.
$2 Eddie. finally broke through in his latest in the mud.
Yeah, another one that adds speed to the affair. He's going to be forward.
Ron Moquett has won 3 races today. There's Time and Beyond.
Ron Moquett having the best Oaklawn Park meeting he's ever had, a personal best as far as wins.
And that's saying something. Zippy Mark, the tepid favorite.
Who's 2 for 2, comes off of a wavered claim race where he was in because of the layoff, not to be in to be claimed, but 2 for 2, got to respect him.
Getting by, Valley of the Vapors winning jockey Luis Saez, then Nikolai, number 9 at 9-1.
Yeah, nice effort first time out, and you get Walter Dela Cruz. If you've got a horse with speed and Walter Dela Cruz aboard, count on him showing that speed.
Al's Romeo in form.
In form, closing, consistent type, shows up pretty much every time.
Strato, outside tactical speed.
This horse is so fast, and he's almost runaway fast. I think the outside post helps him because Keith Asmussen can just put his hands down and let him run up into the bit. When you're inside on a horse like this, you're always a little worried about somebody taking your ground. The outside gives him a lot more liberty to be quieter on him and let him take him to the lead. And his races previous to his comeback race are more than good enough to be competitive here. 16-1 is way too big a
number.
price.
We'll watch him right from the start. Strato, Maggie, the favorite, lukewarm favorite. Zippy Mark at 3-1. What are you seeing pre-race?
Mig, stealing my thunder with my long shot number 11, Strato. I'm kidding. But let's take a look here at number 7. That is Zippy Mark, as you guys were saying, the favorite in here. And a horse that is 2 for 2 with more than a year in between those two efforts, but looks incredibly fit here, coming back for Kenny McPeek. But the odd thing is he's never been on a fast track either in his career. So it's not as if he looks like a particularly, physical that is more inclined to prefer the wet going. He's just a fairly athletic horse. So I can fully endorse the number 7, Zippy Mark, as your favorite. If he runs anywhere close to his last race, he will be tough to beat. And here is number 9, Nikolai. I did like in his debut back on March 29th, he was able to gut out the effort, but you would have to think he should move forward from that. Now, he did look fit in that debut. It's not like he looked a bit stuffy or anything like that, but I like the fact that he comes back and has the same demeanor that he had in his debut. He's not rattled, he's not nervous, he's not overly wound up. He's just got good energy. And that's what you want to see from a horse who does possess early foot. And he, like your favorite, will have to try to do so on a fast track. I do like Strato in here. He was running numbers that win here as an early 3-year-old. His comeback performance possibly just needed it, possibly just went too fast early on. Now, he's gotten that ring rust off. He's gotten a race under his belt, moving beautifully out on the racetrack for Ron Moquett. Can he get a 4-bagger on the card today? But fitter, I just really like what I'm seeing from Strato. He would be my long shot play here in the last Lafitte.
What you want in the nightcap, 17-1. Is Keith that tall, or is Strato like Herat small?
I think it's a little of both.
Looks like you fit him in your pocket.
But you know one thing about Keith and Eric, because they are taller riders, they have such beautiful seats on horses. And you think back to their uncle Cassius Asmussen, who was, champion apprentice, a world-class rider, changed the way they rode races in France, won an Arc de Triomphe on Suave Dancer, who, by the way, was broken by Keith Asmussen Sr., the grandfather, in Laredo, Texas. Broke a Arc de Triomphe winner in Laredo, Texas. They just have that real compact seat despite the length of their legs.
Generations and generations of top-class horsemen. Strato, Keith Asmussen, 16-1, live long shot. We'll see. And Time and Beyond, check that 3-1, number 7, Zippy Mark. Who did you wind up with in this 12th and final? I know you like the speedy outsider towards the outside a little bit.
Yeah, I think he's a major player here, Strato. But I wound up on War Mule, and simply by the strength of the fact he debuted and won right here at Oaklawn, going 6, got a slow figure. That was without Lasix, but it was a very slow figure. Came back with Lasix as a 3-year-old and ran the best race of his life, not even close. Then he tried the stakes races. Horses are not allowed to compete with Lasix in stakes, and it was abysmal effort. He gets Lasix back today, and I think that makes a huge difference with this particular individual.
Number 2, Campisi. Why is he up there at 10-1, coming in off a couple of second-place finishes, the last one at this level mid-March?
It's hard to understand. I mean, I know the last race was a little bit of a departure from his normal speed figures, but his race before was a step in that direction. So maybe this is a horse that's just getting good at the right time. I wonder if people are a little turned off by the fact that he ran for as little as 5,000 3 starts ago, and the fact that he has 3 wins, 7 seconds. You always start to wonder about a horse's competitive fire when they start accumulating twice as many seconds as wins.
So there you have the double-edged sword with number 5, $2 Eddie. There's another look at number 4, War Mule, at 8-1. $2 Eddie, though. All right, so he has the 4 second-place finishes, right? You don't love to see that, but maybe he just finally figured it out as a lightly raced 4-year-old gelding. A breakthrough performance, albeit in the mud, in a daylight win to finally graduate last month.
Yeah, and listen, I was against him that day, and he was just dominant because I felt like he was a horse that was more comfortable running with his competition as opposed to away from it. Now, maybe he just got the hang of it. You know, it took him a little while to figure the game out. Oh, you want me to outrun those guys? You know, so many trainers in this day and age, and I'm not saying that's the case with Greg Compton, work their horses together
in company.
And the instructions invariably usually are, hey, don't leave your company. So in essence, you're training a horse to run next to a horse, not run away from a horse. At some point, you have to allow a horse to assert their dominance and let them know, like, you know, you're teaching them every time in the morning to run with somebody. In the afternoon, you don't want to run with somebody. You want to run by them.
Wide open 12th and final on this Oaklawn Handicap Saturday. I'm interested to see what happens at the start with Strato and Keith Asmussen sitting on this keg of dynamite.
Just got to be quiet, real quiet. Come out of the gate like a church mouse.
17-1 outsider, wide open. Post time for the 12th. Great job all afternoon. I'll meet Matt Dinnerman with the load and call, the 12th, live from Oaklawn on Fox Sports 2.
Going up to the gate goes it. $2 Eddie next and Nikolai, 2 recent maiden winners facing victors, proven winners for the first time today. Al's Romeo's second to last, Strato to the outside post. We'll see you back here for more live racing on Thursday. We're taking tomorrow's Holiday Sunday program off. We will see you Thursday, first post 12:30, 4 racing days next week here at Oaklawn, where the sun always shines. We're ready to go. And Leroff. Strike Ridge Tardy from the inside post. War Mule on the lead with Brahms Image. Nikolai's not far off as well. Nikolai head in front of Brahms Image. These two hook up, putting a length on Al's Romeo. Strato off the speed today, running a joint 4th now, along with Al's Romeo. The gray War Mule's there. $2 Eddie between horses. Gap of 3 back to Zippy Mark. Shaken up with a half mile to go. Campisi just passed him. Time and Beyond getting by there next. And Strike Ridge after the slow break is last. First, Brahms Image into the turn, a half length. Nikolai, they're on the outside applying the heat. A length and a half back to Al's Romeo, gets a breather, comes back on again. $2 Eddie shaken up behind the leaders, getting into the 3 path. Al's Romeo, 4 wide, approaching the top of the lane. War Mule right behind the pace setters, searching for racing room. Brahms Image done. Nikolai still in front. Here comes Al's Romeo on the grandstand side, asks for his best. Strato even farther out as they wheel for the judge in the nightcap on Oaklawn Handicap Day. Nikolai in front. Outside it's Strato. Al's Romeo between them. Grandstand side. Strike Ridge has run a huge race from last. He's got to catch Al's Romeo, who takes off. Al's Romeo by 2. Al's Romeo, Shea Stewart with 2 wins today. Alberto Puzak aboard. Strike Ridge second. Strato third. Across the finish. And 4th, I believe, was Zippy Mark just ahead of Nikolai.
Trainer Shea Stewart has this gelding going well. Al's Romeo, 5-2 favored in the end. He's a head away from having won 3 straight.
Yeah, listen, he's in terrific form. Shea Stewart, his trainer, getting his 2nd win today, and he's done a terrific job with this horse, keeping this horse in good form pretty much the entire meet. He had his comeback race off the layoff in December, shook off the ring rust, and his next 2 starts were terrific, and now he reports home a punctual winner here. Strike Ridge ran a remarkable race. You know, kind of blew the brake from that inside post and made a big late rally to be second best to a very good in form Al's Romeo.
10-1, 11-9, claim to fame stable. Al's Romeo, the 5-year-old gelding, the 5 career wins, 4 of them here at Oaklawn Park, and yeah, he's come back running. And Shea Stewart, as you mentioned, the two winners he saddled today, 12 up and 12 down from Oaklawn Park. We'll await those results 2 weeks from today, 151st running of the Kentucky Derby. We've touched on the likely favorites and horses that have won their prep races going in. Is there a horse that's under the radar that you feel probably deserves a better chance that he's being given at this point?
Well, I think he fell completely off the radar is the third place finisher in the Arkansas Derby, Coal Battle. This was a horse that was keener than he'd ever been in his races, had to be eased back out of being a part of that pace stool that we saw, that scorching pace. Then he made the first run into contention, and he flattened out. And then speaking with Lonnie Briley, his trainer, he said, didn't get to train him exactly the way I wanted to in the race. You will see a different horse at Churchill Downs. And if you sleep on a horse that's been that hard knocking, that consistent, admittedly a little light on his buyer figures, it's a mistake. Because he's shown that he's competitive and he wants to fight for it. Maybe the Arkansas Derby turns out to be a key race heading for the Kentucky Derby.
As it was last year, I think most of us, or many of us, felt that Mystic Dan exiting the Arkansas Derby is a reason he paid $36, $37. Sometimes horses get much more out of their prep races. They're $1 million races, they're grade 1 races, but they're still prep races. Yep. And in the end, the goal is to get them ready for the performance of their life the first Saturday in May.
Yeah, well, exactly. Yes, these are very important races in their own right, worth a lot of money. But if your ultimate goal is the Kentucky Derby, you want these races to propel you forward, not tear you down.
That's in 2 weeks. Today, what did we learn in the aftermath of these 12 races, and in the end with First Mission winning this Oaklawn Handicap for Godolphin, Brad Cox, and Flavien Prat?
Well, it's just another terrific day of racing here at Oaklawn Park, and consistently big race days. Well, the whole meet, big fields, competitive racing. The racing office does a tremendous job here putting these cards together. And anybody that runs racetracks, manages racetracks, need to take a long, hard look at the template that Oaklawn Park has put together because they're doing it extremely well.
Like how he split horses. And Flavien Prat, you talked about at the top of the stretch, a split-second decision he was sort of forced to make.
Yeah, he was looking to get outside of Banishing, but he had Alexander Helios right outside of him who was blocking that path. So when Banishing drifted, he went back to the spot in between them. And I think it really held First Mission's focus a great deal and kind of continued his kick on. Banishing has a little bit of a propensity to want to drift. If he's hung up outside of him, does he get hung up with him and doesn't go by him? I mean, these are all questions as a former jockey that come to my mind. But he got the perfect trip with Flavien Prat.
What else is new? Yeah, Prat making the right call in that split second. And part of the reason First Mission winds up in the winner's circle of this Oaklawn Handicap. They're ringing the bell. Al's Romeo's in the winner's circle, 740 in the end. And big effort, Strike Ridge and Strato from the outside completing the trifecta.
Yeah, big field, competitive race. Trips make a difference. And the in-form Al's Romeo gets it done.
Pleasure as always.
This is great.
My friend.
Our last show together here at Oaklawn.
Here at Oaklawn. Yeah, they won't split us up for too long. We will see you before long. For Richie Migliore, I'm Lafitte Pinkai. For Acacia and Maggie, we'll look forward to seeing you next time on this exciting Saturday of thoroughbred racing. Instant replay takes down the Bathhouse Row. You're down late. We'll see him in the Preakness, we believe, in a month, earning that spot in the Preakness starting gate. Princess Aaliyah, what a story. Trained by the coach, Dwayne Lucas, won the Derby with his grandmother a zillion years ago in '88. Comes back and he wins the Valley of the Vapors this afternoon. And moments ago, First Mission for Godolphin, trainer Brad Cox, big day Flavien Prat, First Mission in the Oaklawn Handicap.